Hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to the 5th annual Portal to Ascension Conference. So exciting and so happy to be with you all. And here are my beautiful friends coming on screen right now, the MCs of the day. So welcome everybody. Are you guys ready for this?
Mm-hmm. Always ready.
All right. So I was thinking I'll start with a poem and then we'll get into logistics and then, begin from there. Okay. So I'm excited, everybody. This is the 5th annual event. The first 2 of them were live, and I thought that the way to start out this poem, way to start out this day would be with this new poem that I created called Mother Earth. So this one is right here is dedicated to the planet Mother Earth and just giving reverence for the planet. And we'll go into our intentions very shortly, but the theme of this event is really, really much unity consciousness. So since it's unity consciousness, it's not just with one another, it's also with the planet. So this one is for our planet. This one right here, it goes out to one of the manifestations of Source. The north sky reflects light on my porch. The entire planet is my church. Even when she is scorched, Mother Nature will nourish and replenish the soil so that mankind can reap the spoils, abundance, creation and destruction, the Kali Ma personification manifesting on this plane in the form of all life, married to Father Sky. Our minds remain fertile, earth in the back of a turtle, the Nephilim reversal, and generations of persecution. Nemesis brings retribution, and Ishtar's contribution are the flowers that bloom, the life that we once knew. She is the one who provides unconditional love to you. As we move over her surface, I dedicate these verses. She is always of service. Time to give back. Time to bring it back. The wounded feminine is where we've been at, but also the wounded man. The divine aspect ran away from this place a millennia ago. Patriarchy and damaged egos took over this world. Now is the moment to bring back the days of old. The divine feminine has been on hold, but never truly left. The energy transcends gender as we embark on this quest to remember our nest. Before we were born, she blessed you and me. You and me. But who are we? An illustration of beauty and art displayed in the cosmos for all of those who pass us to see and admire. She is the fire, the water, the wind, the birds. All other creatures have heard her voice. Her voice. Her voice sings lands into existence, providing assistance and gravitational resistance so we can continue to thrive. When we die before our souls return to the sky, we join her and we become her again. She is the truest of friends, with us until the end and rebirth. She is Mother Earth. She is Mother Earth. Welcome, everybody. Extremely excited to bring forward the Portal to Ascension Conference. We have over 5,000 people registered for this event. We're going live on multiple channels here. And right now you see in front of you some really great friends of Portal to Ascension and myself personally, that we are going to be the facilitators of this experience for you over the next 4 days. Just a couple of logistical things before we get into our intentions for today. I would love for everybody who wants to engage in the chat room to please click the chat room option area and change that from host and panelists to everyone. So right above the chat where you're typing, there is a drop down there. Go ahead and select that, change that to everyone. That's only if you want to engage with everyone. If you just want to engage with us, then leave it where it's at. But if you want to engage with everyone, go ahead and change those settings there. And if we have questions throughout any of the 4 days, please do ask them in the Q&A area, which is located center in the middle of the Zoom room. So for the panels, whenever you want to ask a question, ask them over there, because with hundreds of people in the Zoom, it's not easy to keep track of it all. Okay. So hello guys, how are you guys doing?
You know, for a while we had only 144 there, which I thought was significant in the participant room. So
I love that you started with the Divine Mother and bringing in the feminine. Thank you for that.
Thank you. So are you guys excited?
The energy is already electrifying and illuminating.
Totally.
You know, I have to say, this is like community. It's like, you know, the first couple of Portal to Ascensions, it was like the first day of school. But now it's like we've settled in and we're forming a worldwide community of friends and like-minded people and ascensionists. We are ascending through the portal. This is what's so perfect about these conferences. So it's an evolution. It's a vibrational upgrade, and we're all in it. If you're watching, if you're here, you are part of it. Right, Michelle?
Absolutely. I can really feel it. I feel such, I feel really inspired and hopeful, seeing so many of our friends from around the world joining in. For a while, I was feeling the vibration of the planet go down, and especially with everything that's going on around us. I mean, I've been in deep prayer this morning for all those who are being impacted by what's happening in the world. And it does feel like what was in that spoken word, Neil, what you said about, I'm trying to remember the piece, but we're all feeling it, and we're the microcosm of the macrocosm. So we all have a little bit of this chaos going on within us, and we have an opportunity to heal that. And what better way to do that than to join together with family from around the world and unite to raise the vibration on the planet. I already feel it, like Joan said. You know, I have goosebumps. You know, the hairs on my arms are standing up.
Yeah. And, you know, the reason why I created Portal to Ascension in the first place, and I've shared it multiple times, what came from it, like the challenges in my life. So the challenges that we have, the turmoil that we see gives us the opportunity to be the masters of that challenge, you know? So that's what this event is, that even though we might be going through some chaotic experiences, having some emotional turmoil, and I'm actually had a lot in the last 6 months, a lot of personal things happening for me, that this right here is a call for unity consciousness, and just for all of us to come together and to share love and feed each other with the love and acknowledgement, so that we can continue, you know, we get the support that we need from another, so that we can really be the way showers, all right, of this new paradigm.
It's like we're in a massive initiation, a mass initiation right now. And so just connecting all of our hearts and souls and minds to know that all is well, as we receive what we're meant to receive, we share what we're meant to share, and we move forward with grace together.
Exactly. So I want to share the schedule with everybody.
But
just
before
let everybody
you say
know what's
that,
going
I
to
just
happen.
want to say, jumping on Sheree, is that we are connecting the dots. If you just look at where everyone's from, Denmark, Czech Republic, Brazil, Florida, Hot Springs, New York, California. These are like dots, Utah, and
Czech Republic.
Right. We're connecting. All these dots are connected through this portal, Neil.
Yes.
We are connecting the planet together. And I think that's sort of miraculous in a way.
It is. That's why I love doing webinars. Every time I start a webinar and I have people, say where they're from. And I forgot to say this time, please do go ahead and let us know where you're from, on or off planet. It doesn't matter. Wherever you're from, just go ahead and let us know. Because in my brain, because I'm a really visually minded person, all of a sudden I see the planet and I see these little dots everywhere. And this grid work, the sacred geometry grid work that we're creating, setting our intentions. We're going to have mass meditations every single day. And, the Maharishi effect says that when we, basically when we gather and set our intention on something, we can actually create that reality. So part of that is not only to provide a lot of information and education, but also to implement it and shift the world's vibration, utilizing our group energy.
Right. Dublin, New Mexico, Scotland, Missouri, Guatemala, Belgium, New Mexico, Kenya, California, Alexandria, Israel, Orange County, Calgary, Canada, Belgium, Sedona, Colombia,
Bulgaria.
It's just these dots are lighting up on the planet. We're all lighting up. Something is happening. And I've never paid attention to that before, but it seems more significant now somehow.
It does actually. And doing these events and doing 2 of them this year and doing 2 last year, and then the other 2 that were, per year, I have noticed how the energy has picked up and the responses from people, the gratitude from people wanting to be involved and support in some way. Like, it really has, just being in this full time, I've seen the evolution of people really being all about it, and we're ready for what's to come.
Neil.
I was going to say, Neil, as we get going, I'd love to jump in and share some stuff, but whoever else was speaking, please go ahead of me.
Go, Brandon, go.
Hi, Joan. Again, with everything that's going on right now, I think this is such an important time for us to really just be able to reflect with what this feels like. Like there's a tangible feeling to what it is that we're experiencing. And I think what's actually so exciting about this feeling is that it's actually incredibly familiar and yet at the same time new. Like there are going to be people that are going to be like, whoa, like this is my first time at an event like this. I've never been here with so many amazing people. And suddenly, what does it make you feel like? It makes, and for those of you in the chat, what does this feel like? Like in 1 or 2 words, what does this feel like? And, for me, a lot of what this feels like, it feels like home. It feels like family. It feels like tribe. It feels primordial. It feels familiar. And so, there's a very interesting thing, and I'll just put this into the perspective as we move forward into the portal. And there's a bunch of other stuff that I'll share, but when the time is right, there's a very interesting idea with what it is that we're experiencing right now. And one of those is this idea that the reason why this actually feels so familiar is that from one perspective, for those of us who resonate with this, and this is just an idea, take it for how you will, what we're experiencing right now is actually us incarnating into the past, quote unquote, the past, meaning that a lot of us as like soul and everything like that, it's like we're already from the future. And yet we've like come to this moment at time to be able to specifically change the way this future is going to unfold. So that's why, it's like, what a coincidence that all of us amazing people just happen to be here at the same time. It's like, what if we chose to come here from multiple directions, multiple timelines, all to be able to take part in this very exciting journey, and literally here to be able to ignite the pillars of light that we are. This is like a Jedi resurgence going on. That's the way I see it. So anyways, Neil, thank you again, brother.
Oh, 100% agree.
Sorry, Neil, I would just have to
go for it.
second what Brandon was saying. This is like a homecoming, a family reunion, just an annual family reunion for, all of us and all the community members. It's a beautiful energy, and the love that's shared over the next 4 days and the previous conferences that we've done is just totally amazing. So I'm looking forward to it. And it's like Brandon said, this is like a homecoming, a family reunion, and that's what it feels like.
Right. I mean, I can't wait to hear some of these speakers again, because like, for instance, Dan Winter, when I listen to him, I get a little more each time. So I can't wait to hear how much more I'm going to get from that kind of genius, and Kamara Jones and JJ and Desiree Hurtak. There's so many great teachers here that I love hearing their development of their ideas, because it goes deeper into me and I become more illuminated. So thank you, Neil.
Thank you. All right. So I do want to go back around with you guys and have your intention. So Sheree, do you want to share your thought? I'll show the schedule and then we'll do a whole intention setting.
I was just noticing Joan's got some cards there. She's shuffling up for us.
Oh, nice. Maybe you can share that when we get to your intention, Joan. All right. Okay, everybody. So I'm going to share the schedule and talk to you about how the event's going to go over the next 4 days. And so let's go ahead and do that. Now you're seeing the back end. This is this is what I shared with the speakers and the MC. So I'm showing you this because it's more concise. The schedule is on our website, online events. And then you can go ahead and click on the on the event page. And if you scroll all the way down here we go. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Go ahead and take a look at the schedule. It's been updated as of today, so it's correct. On YouTube, if you're on YouTube, it's in the description there. And if you're in Zoom, we'll post the schedule maybe 3 times during the day, giving you guys updates. But today, who we're going to experience are the following. This is for today. So right now, we're in the introduction intention setting. After this, we're going to go into Joan of Angels, and she's going to give us her download and also the first mass meditation intention setting for the 4 days. Then after that, I'm going to be on for today, and I'm going to do a portal to Ascension history. How did we get here? Why are we all here right now? What kind of started that? And after that, we have Zayla, who's a new speaker on our platform, incredible individual. Following him is Teah Akrish, who is a secret space program whistleblower that just came out over the last few months, but she's actually going to do a talk on ancient technology that was actually discovered by the SSP and have been implemented into advanced programs now. So that's going to be really mind-blowing. We have Aage Nost, who's going to talk about astral travel. We'll have a flute player today, a Native American flute, which is Michael De Maria. Really amazing artist. Following him, Paul Hynek, who is the son of J. Allen Hynek, Then we have Nicole Richmond, who will be talking to us about walk-ins and hybrid ETs. And then the last presentation today would be myself. I'm going to do a presentation called The Origin Stories of Humanity, Ancient History presentation. And then to close out today, we have two amazing things to close out. Firstly, I need to tell everybody logistically, the way I have it set up is that on Friday and on Sunday, we're going to go live on YouTube for the whole conference, but the panels are separate. So the panels will be re-streamed over again. So we're going to stop the stream and then we're going to start it again for the panels on Friday and Saturday, on Sunday. You can go ahead and go to YouTube/Portal to Ascension right now, click on the panel and click the remind me button right there and get the information on it. But it's ready there to go. The video's ready there. You can even go to the page now. We're just going to be live on a separate stream for that. And then today for after hours, we have an after hours presentation. Laura Eisenhower requested to do a little mini presentation about uplift, aligning with the truth frequency is what it's called. So after we do the panel today, a few minutes later, we're going to do a separate stream once again, and that's going to be with Laura Eisenhower from 7 to 8 p.m. So we're going for a good amount of time for today. That's about 10 hours straight of nonstop information. Again, if you want to check out the schedule, go to portaltoascension.org, online events, and check it out over there. Okay, everybody. So firstly, let me tell you why we have the team that we have right here in front of you right now. You know, when we did the second live Portal to Ascension conference in Irvine, my really good friend Dave, he plays Didgeridoo at our events. He said to me, basically, you just threw a big party, invited all your friends. I was like, yes, that's exactly what it is. And that's the energy that we like to really bring with this. And the individuals that are going to be hosting with us today and part of this event are people that I have a huge amount of reverence for, that I've worked with or I've seen their work, but a lot of them are been my friends for multiple years. So it really feels like not only a family reunion, but it feels like I'm with my family here hosting and facilitating this event. And together we're going to curate, this experience for you all. So I guess I'll do every individual one at a time. And then, that person can go ahead and do an intention and introduction. So let's go ahead and start out with Alan Steinfeld, who last time I said he needs no introduction, he told me, well, I do like a little introduction. So Alan Steinfeld, even though you've probably seen him quite a lot on Portal to Ascension, has become such a great friend and one of our biggest supporters. And we're just supporting each other on many levels. Not only do we work with each other before the current world situation, but over the last 2 years, we've been doing things together almost weekly, at least multiple times a month. And the dedication and passion that he has for this information and the sincerity that he has with it really shows in all his work and his decades of work and bringing this information out. So I would like to start with you, Alan, and give it to you, let you set your intention, do whatever you like.
Thank you, Neil. This is starting to feel so familiar, so comfortable, so much like a family, and everyone is welcome. Everyone, if you have a friend who's not tuned into this kind of dialogue, invite them, tell them to just check it out. It's free, it's everywhere on YouTube. So just take in, everyone watching, take in the kind of crystallization that's happening in our community. 2 years we've been isolated from each other in the world, but yet something is growing. It's underneath that decay of the old structure. There's a new level of complexity and connectivity that is growing. This is what they call in chaos theory a new manifestation of a greater world. And this is what we're in. And you can just feel, I do, and I think everyone here on the panel, everyone watching, we feel a connectivity to each other in a way where now this is comfortable. It's not just like we're isolated. Even though it's Zoom and computer and a flat screen, there is an energetic connection to all of us. And I'm feeling it more and more there. And, the weather's changing here on the East Coast. It's coming into fall. It's the 1st of October. We've kind of come through the major part of the year. And I think things are looking better. I think there's real hope for the planet and for us and the community. And people are looking for the alternatives that we present to the world. So we just put it out there, drop into ourselves, and just stretch out in your mind to those people that do need help, that are asking for guidance, that are asking for a new way to be shown to them. Let's just put it out there for 1 minute and just and smile from your heart. So be it. You know, when everyone drops in, you feel it. You feel that boom, we're in. Thank you, Neil. Thank you for it.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to our next intention setter, and MC and host would be Michelle Anderson. And Michelle, another individual that I've known for multiple years, but as she said when we first connected, is that, you know, not only had I heard of her for like 3 years before I even had a conversation with her, but she'd also heard of us and had been following some of the work, and we're really close friends with many of the speakers we work with, namely Michael Tellinger. She's really great friends with him. And our friendship has evolved and blossomed into something that is just so pure and just so loving that it's almost like an activation when I just have a conversation with her. Really sets me, centers me, and she has given me insight and support and advice during these years as Portal to Ascension has grown. And I've seen her, stepping into her own and doing so much more as she's seen Portal to Ascension grow. So I'm just extremely excited and to have her on here. And from now on, she, as long as she has us, she will be at every single large Portal to Ascension event, because she brings that energy of just the sincerity and the authenticity, but also of the pure unconditional love and the want for all of us to come together as one. So I really appreciate that you're here, Michelle. It's all yours. Please take it away.
Wow, Neil, thank you so much. I feel the same way about you and everyone here. I may not have had direct conversations with everyone of our hosts, but most of them I have friendships, formed deep friendships with. And I do feel like we're a family. And when I'm aligned in these Portal to Ascension gatherings, I feel like what happens is we are refueling ourselves, because a lot of us have taken on just the energy of the world right now. And, we're all going through our personal evolutionary process. And that means we're doing our individual work, but it always feels so good to come into this heart of one where we feel accepted and loved and appreciated. So I have such deep gratitude for everyone here, every one of the speakers and the sound healers and the host. And Neil, I just want to say that many times I tell my friends that there aren't many people that I would just absolutely do anything for. And you are one of those people, because I feel the purity in your heart. I know how much you love this planet. I know how much you love being embodied, even when it hurts. And I know what your mission is and what your goals are to get us united and to get us to that next level that humanity is reaching for right now. And we're seeing it all play out. But I do feel like each one of us is a part of that. So this morning, like I said earlier, I've been in deep prayer this morning. Being here in California, there's a lot pulsing, and I know there's a lot pulsing all over the world. So I've been in deep prayer for all those who are being impacted by what's happening right now. And I set my intention this morning and I sent it to Neil and Tanya. I know Tanya's working feverishly behind the scenes, and I just want to give her props and shout outs to Tanya for all she does for all of the people who are on right now. I know she's holding everyone in her heart and giving them all the information they need behind the scenes. But my intention is for all who join with us here in Portal to Ascension's 4-day summit to create and be a container of divine love and unity, with visions that all needs are met and for miracles to unfold in the blink of an eye as we demonstrate and embody. I want us to feel that we embody harmony, unity, gratitude, love, peace, joy, acceptance, truth, freedom, and reverence for all life, as we open the door to the collective by bringing humanity into our heart of one, raising the vibration on earth and in the cosmos through all of the wisdom teachings, meditations, sound healings, and activations by this powerful group who have been called to join in this now moment. We are the ones. Each one of you here who is joined in right now has been called for a reason. And this is the time. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much for seeing me over these years, and your love is just like words can't express my gratitude for your presence, in my life. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I feel the same, and about each one of you.
And let me just say again, everybody, you are every single one of these people right here are actually my favorite people in the world. So it's pretty awesome that I get to do this with my favorite people here. So let's now go to Tanya. Tanya is actually here. Since you said Tanya's name, what we've done every year is we've said thank you to everybody supporting on the back end. But this year I thought I might as well bring Tanya on camera and have her just do her intention as well. So Tanya, if you're here, do you want to start your camera? I think maybe you're not a presenter yet. Okay, we'll come back to you, Tanya. I'll set you as a presenter in just a moment. So let's move on let's go to Omar. So I'm excited to be introducing Omar to you. Omar, I am one from Watches Talk TV. We have cultivated a very good friendship, a solid friendship, and much mutual reverence for each other over the years, in which it was like 4 or 5 years ago, Omar and I had a conversation because they were running some groups on ancient aliens and other groups online, and asked me to be on their podcast. And from that moment onwards, just like with many people I've worked with, we've kind of just seen where it would evolve into and wanted to work with each other. But over the 4 years, we've started to work with each other on many levels. Not only would I like to maybe say that I've actually offered him insight on how to create these events and that he's started doing a lot on his own. But at the same time, he's been a support for us. He helps on the back end. He jumps into places and does things without even me knowing I need it, or even me asking. He's been really taking the initiative just to be a huge support in everything that we do. And then on top of that, I would say that he's like one of my very close friends that even though we haven't met in person, he lives in Canada. I think of him often and I send him love and blessings just because of the grounded conversations that we have with each other and our mutual intention and mission on Earth. So everybody, I'm really happy to introduce you to Omar. Omar, go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate the introduction, brother. That's beautiful. And yeah, indeed, over the last 4 or 5 years, we have developed a very good relationship, more like a brother type of relationship. And I hope to be in California soon to hang out with you and just have a in-person conversation and just hang out. But when it really comes to this type of stuff, I would have to give great big gratitude to you, because it really opened up my eyes as to the capacity that my channel can do, and you really helped me helped organize my mind as to what needs to be done, how it needs to be done, and who I should have on, what should I do, how should I vet these people. So I totally appreciate that. And I love these. I totally love these events because of the fact that, one, it's a family reunion, and second, it's like-minded people from all around the world coming together and just sharing knowledge. So my intention for this is really to share knowledge and to spread the word, and really help elevate people's awareness and facilitate their awareness so that they know themselves better, and the knowledge that they get, they can use on a day-to-day basis. I'm down for having knowledge, But my biggest thing is that I would like people to have knowledge that they can use in their daily lives, right? Because that's what really matters, and that's why we're all here. And so that's really what my intention is to throw out that love and show everybody that as much as we are divided, we're still unified as a single family from across the world. And these events just clearly demonstrate that. All the people that are in a chat room, all the people that are watching us on YouTube and Facebook and all the other platforms that are on, really shows that we're together and we love one another and we support one another. And that's what I really appreciate about this community. And also I really love Dr. Joan's smiles. She's she's always smiling, so I always appreciate that. And just seeing the big smiles from everybody, like Brandon, for instance, I totally love it. So thank you very much, Neil, Shariah, Brandon, Alan, Michelle, Dr. Joan, Tanya, Rob. I appreciate every single one of you, and I love you guys very much. And you guys are like family to me. And I hope to continue to develop this relationship over the next decades to come, because we have a lot of work to do, right? So let's get it out there.
Yep. A lot of shifts and changes in store for the future. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Piera said, "Amen to practical knowledge." So we have a second on that one. And yes, that's exactly, we're going to go full circle. Portal to Ascension, the word ascension to me is full circle awareness, because all elements fit within it. We're either devolving in consciousness, evolving in consciousness. There's a constant ascension going on. Every day we transcend challenges and difficulties to empower ourselves. So this is about esoteric information, experiential information and awareness, but also practical knowledge of how we can implement this in our lives now and make some actual change for ourselves and for the others, right? And come together.
And that's the biggest thing, Neil, is to make that change within. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't change what's happening out there, but you can surely change what's within. And when you change what's within, that really has a ripple effect within your family, within your friends and your community and your place of work. And it really has that effect. So exactly. Indeed, self-awareness and looking within is really the key to higher awareness and higher consciousness.
Exactly. Thank you, brother. All right. So let's go over to, I think, Tanya. Tanya, are you on now? Oh, she's still having tech difficulties. Okay, so we will come back to her once again. All right, let's move over to Rob Yucks. So Rob, everybody, he is the creator, founder of Full Spectrum Universe. And I met him through Omar, and he and Omar have produced a couple of epic events together. Just did a 4-day, I think it was 4-day event, multiple speakers called Total Disclosure that we also broadcasted to our YouTube, and it's actually on there right now if you guys want to check it out later. But as I've been watching Rob, not only the way he communicates with speakers, but his curiosity for life and information, I've gained this deep respect for just him as an individual. And I really feel like I do see him just in all the productions and all the work that he does. So I'm really happy to, say that now that we are friends and acquainted, and bringing him on here for the first time to actually host a Portal to Ascension event is just the beginning of many. So I'm excited for all of you to get to know him over the next few days. So go ahead, Rob, take it away.
Thank you. I'm so grateful to be a part of this. I've seen so many of them, and now I get to take part in it. It's like, I get to walk among such amazing people all the time. And one of the things that sticks out that to me is everybody always says that we are the ones we've been waiting for, and having that gratitude and breaking the programming and kind of coming into our own through introspection and meditation. And for me, it's been a wild journey, and Portal to Ascension has helped me so much to cultivate that information. So for me to be here to help out and to do whatever I can to give back to the cause it's full circle, and it makes me feel so amazing. And I just have great eternal love for all of you. And it is like a family. And like, when I see all these different places coming up in the chat, it's like different hubs, and that's emanating from those hubs so we can encompass the entire globe. And it's an amazing thing. And I look forward to doing so much more work with everybody here. And just thank you. And I appreciate you letting me be here to be, among these great people.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you, brother. All right, so here's Tanya, everybody. So Tanya Fitzpatrick was working at the center where we did our first large Portal to Ascension conference in 2012 called Cosmic Reunion 2012. But we met a little bit before that when we were doing smaller events at the center before they moved to that new location. So she has known us and been with us from the moments where we were like, what are we doing? Who are we? Trying to figure out what Portal to Ascension is, and really has witnessed firsthand because she's also been working with us on and off during that time, not only working at the venues and, doing things that the venues would have to handle for us to be, renting it out, but then also for a period of time working as an assistant in communicating with everybody and helping us with graphics. But now she's actually working for Portal to Ascension, with Portal to Ascension, let me say, for part-time over the last over 6 months, maybe up to a year now, in which that she might have been the individual corresponding with you via emails or getting back to you, responding to your messages on the website, does a lot of the back end, helps me run everything in a way that provide support so we can create more of these events. And the last two events, we all did a little hands up energy towards Tanya, giving her gratitude at the end of the event. But this time I thought, why don't we bring you on, Tanya, so that you can share your intention and everybody can get to see the individual that's really helping support us in the back end. So welcome, Tanya.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate the intro. It's really a privilege to be in the background. That's where I'm most comfortable. If you notice, I've had nothing but technical difficulties for the last 15 minutes because I really do like to hide in the background. But thank you for bringing me on. I do like to connect with people. And like you said, when we met, 2011, I think it was, I knew then, basically echoing what Michelle said, you're one person that I've come across in the community that when you meet someone who's all heart and has this pure motive to literally help awaken humanity and bring love, no matter what the issues are, bringing love to the planet. And that is a mission that I can lend my support to. So right then I knew that I didn't know why, but for some reason, this guy in 10 years or whatever, he's going to have this channel. And here's the channel. We're all connecting when so much of the world is locked down. We can still have access to one another through this beautiful, beautiful channel that Neil has created through a lot of effort, blood, sweat, and tears on the part of both he and Soul, and everyone in your family has felt the energy toward this. So I just want to thank you for doing this and giving me this opportunity to give back to the community and help be a part of this mission. So blessings to everyone who's here and all the speakers. This is truly an act of love on all of our parts.
Thank you so much, Tanya. And thank you. I just can't say thank you enough for everything that you're doing and then just jumping on and helping out. So appreciate you. Love you very much. All right. So we have 3 more intentions to go. And then the last intention will be Joan of Angels, because she's going to take us away for the next 30 minutes after that intention into whatever experience she wants to cultivate for us. So let's go over to Shreya Dharma now, and then we'll do Brandon. So Shreya, she was actually a host at the 2012 conference. She was one of the MCs, and that was the first time that I actually got to know her as a person. And from then onwards, for a couple of years after that, we really didn't work with each other that much. But then all of a sudden, we had some sort of connection. We worked with each other, and Shreya has supported Portal to Ascension on so many levels, not only helping design the current website, helping with affiliates, creating overall marketing strategies, co-producing individual events with me. We just co-produced the Pyramid Knowledge Conference that took place a few years ago, the Quantum Timeline Jumping Conference that took place a few months ago. 2 events that will be every single year that I'm producing with Shreya, but also we are now in the process of curating an Ancient Civilization conference series that's going to take place every month for the next 12 months, in which we're going to do an all-day conference on a different ancient civilization. The first one being the Maya civilization, that's going to take place in 10 days from now on 10/10/21, where we're going to have an all-day 10-hour day event just on the Maya civilization. So she's just been such a great person to call and ask for things for, to send an email to and be like, did I word this right? Is this a little too triggering? Can you help me here? So it's been just like so multifaceted. So I'm excited for her to be a part of this and to not only know her as all the other elements that she helps with, but her as also a speaker, a teacher, an author, in which she has her own energy that she really brings to the table. So, and she will also be doing one of the mass meditations / presentations throughout the next 4 days. So welcome, Shreya.
Thank you so much, Neil. Yes, it's just been such a joy to be on this journey with you, Neil, and with all of you here, whether we've met yet or not, because we've been together this whole time, whether we've known each other in the physical or not. So remembering that connection to spirit, rekindling the connection with our true self, our eternal self through the heart. That is my intention for all of us this weekend. When there is so much chaos and unknown, so many unknowns, and what we might call misinformation, disinformation, outright lies, not even knowing which is which, not even being able to sort it out. It creates a confusion in the mind. But what it also is an opportunity for us to just stop on the outer world and go within and finally cultivate that connection within us. That's the only thing that's going to guide us through this, step by step, moment by moment, day by day. Creator of all creators, being of all beings, light of all lights, love of all loves. Thank you so much for giving us this challenge of rekindling our connection with you directly, so that we can hear that still small voice within to allow us to take the next step and the next step and the next step on our path, keeping our heart open to love, healing our hearts, healing our minds, bringing forth great compassion for one another as we're all doing the best we can. We're all going through a massive initiation and a massive, even probably to different degrees, dark night of the soul through all this. Can we cultivate our compassion for one another, knowing that each person is doing the best they can with the information and energy that they've been presented with? And can we imagine together the healing that's transpiring through all of this, and see beyond the curtain to the other side where all this is already healed and we've accomplished it? So be it, and so it is. Thank you all. I honor you, and I see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shreya. All right, so let's go over now to Brendan, Mystic Spider-Man, the creator and the founder of Paradigm Shift Central. Brendan, I checked out his documentary, I think around a decade ago now. And it was a mini documentary, do it yourself kind of documentary that he created that I thought was so well done and amazing, and just really showed just him as a person and what his mission is on Earth. And I just followed him for a few years after that. And I think it was a good 5 to 6 years of me just knowing who he was before I even had a conversation with him. And then we started sharing, what we do. And I became a supporter for Paradigm Shift Central, contributing to the Patreon there that I'm sure he'll tell you guys about later. And with that, we began growing our relationship. I had him on a few different events. He creates many different circles where they speak on different topics, and people get together as a panel discussion on a range of topics on spirituality, extraterrestrials, what's happening with disclosure, even more fine-tuned niche topics like that, as well as something that he just started more recently, which is a flowetry workshop that allows creators and conscious creators to have an opportunity, a safe space to express themselves through freestyle poetry. Right? Just like whatever is coming from you, whatever you want to express, that's just one of the tools that he has cultivated for conscious creators. So if you're someone out there that also is creating content and putting it out to the world, Brendan is the support for that. It is kind of the way shower for other creators within the consciousness movement. And now at this point, we become really good friends. And anytime we can jump on each other's platforms, we do. So you guys probably met him last time if you were here. I'm excited for you to see him again. And he will also be doing one of the mass meditations over the next 4 days. So welcome, Brendan. Thank you for being here, brother.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you so much for having me. Just before I start babbling on, is my microphone sounding okay? I had to do some adjustments and stuff like that. Is it okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. Perfect. So yeah, thank you, Neil, so much for having me, for everybody here, for just holding this space together. Again, my name is Brendan. In the YouTube chat, you guys will see my username is Skull Babylon Neo Gonzo Journalist of the Future. And on Instagram, I'm Mystic Spider-Man. And again, ParadigmShiftCentral.com is kind of the portal for the website that we've created over the years. And, you know, it's really exciting to just be able to look back on how far this journey has been able to just like, not only for myself, because I mean, again, you know, when I started creating conscious media, like I was about like 20 years old when I kind of was just like feeling something within my heart that was just like, you know, it was me asking, it was my answer to the question of how can I help change the world? And that for me is really the intention that I want to be able to invite other people who are here with us right now, is for you to ask that question yourself. How can you help change the world? And when you get down to it, there's a lot of different ways that you can go about that. You know, you can do it through the creation of your content, through the art, but really it's about being able to bring it back to the wisdom of the heart. Because even though within this world right now, there's a lot going on, there's a lot of, you know, like chaos all around us. The simplicity of this is that, you know, through the creation of circles like this and through the creation of, you know, events and broadcasts of all various sorts, what we're doing is, again, we're serving this process of being sacred mirrors for each other that are leading people back to the wisdom of the heart. Like that is it. That is as simple as it is. And then through the wisdom of the heart, this is where the solutions arise, you know, solutions. So even though we don't always know what it is that we may need to do, quote unquote, what I do know through my own experience of creating circles and bringing people together is that when you bring people together with intention, and you allow themselves to just like feel safe and coming into their heart space, the solutions of what is needed will naturally arise. So even for us being here on this weekend, you know, it's a bit of a mystery that we get to explore together. There's going to be a lot of things where, you know, Neil's done all the work to be able to create the container, to be able to do a lot of the, you know, there's a lot of like this kind of like masculine and feminine energy that's kind of integrated throughout the entire experience of the Ascension Conference, where, you know, it's scheduled, it's routine. We got hosts, we got this and this and this. But then within that, you know, it's like, this is a chance for spirit to dance. This is a chance for spirit to play. And in the process of doing that, you know, the intention here, very simply put, for those of you who are watching this, again, you know, let it be something that fills your cup with love, that nurtures your heart, that sparks something inside of you. And as I've said, even in the previous Portal to Ascensions, this is practice for what we do beyond this broadcast. What do you bring with you? So there's an actual resonance to you tuning in right now. And by you just being open to receiving it, allow it to be something that, again, not only just like is observed through your senses, but is integrated into your very being so that you become the portal to ascension. You carry it with you out into the world through your conversations, through your compassion, through your creativity, through your presence. And again, you know, it's not this idea of like, it's like, oh, we have to go overthrow the government tomorrow. Like, it's not just that, you know, it's literally this process of being able to activate the internal governance. This is the journey of reclaiming our sovereignty, you know? So Neil, I'm so grateful to be able to be here. Again, for those of you who are tuned in, if you guys want to connect with me further, Mystic Spider-Man on Instagram and TikTok, Skull Babylon on YouTube, and I'll be hosting the meditation on Sunday at 11 a.m. PDT. And yeah, I'm excited. I know we got to stick with our schedule and everything like that, but Neil, thank you again for being here. This is always a blast and absolute pleasure to everyone who's tuned in. So
thank you so much, brother. And I second that. Please do check out especially on Instagram or TikTok, Brandon's, because he's got some really cool videos and very funny things too. Like he just did a video promoting this event, but he had a filter where his face was an alien. And he was like playing this whole role of like his mom telling him to tell everybody about Portal to Ascension. It was so hilarious, but check him out for sure.
It's great.
It was perfect, bro. All right, everybody. Okay, so now we're getting into the last intention setter of today, who is also going to be the first experience for the day here. So everybody, all the MCs that are on, feel free to stay on until Joan begins, you know, or you can go ahead and switch your camera off now. It's completely up to you. But let me tell you, everybody, about Joan of Angels. And really, I feel like maybe hopefully I could just like send a frequency so you guys could really understand the gravity of Joan of Angels, because it's so much to really say. Like I should have actually created a presentation on it. But so Joan of Angels has become one of our best friends and biggest like personal support, like friendship connection, helping us on the individual level, both for my wife's soul and for myself. also met to 2011, 2012. And the first time we met each other was at the 2012 conference. Well, no, the second time we met each other, I believe, was when she came to the 2012 conference. And I think she purchased that ET from Cynthia Crawford that is right there at that same event. So we got synchronicities galore here. And Joan, at this point, only lives maybe a couple of hours away from us. We make routine stops over there every few months to be at her place, not just to be in the energy and be with someone who's a great friend, but to be in a safe environment. Going to Joan's house for me is like a sanctuary and an escape from all the turmoils of reality. Like, she has become that type of friend for me that I literally like pencil it in like 3 months in the future and look forward to that date, because it's a place where all the burdens that I feel sometimes I'm carrying on my shoulder from my personal life and from just doing these events slip away. And then not only that, we also brainstorm like crazy. When we're there together, the projects that manifest and many experiences that you've probably even been a part of or seen of ours, the ideas actually flourish at the Desert Heart Sanctuary in Desert Hot Springs with Joan of Angels. And so at this point, our interaction is so great. I love talking with her and emceeing with her, and you're going to enjoy her as well. And I'm just going to hand it over to her now. And then all of us here, we can go ahead and stop our cameras. And Joan, please share your intention and then just take us away for the next 25 minutes.
Joan, I love your coat of many colors. It is sparkling. It is great. Beautiful. Thank you.
Well, I don't leave everyone yet. All the speakers. You guys are amazing. I've seen many of you. I'm close to some of you. I can't wait to get closer to others of you. I feel like we represent a collective. It's like everyone here, all of you out there, those 6,000 that signed up and on YouTube, we've all are stepping into this amazing giant ship. We'll call it the mothership. But it has a name, Portal to Ascension. It's like this ship allows us to take these stairs. We're all doing it together. And I could see us, all of us who are up at the top of the screen, we are on the podium with the audience, looking out at the audience, and people are just coming in, but not just the people. It's the people who are coming in with their guides, their angels, their soul family, the master beings, the creator beings, the extraterrestrials. We are all gathered together in this amazing portal as we enter into this new time, this new dimension, and this new world. And all of you, the leaders here, Neil, you are showing us who your kingdom is, and that is such an honor to see. I feel like we're living our past life where we have all been together and have done this before. We're just re-engaging now with the soul contracts that we have to do this. I asked the guides to show me. So I want to see myself, actually.
Hi. Just want to say hi.
Hi. Okay, so I asked the guides to give me an understanding of what it is that they wanted for today. And I pulled from a very special deck, the Earth Warriors. And many of you know that I am an oracle. I am an intuitive guide, and I love giving messages from the ETs, from Yvonne, and from the messengers themselves. And it was the guardian of the Amakua. And I'm going to read the first paragraph because it is so powerful, the times we are in today. We are in a portal, of course, going into the light. We are in a doorway, stepping into the new way of being. And there is much chaos and confusion down below in the earthly planes, of which us who are here have that ability to walk both worlds. We have the ability to walk between the 3D and the 5D. And as a matter of fact, Alan's taking everyone on a remote viewing platform just to confirm that in the next week. So because we have that ability, we are stepping on that stairway and taking our tribe and going home to bring source information forward to the world. The wisdom we are gaining over the next 4 days go in what I love to refer to as our toolkit of mastery, these times of chaos and degeneration into the times we've been foretold. We are in that place now. We have waited for it. We have prayed for it. But beloveds, we are here right now, and it is messy. It is messy because it didn't come with flowers and roses. It said, okay, guys, the new world is right here. Open up that window. No, we have to go through a portal of ascension. We have to sit and understand and clarify what is happening on all levels, and then send that energy and be that energy when we walk back down in that 3D world, and know that we were not only called for these times, we are those spiritual warriors. We are one of those leaders. Each and every one of you who are listening to us here, you came here as a volunteer to be here. We need you. And so this card represents that. And it's a number 24, which I see is responsibility. So no matter how compelling an experience of challenge, darkness, or defeat may seem, and boy, oh boy, 2020, 2021 were dark, and they have predicted it will get darker for a moment, just a blink of time. The darkness, what is that? It's always darkest just before the dawn, and we are at the dawn. And the energy that will be supplied by these speakers, by the energy here, will be like we are a nuclear activator from that ship, from this portal we're creating, because it won't end in 4 days when we say goodbye. It will go on and on, the wisdom we get. And the energy, the vibrational shift that this core team, all of you who are with us now, this core team creates that energy of transformation that will, in fact, heal this planet. And using our inner eyes, just now looking at the planet through these higher vibrational frequencies, we can see, if it were like nighttime on the planet, we'd see all the light. And we could be part of raising that vibration. And that is why you all were called here today. Not just as a passive listener, but as an active coordinator, an active inspirationer, an active coincidence theorist who will learn from each and every download that others have received, and then put together your own map of our planet, of your role in our planetary ascension, because we are in it together. And we know there's a bifurcation and a timeline. And those of us on this ship are the master ascenders. I can say that. So there's been a promise that we will get through this dark and into the light. You will see and hear truth of the light, and you shall not be alone on this journey. I found Yvonne 2012 at Portal to Ascension. He is still with me. He was in the living room saying, what am I, chopped liver? You forgot to bring me on the show. So here we are. We are receiving information from those in the inner planes and those on the outer planes. You will see and hear the truth of the light. And that is what I've been told that today, my presentation is bringing in the light, bringing in this awareness so we can remember that who we are, and we can drive away the darkness. Now, how do we drive away the darkness when the light is so bright? When our vibrational frequency is at the 700 range of the avatar, we have the ability to positively raise the vibration of millions and millions and millions of souls. And so it has been foretold that our soul guides will help you find true north. And this 4 days is a journey into your soul, journey into true north. And so it is. May you know the truth of who you are. May you be able to handle the warfare down on that 3D realm by knowing the truth of who you are and discerning your place in it, regardless of what others tell you, regardless of what your government, your political figures, your friends, your family tell you. The truth resides within you. And this weekend, more and more channels for you to understand truth and wisdom are about to be revealed. We are on an exciting journey, my friends. So and I'm still reading that little paragraph. If you have been walking on a darker path, this is your opportunity to be refined. This is our opportunity this weekend to let go of what no longer serves us, to allow new energies, to let go of soul contracts that don't work, to let go of the cloud over our eyes so we can see the truth and truth be revealed to each and every one of you, so that you become a part of the soul solution, the soul mastery, the soul awakening, the soul experience, and the soul wisdom that each and every one of us has. This is our time of initiation. We chose to be here now. And it is with such gratitude to be reminded that we belong here. We belong on that ship, on that master ship. We belong with this tribe of master souls who've remembered who they are and who have stepped into their teachings in such a big light. Now, I have a few things to share, and I'm going to see if I can actually remember where I put my PowerPoint that I want you all to see. So give me a second as I relocate it on the screen, okay? And hopefully find it. Well, I had 2 PowerPoints, so let's go to the second. Okay, great. Here we go. Oop. Sorry, guys. I had my PowerPoint up to do a different PowerPoint at first. All right. And then I had 3. All right, well, we probably don't need our PowerPoint, is what I'm going to say, because I know what I was going to say anyway. So we are stepping through the light. Each and every one of you has a responsibility. And this responsibility is beyond even what you know. It's beyond your 3D life of health, wealth, and happiness, and providing food for your family and cleaning up after the dog. It's beyond that. Each of you are here today who have been given that pass of admittance to this mothership, by the way, which is in itself an honor, because yes, you think you chose and signed up, but I'm here to tell you that your guides tapped you on the shoulder and said, this means you. You are a part of this collective, and get your little fanny in there with your pack and all. And so as we ascend and step into this light, and as we start to shine so bright, our responsibility is to ascend into that 5th dimension, to find our way into mastery. And you have been given gifts in order to do that. Now, there are 3 levels that have been going on our planet. The first level is the rise of individualism, the importance of each and every one of us as not only a soul, but a human on the planet. Our thoughts, our actions, what we buy have suddenly become hugely important, because never in the history of our planet have we had so many choices that if you want cereal, you can go in and buy 100 different varieties. Therefore, producers know they have to please the consumer or hypnotize them into believing that what they are selling is what you want. But we had the rise of individualism, of which we are a part. And then we had the rise of globalism. So today we know what is happening in Australia. We know what is happening in the UK, and we know what is happening about how the world is responding to what is going on in that 3-dimensional frequency down below us, of which we have an opportunity to watch and see and stand apart, because we know what is true for us, whether we go along with agendas or whether we do not. It is our job to raise light frequency. We do that by not by pretending nothing exists, but by knowing the light within us. So we are globally connected around the world and have an opportunity now to see how there is a rise in a collective desire for freedom around the planet, soul awakening freedom. And one of the things I do on this planet is I am a soul awakening specialist. My guides told me one New Year's Eve that to wake up, I was a soul ascension trainer and a soul mastery awakener. And it was time for me to start sharing this wisdom and helping each and every individual whose job is to raise up to those next levels. So as we are on this giant mothership together, the third component of what has so transformed this planet is our connection, our intergalactic, internet, cell phone, our ability, if I wanted to call Michelle or Alan or send out a thought to them, well, I could send it in this chat room, I could send it in a message. Well, it's not as quick as telepathy, but it's the one step before. I have instant manifestation, each and every one of us in this web. So here this weekend, we have all the components of what we need to not only step into mastery in our personal lives, but to start to raise the vibrational frequency on our planet to that of miracles. Because we are more than the 5,000 who signed up with this. We are here not so much at the bequest of Neil, who is a channel for those from the other side who want more awakening on the planet. Neil himself has been chosen to do the work he does, just as each and every one of us. So know that we have that ability now to actually become those miracle makers we know that we are. We are the ones we have been praying for, but we are still going through that grand initiation. Things are messy down there on that 3D world. So know the truth of that mess and step away from the fray. Do not allow yourself to be pulled this way or this way. Rather, it's best to know the path you walk and be the light upon that path and hold steady for beloved ones. Surely as we are in the dark night of the soul, we will step into that awakening light and that dawn that has been foretold. The guides have promised us, they have assured us that that which we are doing now will magnify and intensify. We will go from that energy of the 5,000 around the planet to each of those connections to 10 to 20 to 1,000,000 as we spread that light, as that 1% of our planet awakens into these new frequencies, and we will be that change we've been waiting for. I am honored to be introducing us, honestly, into the new world, into that new light, into that new energy that each of you are bringing forward to this. My work began when I was 30, many years ago, when my guide showed me that I was here to inspire the planet. And from that moment on, when I saw that I was here to heal, that I was here to uplift and raise the vibrations, I knew nothing else but this service. My entire life, when you know what your soul wants, then you have that opportunity to sing your song. And I was shown this. And so everything I did, from my chiropractic work to the work I do now as a guide, I have a weekly show, Step into the Miraculous. You step into the miraculous by stepping away from the dark. So if you have been on the path of reading too much news or freaking too much or going, oh my God, have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Know that you do not have to live in that dark and fear. Trust that we are in the times that we're called for. We are in the quickening. We are in that energy that will evolve into the place, the home, the life that we do know. See the future as we want it. In fact, see Avon and our ETs walking among us. See the angels walking among us. See us walking among them. See each and every human living their best life to the fullest potential, honoring their soul choices. See that each of us has that freedom to express who we are in our body, mind, and soul, and that we live in that prosperity that Spirit has promised us. For I have seen the prophecies, and the prophecies that have said that they never meant for us to suffer on this planet like we have. So know that our time is so near, hastened by the next few days, hastened by your presence on our mothership, on our portal to ascension. So if you've been proceeding along that dangerous path, know that we will guide you safely from evil and ill wishing and guiding us back to our highest purpose and our sacred path. So I invite you all to join me every week on my Miracle Mondays and my Step into the Miraculous. Please go and love my YouTube channel. All of you people on Portal to Ascension have helped grow my channel, and I so appreciate that. If you can subscribe to it, I would so be honored. I am the host of Step into the Miraculous and Miracle Mondays, and I do private individual coaching on how to step into your soul purpose this life and clarify, let go of what no longer serves you and clarify. So you can check that out at my website, and I'll put it below in a minute when I'm done. So I'm so honored to be part of this collective. I am part of Soul Family here. I resonate with you of Portal to Ascension far more than almost any other tribe. I have to acknowledge those of you who have come and visited me on my shows, and I just want to acknowledge each and every speaker. You are in for a wonderful weekend. It is 11:11. Let's all take a deep breath together. Ooh, and then let it all out. And I want you to feel your heart. I want you to feel your heart so big and feel it expand, and send your heart love out to me and out to everyone on this panel and out to everyone on the ship, and then out to the world at large. And so it is. Thank you so for your time, your love. All right. Maybe I went faster than Neil thought I was going to go, or maybe I have more time. Are there any questions that anyone has for me about anything that I said? I just know, guys, that we are going to go through the dark. Expect it. Just fluff those wings, know your fifth dimension, and clear your own frequency, and let's get on with it. All right. I love each and every one of you. It matters to me. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Neil.
Thank you so much, Joan. No questions, but definitely a lot of gratitude.
Mwah. Thank you for allowing me to get us up to the ship. Now everyone's going to take us off, and Yvonne sends his love to each and every one of you.
Thank you. Love you, Joan. See you in a bit. All right, everybody. So now we're segueing in to a little bit of Portal to Ascension history. So I'm just going to talk about how we kind of got to this point. And again, here's the schedule for today. We're going to go with Zayla. He's going to be coming on right after my talk here. And then we're going to have Teah Akrish talking about the Secret Space Program, Aage Nost, Astral Travel. Michael DeMaria will be joining us for 20 minute flute performance. It's really amazing music. Paul Hynek will be after that. Nicole Richmond, and then myself presenting tonight. If just again, if you want to know the schedule on YouTube, it's in the description. On the website, it's at the bottom. Tanya, if you can maybe take the schedule from YouTube and post it into the Zoom room a few times today, that'd be awesome. So I wanted to do this kind of PTA history just to kind of, because I love to like just see how things manifest and become what they are. And let me just change my view setting here so I can see myself better. There we go. So the way, I'm just going to go back to the beginning because I have like 20 minutes here. I was born in England. A lot of you have probably heard this story. I was born in England, and I moved to the US when I was 12 years old. I moved to California, into Southern California. I was never I was raised into a Hindu family. So I was raised Hindu, all the Hindu rites and rituals. As a child, I would actually perform Hindu Indian bhajans, which are hymns for all types of ceremonies. Because I had a pretty large family in England, and my granddad all the time, he was actually doing what's called havans and chankis and mata di chankis, which are Hindu traditional ceremonies. And I would be like that 7-year-old kid singing those hymns, but I really never ever kind of thought what I was doing. I wasn't thinking about God. I was just doing it for the community, doing it because I thought that was what I was supposed to do. I didn't really think about God or creation or consciousness. So I moved to the US, 12 years old. I still kind of felt disconnected. I felt that there was something not really right on the planet, that something was a little off, that it could be different. When I graduated high school and I turned 18 years old, it was in the year 2000. I started going to a place called Cal State Fullerton. And there, while I was at Cal State Fullerton, now I'm in college, and I was introduced to all types of different people from all over the world, different types of music. I found the band Tool, that became my favorite band of all time. So I was into psychedelic rock and getting into a lot of elements that were actually foundational for the information I was going to get into very soon. As I started doing that, I started writing spoken word poetry that some of you experienced one of my poems at the beginning of today that I'll be sharing throughout the next 4 days. I started writing poetry on black holes. I even wrote a short story. I actually wrote a short story on two different gender, race, two different groups of people that were genders that weren't male or female, that were from another planet. And I had this whole short story series in 2001 that I was putting out on LiveJournal that was basically about these other planets and the interaction between these two different beings and how they became one. And at this point, mind you, I wasn't into any of this information. I believe now that it was part of me and my cells and my DNA for sure, but I wasn't consciously aware of everything, right? And as I started writing this poetry, I decided, it was like sci-fi poetry, I decided to go ahead and start searching the keywords of what I was actually finding. And as I started searching the keywords as of what I was writing, actually, so I started searching the keywords like ancient civilization, black hole, right? Things like that. I started stumbling on a range of speakers, most of which, if not all of them, I've had the opportunity to work with at this point. And I found William Henry, Nassim Haramein, Jordan Maxwell, Jim Self. This information started connecting dots for me. And even though I kind of considered myself an atheist Hindu because I was Hindu, but I just did the rites and rituals. I just did what I was told. I didn't ever have any beliefs. So I consider myself an atheist Hindu. And I was very mathematical, linear minded, right? Like science, frequency, vibration. The vibration and frequency information that I started finding out that ancient civilizations were also talking about make me start realizing that they had some awareness of an advanced science of how creation is made that has completely been lost to time, that we're only now rediscovering. That appeased my linear mind. It made me start realizing that, wait a second, is spirituality, meditation, yoga, conscious living, eating really good foods, having great water, are these all elements that are designed to specifically help shift our frequency because they are actually vibrating at harmonic frequencies? And is that what spirituality is? Because I wanted to find one thing. The reason why I started Portal to Ascension came from one specific thought. And that thought was, what's the root of all religion? What is the root of all religion? Well, if the Adam and Eve story is true or anything like it, and we started from a small group of people, or even just a couple of people, which I don't believe it was a couple, I think it was groups of people and tribes. If that was the case, there must be an origin of it all. What is the origin? And through the search of what the origin is for everything, I started discovering all these other topics that we've actually put on Portal to Ascension. And my search for the root of all religion led me quickly down the ancient civilizations path, in which I found the Sumerian scriptures. I read the Sumerian scriptures. I read the Old Testament, the New Testament. I read the Quran. And I would draw parallels. I'll be there in 2002. at Panera Bread in Irvine with like the Quran, the Sumerian tablets, and the Bible, and I'm drawing, highlighting areas that are similar and connecting. So now I started seeing, oh my God, there are all these stories that are the same exact stories in all these texts. Some religions that they say are pagan religions, like Hinduism, even though technically it's not pagan, it's actually monotheistic, and these are all reflections of one. There were all these connections and similar stories. So it made me realize that, oh, wow, there is all this information that proves that we came from original source. Yet how come everything I ever find that's conventionally given to me is about how we're different from another and that our way is the only way to the truth? But it seems like there are many pathways and all these other civilizations borrowed from even ancient ones. There's a line in the Rig Veda, which is the scriptures of ancient India that Hinduism eventually came from, plus many other traditions. And the line goes, there are many pathways to the same destination. In Hinduism, there is no way to convert to Hinduism. There's no formal conversion like baptism or anything like that. The reason for that is because it's not believed to have to be a reality. You don't need that. The reason why they think that is that since there are many pathways to the same destination, you don't need to change their pathway. Continue down the pathway you're on. Change your pathway if you want to. It doesn't have to be formal. Choose whatever way you want, but we're all going to the same destination. So I really started implementing that as I was uncovering all of this ancient wisdom and information. From 2000 up until like 2008, I was deep into conspiracies because as soon as I found out about extraterrestrials, UFOs, the ancient connection, and the fact that we've probably been visited since the beginning of time, or even these beings had some sort of involvement in the seeding of humanity in the first place, as soon as I started understanding that, I quickly went down the conspiracy rabbit hole, right? So come 2008, the 2008 version of me, which is still a really happy person in general, was also the person talking conspiracies all the time and was like, these guys are after me, after us. This is what they want to do. They want to depopulate, blah, blah, blah. I was in a lot of fear. And I started questioning myself. I was like, why am I in so much fear when literally everything that I've been focusing on for 8 years is spiritually oriented and is about empowerment? What is the missing link here? In that same year, I got fired as a financial analyst, and I began doing spiritual events. I trained myself as a web designer to start creating the first Portal to Ascension website. And I realized there was one missing link. And the missing link for me was the love. Like, I was so into this information, it was so heady, but where was the love, so to speak, that I just did not feel that connection. And as soon as I realized the missing link was love, I changed my view on the reality as, instead of they are doing this to me, to almost like gratitude for the experience, even the experience of darkness, and also the acceptance of they also being a reflection of me, and even gratitude for them giving the experience that they gave me. No, in no way does that mean that I'm allowing this to continue to happen. I'm still taking informed action to make some shifts so that we can live in a world where we don't have controllers dictating the way we live in such a unharmonic way, right? So when the love piece came into the puzzle and completely finished this whole aspect of me, and I started realizing that we are all one and intricately connected, and even utilizing information from Dan Winter and Nassim Haramein to mathematically prove that interconnectedness of all things and everything in creation. As that occurred, I started the first ever Portal to Ascension group, which wasn't called Portal to Ascension at this point. In 2008, it was called 2012 Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence. And I changed the name over a couple of years. So it was called that. Actually, it was a little bit before 2008, like 2007, when I created the group. I started changing the name because I realized, firstly, I took out the title 2012, because my evolution took me to a point where I realized it wasn't about waiting for a date, but really cultivating the inner peace so you can experience the moment, be present in this moment. So it became Cosmic Consciousness, Mind, Evolution, and Presence. Then it became Cosmic Consciousness, Evolution, and Presence. And then in 2008, 2009, I had a dream And in that dream, I was told to change the name of the groups to Portal to Ascension. And I changed the names of the groups to Portal to Ascension. And then this entity was born. For the first couple of years, we just started with sound healing events, small sound healing events. But when 2010 hit, we did 3 tours to Canada back and forth, back from San Diego to Victoria Island and back down again. The first was with Dr. Dream, who facilitates something called the Galactivation, where we were playing 3 hours of sound healing tools. And the other 2, one was a sound healing tour, and the other one was called Galactic Remembrance, which was a channeling tour in which a friend of mine was channeling a being from Sirius. So this was the playing ground. 2008, 2009, 2010, it was the playing ground for Portal to Ascension in creating these events. Jump forward a couple of years, and now I'm going to screen share to give you guys some visuals here. So here are the flyers actually for a couple of those tours. One was called the Galactic Remembrance Tour, 2010, 2011. One was called the Sound and Vibrational Activation Tour. I started realizing that we had something amazing here. Thousands of people were joining the Portal to Ascension groups. I had to create a Portal to Ascension fan page. I created the UK chapter on Facebook, the Canada chapter on Facebook, California, New York, Portland, Seattle. All these mini groups were popping up with thousands of people joining them. So I thought to myself, what if I created a large scale event, a 3-day conference that these events I've been going to for a few years, and invited some of these speakers that I've been connecting with? So I did that. In 2012, we had the Cosmic Reunion 2012. And then in 2013, we had the Cosmic Reunion 4th Density. And these were really the milestone events in the production capabilities of Portal to Ascension so that we could be where we're at today. And as I said earlier, about 4 of the MCs, actually our friendships kind of began around this time, and some of them actually at these events. And now fast forward into the future. It's for the last 6 to 7 years, we've cultivated and curated this online university of consciousness awareness, where I've worked with over 1,500 speakers at this point, panel speakers, presenters, researchers, yogis, quantum physicists, archaeologists, and so much more, in order to really look at what the nature of reality is. Who are we? Where do we come from? What does this all mean? What is our true history? And what can we learn from that? So at this point, there's about 10,000 hours of presentations on our website that you can sort by speaker, you can sort by category, you can search by any topic, you can look at documentaries, interviews, 10,000 hours altogether. And 3,000 hours of that 10,000 hours is completely for free, ready to be viewed for anybody to join. Everyone that signed up for this event, you get access to the archives of 3,000 hours of presentations. It's curated in a way where it's not complicated to go through. You can add things to your watch list, watch them later. You can continue watching from where you left off, and all that, all the bells and whistles that come with a streaming platform. So everybody here who signed up, and if you haven't signed up, check out the description and in the YouTube video, and please do go ahead and click the sign up button so that you can go ahead and sign up for the website. For the Zoom page, for the Zoom room, excuse me. And then if you sign up for the Zoom room, then you can also get access to the back end of the website. And that's where we're at today. And here's some of these documentaries that I've created too. Just one last thing I kind of want to show you guys is 2 of the last Portal to Ascension conferences. This one was in 2019. This right here was the last live event that we did, Portal to Ascension 2019. Look forward to Portal to Ascension 2022, which we will be doing in exactly a year from today. Exactly a year from today. Hopefully, we're going to be in Desert Hot Springs. In about 2 weeks from now, we'll be at Joan of Angel's house, and we're actually going to be looking for venues for our next one. So hopefully some of you guys can attend live and in person. We're going to have a huge, extremely amazing, exciting party with all the speakers and attendees invited. And we'll also be streaming it online for anybody that wants to, tune online and you can't make it out. So this was the last one there. And you can see some of the people that we had, including Whitley Strieber and Jason quit. And exactly a year ago from today, this was our last Portal to Ascension 2022 conference. The mission for Portal to Ascension really is to provide a stream of conscious awareness so that we can shift into a reality where we understand our oneness and we understand the interconnectedness of all things. But through that, we also discover and uncover our ancient civilizations and who they were, what they knew, and what we can learn from them. And then it even goes beyond that into the cosmos, our galactic history. Where did we come from? What was the seeding of humanity? What was the initial intention? What was the initial intention of even creating this planet of experiences in the first place? And as we explored that, we've worked with so many different speakers. And today, for the next 4 days, is almost like a variety show of all the awareness that we've kind of curated. You know, really, there's a lot more information, but we really did attempt to focus on so many different topics that we created a bubble where you get a sneak peek, really, of everything that we're doing at Portal to Ascension or have done in the past. All right, so let me just take a look at the time here, see when our next speaker is on. We have Zayla right now. So let me see if he's in the room. So thank you all for letting me share that with you. That was just a little backstory on Portal to Ascension. And if you're in the YouTube and you want to know more about Portal to Ascension, just go to portaltoascension.org, sign up there, and you can get some information on us and a username and password so that you can access the 3,000 hours of presentations that are currently available for you. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Neil, standing by. And yeah, that was, man, it's awesome to see how much things have grown. And again, it's been like so organic too. And so, you know, it's kind of like this, like it literally is the portal to ascension. It's like the spirals from one year to the next. And it evolves. It's very much like a fractal. It's like a Fibonacci sequence where it's like the years previous add to the years still to come. So yeah, moving into the future. So beautiful. Awesome. And there's Zala. Thank you so much. Beautiful.
All right, take it away.
Wonderful. All right. So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. This is our first official guest of the Portal to Ascension Conference. And Zala, just check in with me real quick. Am I pronouncing your name correctly or?
Close. It's Zayla.
Zayla. Perfect. Thank you so much.
That's
and
okay.
So, yeah, happy to be able to have you here. And you know, one of the beautiful things about Portal to Ascension is that you get to meet so many amazing people that maybe you haven't met before. This world's a really big place, and there's a lot of amazing people doing some amazing things. And Zayla, again, for those of you who haven't heard, he is both an author and he's done a TED Talk, and he started the Center for Transformation in Calgary and also in Canada as well. So nice to be able to have again some of that Canadian energy here on board for the conference. And Zayla, I'll let you just share a little bit about your story, because again, just from getting to know you a bit, you have this very powerful story of having this experience both within the business world, going through your own transformation, and then within that, really feeling this calling to bring people back to their own understanding of oneness and integrity, and really helping people understand what that means in a very practical way as well. But please go ahead and tell us more about you, and I'll be here just kind of in the background if you need me, and let me know if you want to chat about anything as we go.
Okay,
so.
Great. Thanks, Brendan. I just want to also say thanks to Neil. That was a really informative expose that he did on the history of how this whole thing came together. I mean, this is enormous with regards to its tentacles and its reach. I mean, my goodness. As for me, I speak from my point of ignorance. I do. I mean, a businessman. Well, first off, I guess, father, grandfather, businessman, was in the financial world, became a shareholder of the largest investment firm in Canada, career in the financial world. My life was somewhat like the Wolf of Wall Street, not quite that bad, but it was pretty bad. So I've been a person of excess. And what happened is that I went to excess in that arena. And then subsequently, I decided that just wasn't for me. And so I quit at the top of my game. I did. And I went within, and I studied for 7 years. I went to a foreign land, studied under a master. It took me 2 years to realize that he indeed was master. And then I took it from there, and I studied hard, came back, wrote a couple of books, started a consciousness school is what I did, and started, it was meditation primarily, and then started teaching people in consciousness. And so I've been doing that quietly, very selectively for about 20 years. And it's only recently that I've come out of the closet. I mean, I let my picture be shown on the website in the last 6 or 8 months. So you can find me at thecft.ca, thecft.ca, which stands for the Center for Transformation, but we shortened it to the CFT. And so today I've been asked to talk about the mechanics of consciousness in terms of the portal to ascension. Let me say also that you can reach us at the CFT. You can do electronic classes with us. You should go to the site, take a look around. There's a lot there to see about what it is that we've accomplished and where it is that we're taking this to. This is part of the great wash that's happening right now. It's the great quickening that's happening right now. And so I'd like to say that I am Zela, and today I'm going to speak through my human ignorance with the divine authority of the higher beingness that supports us all. First off, we must realize we're all walking each other home at this time. Every one of us. We're all here to assist each other. And I'm humbly here to be of service in that regard. Let's understand the reason that we all came here today, which is titled The Portal to Ascension. So what exactly is ascension, and who knows how to do this? Who knows how? Never mind why. And so we're going to discuss 2 things, because the how doesn't matter unless you know the why. If you don't know why something is happening, you don't know why that person is your best friend, or you don't know why you're in that relationship, you won't be doing it too much longer. The how doesn't work. Okay. And so as a result, there's more and more in-tune teachers, as we're seeing in the expose of this weekend, that can actually provide the knowledge of the mechanics of consciousness. Specifically, though, who can provide the why and the how of how human beings can ascend? Now, I'm only with you for about a half an hour, so actually it's not much to really expand on this, but let me see if I can wet your whistle in this regard. So if you're listening to this talk, you'll know exactly why you chose to be born at this time. I mean, there's a reason why every day ends in a why. We are supposed to be asking why. Why are we in this shape on the planet? Environmentally, consciousness-wise? Why is your life the way that it is? Well, because of choices and actions. All right. And that comes back to consciousness. Now, more and more people now are searching for this specific knowledge, which I'm giving today. So it's actually, from a big picture viewpoint, it's an exciting time to live, in spite of all the confusion, disarray. It's all about a time of excess, you know, and we're living in a time of excess. There's excess wealth, there's excess poverty, there's excess snow, there's excess wind, there's excess rain, there's excess heat. And so it's a time of excess. And so because of that, it's about the tsunami of the quickening that's hitting us. There's like this energy wave coming through the universe right now, and things are becoming recalibrated. They are. Wherever you're at right now is magnified. If you're into fear, guilt, and shame, it's magnified. If you're into worry, it's magnified. Worry is a prayer for what you don't want. Well, actually, the only safe place to be right now is love and peace. So ascension is about where you're coming from. That's right. If you're going to ascend to your highest spiritual place, you've got to realize where you're coming from. Now, each of us is a spiritual machine extraordinaire, and I mean extraordinaire. The bottom 3 centers of this body are about duality. They're about the human. They're about emotions. The top 4 centers are about your divine. That's right. About your spiritual divine becoming optimized. But it's almost as though that you have to rise above duality to get to these 4 centers. Sounds simple. It's not easy. So how do you get to the upper 4 centers, or what I call seals? In the Bible, they don't call the 7th chakra, they call it the 7th seal. That's right, the mighty 7th seal. The bottom 3, well, a chakra is an open seal. That's right. And so the bottom 3, they were seals when you were a child. They hadn't been indoctrinated into duality of the illusion just yet. But as you opened them up, you got a load of the illusion. In the properties of each one of these seals, what is it about? Could it be the first seal is about sex and survival? Could it be the second seal is about pain and suffering, responsibility, irresponsibility? Could it be the third seal is about victim, tyrant, rescuer dynamics, power, right? And most humans are caught in the bottom 3 their entire life. Lifetimes, actually. Some thousands and thousands lifetimes. So it's all about being optimized in getting and rising above duality. One of the best quotes of a master that I've ever heard, Krishnamurti, they said, "How did you become a master?" You know what he said? "I never minded what happened to me." Could you imagine not minding what happened to you? You're looking for the best in every person, place, event that happened in your life. Could you imagine? So this time is a lineup. You line up for ascension. That was your birthright during this specific time of evolution. It's why you came here. It's why you came to the planet. It's anybody that I teach say, I knew there was something there that I was looking for. And ultimately, it's about getting into your radiant light body. Right. Your radiant light body. Well, how do you do that? Well, this requires a lot of instruction. But once you get it, you'll get it. You'll get it. And you get to try it. And suddenly you'll see that you can actually be very, very immersed in love. That of which you contemplate expands, you know. So could it be that you'd like to contemplate rising above it all, an ascension? Now that thought is greatly assisted by this winds of change that's coming in called the quickening, because wherever you're at is magnified. And so it's amazing, but let me prove to you what's going on in terms of how time is quickening. All right, let me do this. Let me read something from this document, this research that was put together by Peter Russell. The planet is 14 to 16 billion years old. So let's imagine the billions of years of biological evolution condensed into a single year. During the first 9 months, only simple cells evolve. In October, more complex cells appear. The first multicellular organisms develop a few weeks later. Late in November, fish call onto the lands. December 10th, the dinosaurs appear and they rule till Christmas Day. In the final week of the year, mammals evolve. Now, it's not until the middle of the last day does man walk. Now, it's taken 99.9% of life's evolutionary journey to reach this point. But humanity is just beginning. 5 minutes before midnight, language emerges. 20 seconds before midnight, the first civilizations appear. And now, with seconds to go, things really start to speed up in evolution as we've gone past the end of the Mayan calendar of 2012. The Renaissance, it occurs 2 seconds ago. The whole of modern history happens in a flash. I'm sure you'd agree, wherever we're going very fast. Hence, the whole of society is in the quickening, whether society realizes it or not. And I'll say this again, because of the quickening, wherever you're at in your evolution, it's not just fast, but it's compounded because it's magnified and it's magnetized as well. So if you're into fear, guilt, shame, anxiety, it's magnetized and it's magnified. The only place really to be is love, peace, and connection with God, spirit. The dynamics are magnetized. Be very, very conscious, I should say, of what's happening right now. It's a wonderful time to live if you put the wind to your back. That's what you must do right now, is just contemplate having the quickening to your back. Right. The quickening is happening right under our noses. We all came to live during this exact time to super evolve as time collapses to nothing. I mean, are you owned by the illusion? Are you owned by people, places, things, events? Is your time based on, is your whole life based on time? Look at the word time. Timey. Timey. How many of us are tied by time? Lots. So during this time, you must contemplate getting free of what owns you. Then you can be a candidate for ascension. You can make the most out of your life. But what do you do to do this? Well, you need to be complete in your life. I mean, what are you not complete with? And there's a difference between being finished and complete. You might be finished with a certain person, but you're not complete if you've still got emotional discord wrapped around that. When you sit and you meditate, it creeps into your sitting. You're polluted. How do you get complete? Well, you got to lose the emotion. You got to contemplate losing the emotion. How do you lose the emotion? With presence. You got to really, really understand presence. Sitting there having no other thought than any other thing other than presence. A now moment. Now, can you get past it? Yes. How? By being the observer. You can actually get complete. What's the lesson? Lose the emotion, and there's a doorway there. There'll be a doorway that opens. So right now, Spirit is trying to get everybody's attention. Spirit's rubbing a lot of people. And some people are getting seriously chafing. Yes. Hopefully you can get to the point where you stop and say, why? And the answer is, we're all supposed to get reconnected to Source. We have a planet of people that are in mass disconnected or not connected enough. And the quickening is about magnifying wherever you're at to the point that you start asking why. And so wherever you're at right now is perfect for your evolution. Maybe not for what your wishes are, but for your evolution is perfect. Everybody's getting what they need, not necessarily what they want. And need maybe should be spelled K-N-E-A-D-E-D. Maybe you're being needed like bread. Maybe you're being punched around to the point that you're realizing what's important and what's essential. There's a difference, what's essential is in the top drawer. Let's just say your arms. Your arms are important. They're in the second drawer, but oxygen is essential right now. And it's like that with spirit. You need to be putting your connection, your divinity in the top drawer, your consciousness, meditation, your ability to create. We were born to create. It is our birthright. And as long as no one fools with our DNA, we can create. You heard me correctly. Nothing should fool with our DNA. We were born to create. If we can create a child, the most magnificent thing of life form on this planet, if we can do that within 9 months, and it happens a lot, it happens every day, why should we ever doubt that we could create something less than and in less time? Exactly. So look at all the creations that are occurring right now on the planet. There's an explosion of creations. It's absolute truth, proof. Creativity is abound. So you must get reconnected, spirit. That's priority right now. That's what this winds of change are about. That's what exactly you're feeling. Because everybody who's kind of in tune is knowing that there's a recalibration going on right now. And that's the word. It's a recalibration of society. This is why you came. So this is just a little nudge. And for some, it's more than a nudge to get you through this door, the quickening, the winds of change. This is the time you must be divinely connected. The illusion must be in the second drawer. Your divinity and your spirituality in the top drawer. And so, how do you do this? Well, you got to realize that your divinity is in your tranquility. You got to be calm. Meditation is very, very conducive to being calm. And yet you still must have passion for the time that you're living in. You're still going to have passion for your life, you know. So calm, passion, compassion is understanding. To do this means that the energy around your body spins in a different way. And all great teachers know this. When you were in your childhood time, from the time that you were born till the time you're about 18 or 20, the body was growing up, but not growing old. How so? Once you got past that point, the illusion stepped in. And you were up and down in emotional disarray, learning what you needed to learn in that second phase of your life. Jesus talked about, you must become like a child to enter the kingdom of heaven. The energy around your body spins in a certain way when you've got childlike properties. The universe favors childlike properties. All true teachers will tell you that. And so as a result, think about what I said, because Christ said this. I think it was in Matthew. You must become like a child to enter the kingdom of heaven. Most people don't know the spin that has to occur, but that spin comes through love, peace, integrity. That's right. Now, if you combine that with the quickening, all of a sudden, you can see why the integrity of the individual comes into play. And integrity is about being connected to your God first. That's really what it's about, Can you use this knowledge to your advantage? Yes. It's what you're here to do. But first, you're going to have to really, really calm down in the eye of the storm, the face of the storm. You're going to have to be love first, will second. And most humans are will first with no love. Some are will first with a little bit of love. Others, they're out someplace far away where I can't imagine. But this is your opportunity for love first, will second. This is your life. How many opportunities for love have you missed? The idea here, if you're going to get into the portal of ascension, you're going to have to learn how to put things in the first drawer and the second drawer. Essential and important. Your spiritual connection is essential. We've all been disconnected too long in this life. Now, I teach this at the CFT.ca. The CFT.ca. We've got courses online. In fact, for anybody listening to this, there's one course that we have called the Consciousness Accelerator. And it's $299 US. It's a 10-part course. I teach sections of it. In fact, I teach all of it actually in 10 minutes chunks, and then I give you an assignment. So for the first 10 people that come to our site that inquire, I'll give you a complimentary course. Free. It's free. After all, freedom is key, you know. In order to create, in order to manifest, you have to get free. Creation comes from freedom. So what are you not free from? Perhaps it's debt, perhaps it's relationships, perhaps it's assets, perhaps it's money. You have to get free. As you get free, you have peace. You must have peace to create, to get a fertile imagination, because that's really where it's at. Peace, love, integrity. Why was Jesus known as the Prince of Peace? That's why. His fertile imagination was key. And remember what he said, what I can do, you can do also and more. And I believe that. I really, really do. Each of us need to really understand that we can get beyond the wheel of life, where we're just running and running and running and becoming exhausted. That's right. So this is your time to get real, to get very real. I mean, Brendan, are you listening? How much time do we have before we have to close? Are you there, Brendan?
Absolutely. Been tuned in and listening with my heart and my mind and all of it together. And we have, I'll check in with Neela as well, but we do have the next speaker that's going to be starting at about 10 minutes past the hour. So that gives us a little bit longer. If there's anything else you just want to continue to share. And yeah, I'm here if you want to chit chat as need be. So.
Okay, that's great. Well, I've just been teaching. I haven't taken any questions from the chat box here because I wanted to just lay this out for the people at hand. And so if there's something there that you feel that I should address in terms of the theme of getting to the portal of ascension, perhaps you could read those for me and I'll answer them on the fly right now.
Well, there's a lot of gratitude in the chat, and you know, I think even as just to add a bit of a conclusion to the discussion we're having here today, one of the questions that I always like to go back to is this simple question of just, you know, what is needed right now in this moment individually. So maybe, you know, from your perspective and even just summarizing some of what you've already said, what do you feel people need to do right now, you know, both within a personal level and how that ripples out into the world, if that's something you feel called to share?
Yes. Sit down, get to peace. Your divinity is in your tranquility. That's what everyone needs to do right now, because we can't always be just head down, bum up, just working so hard, running around. You've got to take time every day to sit and meditate. All right. So Brendan, I don't know if I see I got one inquiry there about the courses. And this is a Consciousness Accelerator course. Come to the CFT.ca. You'll see the course, just register for it or shoot us an email. The first part is free anyway. So just go to the first part, see what it's all about. And if you want to continue with the other parts, you usually have to pay, but I will comp the first 10 people that come this way. But everybody can come and get the first session for free. And then if you're not in the first 10, it's okay. You still get to have a taste of the ice cream cone based on the first session. Okay, so that's what I'm doing for the listeners here today. Any other questions that you want me to answer?
I know Layden is in the chat, and Layden's been helping out and letting us know about the course as well. If there is anything else that you would like to mention about the course, please, by all means. One of the things that related to the course is, when you find people showing up for these experiences, what do you feel that they receive as they go through the process? What do they feel they have by the time they come out of them?
They feel a common sense of inspiration by the mechanics of consciousness. So it's not generic. It's not, it's very specific as to the detail. And you'll know if it's for you. You will absolutely know, because it's very deep. It's very strong. And if you take it, it will, I'm going to say it will change your life if you're ready. I mean, some come to drink at the fountain of knowledge. Others come to gargle. and I understand that. And some come to swim. I got students that have been with me for over 10 years, some 15 years, and they're still learning, because at the center, we teach from basic spirituality right through to quantum physics over years. We take you right through. Okay. Hasim Darmayan, beautiful soul. Beautiful soul. He's got the science of it. But we live in a time where the science and the spirituality, Brendan, are coming together. And that is what we do. We merge this. We merge this together. Okay?
Absolutely. And again, right now that's so important. And to just have this information accessible for people is such an exciting time. And just taking a couple questions from the chat, and Neil, feel free to just jump in when we're ready to be able to wrap things up. There was a question from Jenna, and Jenna was just asking, can you explain how emotions relate to the lower chakras and the upper seals? If you'd like to be able to maybe just explain a little bit more about that, please feel free.
Sure. Absolutely. Your bottom three seals are basically to do with your human. They have emotions to them, which are typically polarized. They're typically polarized. And what they do is they create certain neural nets in the brain, actually, that hold you captive in terms of reality. Reality being limited. If you're going to get beyond the first three seals or the first three centers, you have to understand that it's like a granite slab between the third and the fourth seal. You have to really have presence in order to make the jump between the emotional bottom three seals, which, unless they're controlled, they hold you captive, your evolution captive, to getting to peace where you can perforate the fourth level, fourth seal, I should say. And that's why I say your divinity is in your tranquility. You must be calm. You must be calm. Remember what I said about Krishnamurti. How'd you become a master? I never minded what happened to me. So he was cool about everything. All right. And not too many people can be cool. Am I reactionary? Yes, I still react. But the difference is how quickly I get past it. Because if you don't get past all those incidents, if you don't get past the past, basically you PASS, you pass. And so the idea here is get beyond your human. That's right. Can you get beyond the emotional dynamics? Do I still have emotion? Sure. I mean, in the classroom, I'm actually very expressive with emotions, but I believe that you should own your emotions, not have your emotions own you. And that's a good place to start. Any other questions, Brendan, that you can see?
Just listening to you again, for even what I was talking about when we were starting off the conference, something that really that I feel again just kind of correlates to how you're explaining things. We see it as this journey of again constantly being able to bring ourselves back to the heart, while also understanding that naturally so we do wander, we sort of stray from that center. So much of what you're teaching is again being able to give people this practical wisdom to be able to identify when they're kind of moving away from the heart, and then knowing how to be able to bring themselves back. So with that, I actually just want to be able to ask this question, and then at that point, Neil, let us know if we're ready to switch things over. What are some practical ways that people can bring themselves back to their heart space, if you want to even just end with any sort of practical tips that people can take with them, that would be great.
Super. The best way is to get yourself out of man-made stuff. We are so disturbed as a race because too much man-made things get in this aperture in the eye, and it's disturbing. We need to get more non-man-made things in here. Go out in the forest, sit amongst trees, look at the stars, the moon, the sun, look at the sky, and just allow that energy to come into you. I mean, love is blue. Look at the sky more and sit there and meditate and get beyond what's disturbing you. Get beyond it. Your divinity is in your tranquility. You must get calm first, and then you'll start to have an experience. I think if you do it long enough, in fact, I know, with the heart, and suddenly you'll get choked. Your vagus nerve kicks in, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on? Exactly. What's going on is you're coming alive. You'll get the shrills, what I call the shrills. These are goosebumps on top of goosebumps. And you'll be going, something's going on here. But you have to get out of your habitat. You have to do that. You have to get into nature. Okay? You have to get into nature. It's key. You know, and in doing that, you'll become empowered. Because the idea of all of life is to develop a fertile imagination so that your incident sequences, when you think of something, it happens. And then it goes to synchronicity. Thought about it, things fell into line. Now this has to go through a polluted human dynamic in order to get this efficiency. But we're all here to help each other. We're all walking each other home. And so again, my name is Zela. You can find me at the cft.ca. Come and see what we have in terms of courses. We're here to help you. Okay? We
Beautiful. Thank you, Zela. And do you want to just remind people again about the free offer that we have for them with all those tuned in?
Yes. The first 10 that come to the site and register, you're going to have to go to courses. Okay? Register or send us an email. Then the first 10, we compliment it. It's $299 US. And for those of you who don't make the first 10, you're outside of that because you're viewing this at another time, maybe in space, then just come. You get the first one for free. Okay? You get the first part for free. And you'll get a pretty good idea of what this is about. You can. So you can email us at info@the-CFT. Okay? But come and enjoy this. I'm here to help. You can also get a hold of me at the CFT. I do private sessions as well. And if I can assist you, it would be my pleasure, my pleasure and honor to do so. Thank you for having me today, all of you. Thank you for letting me come from my heart to your heart. I say namaste. And God bless us all for this time that we're going through. God bless us all.
Wonderful. Thank you, Zela, and thank you so much, everyone, for just being here to hold this space as community. Again, literally just what we get to experience through this Portal to Ascension event over the series of days here is we literally get to share in the resonance that we're creating. And thank you for sharing your resonance, because I know there are many comments where just by being able to listen to you, people are just like, oh, like I can feel a co-regulation of my vibration matching the vibration you're putting out. So that's the power that we all have. We all have this power to put out a vibration that, you know, our calming energy can create that, help that calming energy, you know, become a part of their experience as well. So Zela, thank you again. It's been an honor being able to have you here. So,
well, it's my first time here, and I hope that we can reconnect again. I really do, because we're all here again. We're all walking each other home.
Yes, I like again the great quickening. This is the great Kali Yuga. This is a very, very exciting time, and everybody here has an exciting role to play. And thank you for being a leader amongst that shift in consciousness. So beautiful, awesome. So again, for everybody here, just moving into conclusions for this this speaker, for Zela. Again, go to thecft.ca and /courses to learn more about their courses. Again, 10 people who sign up for the course that we've linked into the comments in the chat. We'll receive that for free. And if you have any questions, you can always email them. And Zayla, thank you again. And Neil, if you're ready to be able to switch things over, please feel free to do that. And Zayla, just any closing gratitude you'd like to share. And then at that point, we'll be ready to move into our next speaker.
Sure. You know, when I was a kid, I'll give you some humor. It'll only take me about 30 seconds. My mom caught me playing with a stick, and I loved to be sword fighting with a stick. And she'd say, "Don't, you're going to lose an eye." And then as I became a teacher, that came up. And I mean, life is all fun and games till people lose an eye, which is the connection, the capital I. Life is all fun and games until you lose your eye. Then you're confused and you know, things ain't working so well. And actually they're working perfectly for your evolution. You're just not getting what you want.
Absolutely. Yes. I love what you were saying, where, you know, we don't always get what we want, but we do get what we need. And again, it's like needing out the, you know, the elements of ourselves. And no, again, you know, it's like we didn't, you know, consciousness isn't here necessarily to make us quote unquote happy. Like this world isn't here to make us necessarily happy. It's here to evolve our consciousness. So, I mean, you know, the happiness is just one state within like a bigger state of self-awareness. So at least that's one way that I've come to understand it.
Yes, you're on the right path.
Yeah. Yeah. So
just remember, love first, will second.
There we go. There we go. So beautiful.
Lots of opportunities for love.
Awesome. Well, Zayla, again, it's been wonderful chatting with you. For everybody here in the chat, please feel free to leave your comments of gratitude for Zayla. Again, even just any comments, please feel free to send those to their email. And yeah, I think we're at that point, we're right on time. So Zayla, thank you again. And we look forward to continuing to be able to receive the wisdom that you have to share. So thank you for being all that you are. So beautiful.
Namaste.
Awesome. Thank you. Wonderful. So with that said, everybody, we'll keep things moving along into our next speaker. And Omar, if you're there, feel free to come up on camera and I will pass it over to you. And I will see you guys around. My name is Brendan, aka Mystic Spider-Man. Thank you guys so much. Omar, over to you, brother. Take care.
Thank you very much, Brendan. And thank you, Zayla. That was beautiful and a wonderful message. Really enjoyed listening to that. And bring on our next speaker is Teah Akrish. And Teah Akrish can best describe herself as a regular person until she was able to fit the strange and controlled puzzle pieces of her life together with the regular ones. The day these two pieces snapped together was back in July of 2017. That day, she had finally accepted that she was military abductee and had served in various factions within the secret space program, the American and breakaway Draco governments among them. Since that moment, seeking to understand how to unlock the vault of her mind, she has been finding and refining the means to heal and deliberately trigger herself to actively remember. Teah has been remembering these abductions her entire life through dreams and sporadic triggering, all the while being denied. Where was I? Sorry, I just kind of lost it. My mouse is going crazy here. Teah has been remembering these abductions her entire life through dreams and sporadic triggering, all the while being in denial as to their reality, believing they were wild imagination. Thanks to Teah's spiritual gifts of clairvoyance, seeing visions, claircognizance, knowing, clairsentience, feeling, and clairaudience, hearing. Her members continue to open up more and more every day as she is guided along the path of truth and genuine healing. Her ultimate goal is to unveil the mysteries of Earth, human life, to reconstruct the true nature of our reality and history, and to help in the ultimate spiritual effort to create freedom from control and tyranny. She has been able to construct what she believes is a bare bones history of the secret space program, on the whole, having been abducted by many factions. Now she seeks the means to share as much as this underground clandestine world as possible. Thank you very much, Teah, for being here. Really appreciate your knowledge that you're about to give us. This is one of my, I would say one of my favorite subjects, and very interested in this. So I'll hand the stage over to you. And if you want to chat, I'm just going to be right here in the background.
Okay, great. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity here. I'm hoping that you guys can hear me, because it's the viewer here is not highlighting.
Teah, could you increase your volume by any chance?
Yeah. Let me see here.
The best way to do that is to go next to the microphone, click the arrow, click audio settings, and then increase the volume.
Okay.
So the bottom left-hand corner.
Okay, great. Is that better?
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and just to have willing and open ears to my story. Yeah, it's been a wild ride for me. Back in 2017, July of 2017 was when I really accepted, but there was a period there of about 6 months beforehand where I was just really starting to become aware of what had and what has been happening to me. So I call myself I'm a Chinese medicine herbalist by day and, you know, a military abductee by night. And so really for the past 5 years, I can't tell you how many memories I have had in dream, waking. I have been trying to gain and harness this process just so that I can more survive. The reality to a lot of this is that if you're familiar with the secret space program, there's a lot of horrible things happening in it. And I grew up as a kind of a Christian Mormon. And so for me, it was like a really, really rude awakening to not just hear about this stuff, but to be remembering all of the tragic things that are happening there. That is not what I'm about. I never in my life would ever want to be associated with such things in any kind of way. And so at this junction in my life, I really appreciate everyone listening who is helping me really to heal and to turn something really negative into something I think very positive. And I really do look at like the one reason why I look at I incarnated here into this life is so that I could be here in this moment to talk about these things and to try and help humanity understand why we're in the place we're in. And so that's really what I look at my role as. And so for the past year and a half, I have been doing disclosure, and it's been kind of unofficial in a lot of ways. I do have a YouTube channel where you can see my my videos up to this point. They are very unprofessional. So, you know, the day I decided to come out, it was a matter of necessity. It's like I almost didn't even have a choice. I really felt like at that point I was I wanted to come out, but I really felt like my life was in danger. I have come to the realization that I'm an extremely targeted individual. I've been targeted for my entire life, but especially the last 20 years. I'm 40 years old now. And so with that, I literally just made the decision that one day, and we did a recording in our truck, and we continued in like fashion. And I've been talking about these things with the Wish Alliance and a few other places on James Rink's Super Soldier Talk. So I'll post here some links so that you guys can follow me if you so desire. But I am actually starting a Ko-fi, which I'm calling Full Disclosure for Freedom, where I will be posting on a regular basis. But you know, the whole point to all of this is freedom. I also have a broken blog that I talk about. So I'm in this kind of weird phase where I'm really trying to get up and running and healing, and it's been a little bit in and out, kind of just a little bit sporadic. But the content I do think is quite good. And so, because I have a lot of memories. And today's topic, I decided to focus on the ancient builder race and my role within that. And so just real quick, the government, if you're not familiar with the secret space program, has technology that's not just hundreds of years ahead, it's like thousands of years ahead. And the question is, well, how did they get that aside from doing unholy deals with ET races? Well, the ancient builder race is one big key to that puzzle. So who is the ancient builder race? The ancient builder race is really, from what I understand and what I remembered, they're us. They were a super advanced civilization. And this, you know, keep in mind, right, these are my memories, okay? But that I believe there were three main epochs to the ancient builder race. The first one, which was the biggest and grandest, is millions of years old. And in all of these installations of the ancient builder race, they built buildings out of granite and sandstone and different aggregates like that. Basically, that were like their version of concrete. And they built all sorts of structures, not just on our planet, but there's a lot on our planet, but throughout the solar system and in our star cluster and throughout the galaxy. And these people, they were, their main goal, that's evident really through their technology and their civilization, was ascension. They wanted to evolve. And it's strange, right? Because they have these remnants all over the galaxy, and they just left everything behind. So there's actually one city that I drew of, so I'll talk a little bit about that here later on in my discussion. But you know, it's so interesting, right? Because our world is so materialistic, where I mean, you would never dream of, you know, building the greatest house you could ever think of to build and then just leave it behind, right? But that's what these people did. And so, but they used sacred geometry. So they built homes and they built buildings in the shapes of pyramids and all sorts of other sacred geometry shapes. And it does depend on some of the ethnicities and the cultures. So it's very interesting. Someday I'd like to go into different areas around the world that I believe that are ancient builder, but can I share my screen? Oh, good. So I want to share my screen here real quick of an area that I believe is an ancient builder race area here in the United States. Go ahead and hopefully I can do this all right. Okay, so it's Glacier National Park in Montana. And I'm going to go through this real quick just so you guys can get a feel for what I'm talking about. But I wanted to show you some of these pictures. When I was trying to discern what was in my head, is this really real? This was about 5 years ago. I went on some of these wild goose chases trying to trigger myself. And one of them was, okay, I'm going to try and see if I can remember some of the ancient builder sites, right? If this is legitimate. Well, this is one where it was just like hitting me really hard. So Glacier National Park. And I believe these particular mountains to be ancient pyramids. And so this is Mount Bear Hat in Glacier National Park. A few different pictures here from different angles. This is Reynolds Mountain in Glacier National Park, which is right next to Mount Bear Hat. And so you can see some of these 90-degree angles. I mean, even look at that. That must be Mount Bear Hat behind Reynolds right there. But you can even see it's like the same design where it has like the Pyramid of Giza, where it has the line down the middle of the faces. And so here's another great angle. I think that's like my favorite angle right there. And then here is a nice photo of those two particular mountains. It's from a similar angle, and so you can see here, I mean, it's almost a perfect pyramid shape there. Now the thing is because here on the Earth, because the Earth has been through a lot of tumultuous events, you know, earthquakes, you know, how the Earth, you know, flips every, you know, so many years, the polar shifts and all of that. That a lot of this stuff has been essentially torn apart. And so a lot of the ancient pyramids, when you do see them, a lot of times they only really look right from one angle, but that's not always the case. And so this is Clemens Mountain, also in Glacier National Park. And this type of structure on the whole is very typical of ancient builder race. They not only do they build pyramids, but they build you know, different size pyramids. One city I'm going to show you, the small pyramids are actually dwellings. They were actually homes. And so, but there's platforms and there's rivers and there's waterfalls. And like this big area right here, I hope you guys can see my cursor. But this here in the right side of the picture, I believe this to be a building as well. Okay. And the strange thing about these buildings, right, is you're going, these are buildings. When you're in them, because the technology is so advanced, so I was used in part as a telepath. Okay, I was trained as a telepath, and the telepath ability is pretty big in spectrum. Actually, before I go on that tangent, hold on, let me finish this. This is Matafi Peak here, and you can see some of these really great angles, hard angles, harsh angles, right? Now, this to me also looks like a building here, this on the right, but this is another view of Matafi Peak. And then here's yet another angle where you know, to me, this really says, oh yeah, that's definitely ancient builder pyramid right there. Okay, so that is that. So I'm gonna switch back here to not sharing my screen.
It looks like another pyramid in the back, Teah. Just
yes,
at
right?
like at 12 o'clock, it looks like there's another one there.
Yes, right there. Yes, it does. And for me, like when you're kind of clued into this, you start looking for this stuff and you're going, holy Toledo, this is insane, because they're really everywhere. And especially that particular design of the pyramid, I have been able to find that all over the world. And so here in on Earth, a lot of these sites are extremely hard to see. So what part of my job as a telepath was, and as somebody who I was taught to meditate, and of course they teach you to go into trance, and they use different devices to actually trigger you to go into these different mental states. But it only certain people are actually able to see the doorways, or to be able to trigger the doors to opening. And believe it or not, the doors, they don't show until they open, until you actually are able to connect with where it is at. And I'll go a little bit into some of the training that I experienced. And actually, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. But let me go real quick here before I move into the training. So one thing that I have been remembering quite a bit is Montauk. And let me actually share my screen one more time. So I did prepare here so a couple of slides. Montauk is a naval air station in 1917 and became an Air Force station in August 1942. It's decommissioned in 1981 and is now a state park in New York. Now, what I have remembered of this place is I believe it to be an altar factory. You will hear a lot of other SSP whistleblowers talk about the torture that they've endured. And that type of device, it is actually purposeful. Torture is used to shatter your present personality and to make you dissociate. And from there are other devices used, especially that of memory erasure, because they can erase your memory. Really, the way I look at it is they don't actually erase it, because if they did erase it, I wouldn't be able to remember. But what they do is they are able to control the process of those memories going into your subconscious. And so it's like they just really push it really far back into your mind. Very much, in the way that reincarnation, reincarnation is a real thing, right? I discovered that as part of this whole remembering process, and that the way that our other past lives are blocked from us in this moment in time, it's like the same means and mechanism that they do with the memory erasure. So it's like they put up these massive walls and push these memories in the way back there. And so, but as they're doing that, they are creating altars. And so you can imagine, like, let's say you go hiking somewhere. Let's see where I'm at with the time. You go hiking somewhere and you're by yourself because you're trying to, find yourself. Okay. Let's say you have an accident, you hit your head and you have amnesia and you don't remember anything of your life. Let's say you're lucky to come upon a native tribe who adopts you, and you go on and you live a new life. They give you a new name, you learn new trades, perhaps you develop new relationships, perhaps a new spouse, children, right? It's as if it's a new life. And that's essentially the process that they're recreating when they create an altar. And so for me, in Montauk, one of the things that they did, and this is obviously American, right? But also in the breakaway, they did a lot of site training, even more than the Americans. And so there's a lot of bleed through and bleed over between those things, and some sharing of technologies between the two governments. But they did a lot of training for me in meditation, hypnosis, and altered states of consciousness. And part of these things is that, from what I understand at this point, is that because we are the ancient builder race, because what's essentially been done is that, from what I have remembered, is that there was an ancient war a long time ago, and the people who are here right now today are essentially the children of those who were captured, and we're basically prisoners of war. And what has been done is that our bodies are super advanced, like 6 density bodies from what I understand or what I believe, but they've been able to devolve us and turn certain things off. And there's a spectrum of your consciousness, like if this is your brain, like let's say this side is your forehead, the front of your face, this is the back of your head, right? They've been able to make our awareness, our conscious awareness, just like the very front aspects of our consciousness, where before our whole brain used to be used. And I'm not an expert in evolution, but I do remember a little bit from class in school. And supposedly we're not supposed to evolve traits and features, right? Unless evolution calls upon us to create these attributes, right? Through the evolutionary process. Well, why do we have these really big brains, but we only use a couple of percentages of it, right? Like supposedly Einstein used like 5%. So the reality is, right, is that our brains did evolve. And at one point, human beings did use their whole brain. But what's been happening is that our awareness has been shrunk more and more and more and more. And so what they were looking for in the program was people, and I was among those, at least this is what I believe, who could have multiple frequencies going on at once in their mind. And so that we could have a larger bandwidth of frequencies going on, and that you need to have that to be able to spot doors and open doors in the ancient builder race technology. And you know what, one memory I had that's like horrible is that at least the Draco space Nazis, as I call them, they actually capture people, and they have a lot of people who are just outright prisoners. And among these were giants, and they actually used giants to break into some of these ancient builder race buildings. And I remember this one really large giant who's probably 90 feet tall, climbing up one of these mountains and just trying to break in, right? And so and they had like a whole lineup of these giants of different sizes. One was only about 12 or 13 or 14 feet tall, but there was a number of different giants that they were trying to use, and they they can control people because they have these incredible means of leverage. But anyway, so I do want to share a little bit more, go in a little bit more detail into my memories. But another thing that I, in addition to being an altar, and the reason why I'm talking about this is because that telepathic ability to be able to open doors and whatnot was hidden inside not just me, but actually an altar they made. And that altar was an archaeologist. And so, and they trained me to be a super advanced archaeologist, higher, I would say, than a PhD level. And then within her was this ability to spot doors and open doors. And so I was essentially a scout, and that's where some of these memories came from. And so let me go ahead and share my screen one more time. Oh, and another thing I wanted to mention is that, okay, so this is part of the remembering process. I just wanted to share this. So I've been doing different things to record my memories. That at this particular point, I was actually writing stuff down. And so I just wanted to share a little bit. This is actually a diagram that I made. I made a much better drawing for you of this particular memory. But this was in dream, and I just wanted to read a little bit about what I wrote. It radiated this mist power. I was walking in this river that had no walls on one side. And so that was here, and saw this incredible waterfall with a tunnel through it. I had to go try and see if I could go through it. I wanted to know if it was an illusion. So water was only deep until I got to the falls, and then I plunged in. It was so incredibly cold, I could not stand it, and I had to abort. It was amazing. There were a few possible secret passageways I had identified. I think that was my job. And so that was back, you can see here, almost a year ago. And so what happens is after I have a memory, it will continue to open up more. And that's actually one way that I know it's a memory, is like during the day, I will, during the day, I will be able to probe and go behind and go afterwards and be able to learn more about that particular moment in time. Okay, so let's see here. Share my screen again. But this is just another interesting diagram of what it kind of looks like. So you can see the outer shape here of like a mountain. And this is a much larger mountain. And this is actually what it looks like inside in some of the ancient builder race buildings, where it's tunnels. This is a stairwell. And over here was just a very large room. Now, this is probably hard to see. I will make a better drawing of this one day, but this is actually a pyramid, okay? And then there were these really big crystals, and there was this orange mist everywhere. So I believe that this was on Titan around Saturn. This is another drawing that I have of just some weird tech that I saw. It was an all black stone, and it had these interesting divots and pivots in it. And it was very pyramid in shape, and it was on this funny little wooden table. Yeah, it was very strange, but I remembered all sorts of kind of weird tech like that. And so what ends up happening is the governments, they want to know what this stuff is. And a lot of it is consciousness activated. And so they can't figure it out unless they have somebody who can actually connect with the technology. Okay, so now getting back to Montauk here. So on Montauk, we were children, and I remember a room that I had, and they kept me drugged a lot because I was rebellious. I did not comply. And but there is an ancient pyramid. I believe that this actually is in Oregon. And so you can see here Pacific Northwest, possibly Oregon, you're unknown, but I estimate it to be the early 1900s. And so this is one thing I wanted to mention is at one point, one of my jobs was to whitewash public records. And so for several years, and I've been trying to pinpoint like how many years was it? It might have been 10 years. I'm not actually sure, but I went through a lot of libraries all over the United States and other just areas of public record looking for articles that people had written about pyramids and just odd things, giant skeletons and things like that all over the United States. And my job was to steal these records. And so stealing newspapers, cutting out articles of newspapers. And then my job was to submit it to my superior officer, who I knew was going to destroy it. And the reason why I believe this to be in Oregon, because I remember that there was actually an article, I believe in an Oregon library. And it was about this pyramid it's small, by the way, not much taller than an average human being. But it was right on this cliff that overlooked the ocean. And this place had a lot of special significance for me. In that moment, I didn't actually remember any of the training that I had undergone to be able to open up ancient builder race tech. But I had this emotional connection to it. And I remember handing over some articles to my superior, being really upset because I knew he was going to destroy the articles. And I was just asking him, if they could just file it away to be classified so that someday we could actually show the public these things. And so so that was something that was, and that's actually the way my memory works, is I believe I'm an emotional thinker. And so that's where a lot of these memories come through, is that if I am emotional about something is very important to me, I will remember it. And so I remember pleading with my superior officer. And I just wanted to, like, since I'm here in a public forum, I wanted to like just make a public statement and ask the government to release those articles. Now, I know they will not release the actual documents themselves, but if there was some sort of loophole where they could make some photocopies of the articles and then release those, and even do it in such a way where you have multiple articles on one sheet, so it looks obvious that it's a collection, that somebody went through and collected these things. Because we need this information. And I know that the government is worried about people freaking out and not being able to handle the truth. You can't handle the truth. But they need to take responsibility to a certain extent, because they have hid this knowledge from us deliberately. And so it's not quite our fault that we are unaware of these things. They have played a part in our ignorance. And it's time that we know and understand, and they need to start releasing these things, to be more aggressive about it. And as people, we need to ask and demand that they do that, because they have this information. They know where all of these sites are, and they took all of the public records. Okay, so I just wanted to make that statement. But okay, so now I'm going to get into a little more of my memory. All right.
Teah,
Yes,
just
go ahead.
wanted to give you a heads up. About 10 minutes, we're going to be bringing on our next speaker.
Okay, sounds great. I'm going to run through these really fast.
Okay.
Okay, so anyways, so this particular memory, we trained on this pyramid, and the interesting thing about it is that it would only open if it was on a special cosmic day. It was like a solstice or an equinox, not entirely sure. But what was interesting is that when you stood in front of the pyramid and you held some good thoughts in your mind, and that was a big part to this, is that you actually had to have like kind of feelings of joy and love in your heart. A keyhole would open up that would shine light from the sun through the pyramid, and it would shine on your face. And if you had, and you had to make sure it actually shine on your forehead. And if you were holding benevolent thoughts and you were thinking open or door, a door would appear. And I remember going inside this thing, but there was at least 20 of us in my class, and they had this funky, observation station, and they watched us like a hawk. And of course, we were getting erased all the time. All right, so this is a picture I just showed you of my journal entry. So this is a better diagram. And so this was a different planet. This was untouched. I believe it to be in a very arid and high altitude because there was nothing growing. A lot of, like some of the ancient builder stuff, I've remembered that even if it was untouched, if it's like at sea level, there's just plants everywhere. And it's beautiful usually. It's like a paradise, but this was just like arid and dry and well, it looked like this. And so what was interesting is that there was a river, and one of the things that the ancient builder race did is, how we will have dams, right, for waterfalls to generate power. They would use the whole river as a means of energy source. And so, and what's really weird about this that I remember is that, so this edge here did not have like a curb or anything to block the water, and that's the water was somehow refined and changed where it was like sticking to the ground. And it's weird how the memory comes through, but it was like the water, especially when it came through the river here, it's like it was all aligned like a magnet. and that the molecules were actually aligned with each other, and for that reason that the water was it wouldn't go out of bounds. It just kind of, it went right where it was programmed on the ground here. And so all of this here is really like a power generator. And then that's the big pool where it was only ankle deep, but here it got very deep. And then behind here is where there was a passageway, what I believe to be an illusion. And that's another interesting thing about the ancient builder race, is that they had illusions everywhere, and you don't know it's an illusion until you actually step through it. So when you're on an ancient builder race site, you actually have to just start kind of trying to walk through walls and stuff like that. But there is kind of a means to how they work. But pyramids like this, I believe, at least in this particular drawing, I can only estimate that they were dwellings. And then you had some bigger ones. And then these two actually over here, these were very large pyramids, and they were very beautiful and majestic, even as plain as they were. But of course, I wasn't able to fit that in. And that's actually a little fuzzy right there. And then this, okay, now this is an ancient builder race city, and this is the city I was talking about, where, you know, they just left this stuff. And I don't remember what planet this was on either, but this was incredibly huge. And actually this big pyramid in the middle here wasn't actually there. I was just tired of drawing squares. But all of these were homes. And the bulk of my memory from this was actually when I was doing work for the breakaway, the breakaway German civilization. And once again, my job was to open doors. And what's interesting is when you're in, so the buildings themselves are, I want to say about 8 stories tall, and the homes were multi-generational. When you open it, it's like porcelain on the inside. It's just really smooth and clear, and it's largely very empty. They had the technology just to print things, you know, like in Star Trek, where they have the what is it called, the holodeck. They had that, only they can, you know, it's all real force fields, right? And so their furniture and everything was just, you know, they could program it, and it could be whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, they can change it. And another interesting thing too is just like the doors, how the doors will just appear. And I can't quite recall if it was all illusion or if the matter actually changed shape. But there are no stairs inside of it. And so that was something else you also had to be able to trigger. And so, but I remember I'm just looking at, it was very obvious, like the first floor and the second floor were social, and then the floors above were like bedrooms. And so, but yeah, these were houses. And then off in the distance were just these massively huge pyramids, just incredible, the size. And they just, this like place, one of the interesting things about it, there's no roadways. So even though each building is separate, and there was actually like a small place that you could walk between them, but you know, there's no travel, right? In the way we have travel, they're all just using portals. And so that's where the government is getting a lot of this stuff, portals and the ability to generate matter and to change matter and things like that. And so that is just a few of my memories. What's been fun about doing this presentation is actually these were memories that I had quite a while ago, especially that Golden City. I probably had that 4 years ago, and so I haven't been able to talk about that. But yeah, you know, the ancient builder race is really magnificent. It would be wonderful someday if people really get to experience these things for themselves. But at this point in time, the politics is beyond complex. there's infiltration in the government, the cabal, as I call them, the cabal, and the organization, that they have a good majority of power in the United States. And so they hold these things ransom and at bay, and well, they sell this technology. The moon, Mars, you wouldn't believe how the kind of technology they have there. And that was one of the reasons why they needed us to be trained as a telepath and intuitives, because a lot of the super soldiers, maybe they weren't outright telepaths, but they were intuitives, is because just about all the technology there is all consciousness driven. And so that was one of the interesting things as to why they had to use us and use us the way that they did. But in general, I just try not to apply judgment to any of this stuff, because it's just horribly complex. And so, so yeah. So I think that's my time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Teah. That was a great download and a great insight into the secret space program. There's a lot of people out there that don't fully understand the SSP, and I happen to be one of them. That's why I was really excited to hear your presentation.
Yeah.
And I wish we had more time to
Oh,
listen to you even more and to get further into this.
Right.
Wow, what a fascinating experience that you've had. And thank you very much for your download. And guys, check out Teah's YouTube channel. We've put the link in the comments in all of the chat rooms. So go check that out. And also Teah's website blog that is also there if you guys want to learn more. So thank you very much, Teah. Really
Thank you.
appreciate it. And we'll bring Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe on for our next guest. So again, thank you very much, Teah. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to hearing more of your experiences.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Absolutely incredible. And Teah, I just want to say it takes an extreme amount of courage to come forward with what you came forward with today, because a lot of people may not realize that sometimes people, when they bring up SSP, there tends to be this stigma with it, but you broke all that paradigm today and just let the people know what you know. And I give you so much credit for that. And it's encouraging to everybody to just get their stories out and their memories and their whatever they feel that needs to be brought to the public. So I commend you for that 110%.
Yeah, absolutely, Rob. Well said, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
All right, so we're going to bring our next guest on. Rob, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So the next person coming up is a good friend of mine. I have had the privilege and the honor of working with him across multiple types of conferences and events. He's super amazing, and he's so knowledgeable. And he's some of the people that walk the same footsteps that we're walking now, maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago. He is a true titan among the consciousness community. And just to go into who he is a little bit, of course, I'm talking about Aage Nost. And Aage was born on a farm in Norway and came to the US at the age of 25 and became a professional pilot. He did so in a partnership owned, and he also owned a flight school, air taxi, and air courier. And after retiring from flying, he started to studying the mind deeper. He taught the Zox Pro Mind Development course. He is a hypnotist and author of several books, which is one right here. And I'll show that to you because, like I said, I am an avid fan. That is the spiritual science and higher consciousness thinking and how to access the universal consciousness. He was also a TV talk show host for 6 years, a radio talk show host on what is now Broadcast Team Alpha, which if you're not on their YouTube, I suggest you find it. And I'm sure we'll be putting it up in the comments for you to subscribe later on. And he's been teaching self-hypnosis, meditation, psychic abilities, astral projection, astral travel, and universal consciousness principles. So with that being said, I'm going to relieve myself from the stage. I know Aage has a great presentation for everybody. And Aage, take it away, my friend.
Hello, hello. And you can see me and hear me okay?
Yes, we can, sir.
All right, all right, all right. Well, I got coffee in hand and I'm ready to go. So this is good.
Broadcast Team Alpha's mug, I might say.
Say that again?
I said a Broadcast Team Alpha mug. I see there. Very, very nice.
Yeah, good deal. All right. Yes, I can see everybody on the panel here now. So Yeah, it looks all right. I I am going to well, I had a little challenge trying to pick something to talk about on this forum. I was thinking about astral travel, and of course, then I decided to do that on the next one we're going to have on the first of the next month here on with the same people. So I'm going to do that then. And I think I'm going to violate some of the rules. And that is, you know, you heard about this, that you talk about religion and politics, you lose half your audience. Well, maybe not, because I think the audience of this forum is a little sharper than the average Joe Blow and Harry Ho handle out there in the radio audience. I actually have been criticized a couple of times for not being serious enough when I talk about serious subjects. Well, I don't see anything wrong with that, because have you guys ever heard that laughter is the best medicine? Well, I am 3/4 of a century old and I'm perfectly healthy. Nothing wrong with me that I know of. So I'm going to continue what I'm doing, having fun at the same time I talk about serious stuff. So I'm going to talk a little bit about quantum mechanics and neuroscience, how those two concepts actually will be able to support the old writings of both religion and spirituality, because we are growing into an area right now where there is much more science to back up what religion and spirituality talked about in the past. With other words, there will be a day when science and religion and spirituality will live under the same roof. If you go to broadcastteamalpha.com, I did a video on that here. It got very interesting, so you can watch that video over there. And see, in the old days, religion determined science because they declared it. And then religion abandoned science. And now religion is going away for a better understanding of spirituality and religion. And because now science can actually prove that the old tales of religion, some of them, not all of them, but some of them were actually true. Quantum mechanics can actually go as far, if you start analyzing the equations and the principles they represent, that you heard of this guy about 1900 and some 90 years ago, he walked on water. Well, you know him as Jesus. I personally have no problem with that concept after I've been studying quantum mechanics, because we are creating everything around us by the way we believe and intend and several other things. So, well, science has also found that not all our thoughts are coming from ourselves. You remember back in the religious textbooks, so-called holy books, they talk to the fact that God speaks to you. Okay. Now there are some research showing that not all our thoughts that come into our mind come from us. They come from somewhere else. So then, who is that? Is that angels? Is that spirit guides? Is that the big guy? You know, the one with the big G. Think about that. If our thoughts that show up in our mind is not our own, who gives those thoughts to us? Probably between angels, spiritual guys, and the big guy, that maybe all of those things outside of the physical is communicating with us in one way or the other. So if we think about that, then goes back to the religious books, and it says God talks to you. Now that concept that something talks to us becomes real because there is something communicating with us. And if we are not aware enough to listen, it just passes right by us. That's why we need to listen to this little voice in the back of our head, because it talks to us all the time. And half the time, we don't listen. Boy, have I been good at that. Most of the time when I'm not listening, I'm missing out on something, or I would make wrong decisions. So some of those thoughts, they do not come from the hippocampus right here where the long-term memory is stored. So it isn't coming from us, even though during the day, about 95% of everything that we think or do or experience is based on memory. But there is 5% that is new creation of thoughts and ideas. And during those 5%, that is where that spiritual information and influence comes in. And that's what we need to listen to. And also, these thoughts, they come from an area they come through in an area of the brain, which actually has been, through research, they've been found to be in the area of the brain that releases spiritual thinking, spiritual thought, or thought transference, because that is also a real concept. And remember in the Bible where Jesus said, "In my Father's house, there are many rooms." Now, quantum mechanics speaks of multi-universes. They are talking that they believe there is at least 11 different universes now, with a myriad of existences, timelines, dimensions within each universe. So then again, now science is supporting that, yeah, there is many rooms in that house. So the Bible also says the kingdom of heaven is within you, not above you. It doesn't say anywhere in there that it is above you. So then, if we talk about that, quantum mechanics says the same thing. We are part of everything there is. We are connected to everything there is, and it comes through our mind to be projected into our existence so we can experience it. Now, that gets a little complicated. But also remember the other one. It says, you are gods. It says right there in the Bible too. Look in Psalms 82:6. It says right there. What does God do? They create. Gods create. We are creator gods in a way because we create in our existence, both on the physical level, and we create from inspiration coming from beyond the physical. And we bring it into the physical and create it here for us so we can experience it in the physical existence. So think about that. So could it be that we are spiritual beings with an unlimited creative power that creates this whole universe around us as we see it and experience it, so we can live in it and have experiences, physical experiences for the higher self or the spirit or soul or whatever you would call it out there, to have the experience of a physical existence. Think of it, a soul or a spirit doesn't have physical hands and feet. We have to do that, run around and have these experiences so spirit or the soul can learn from what we do and what we experience. And since the soul is an individualized spark of life, given temporary individualized sensation from the universe's own mind, so we are connected all the way through this. So with other words, the universal mind learns from what the soul experiences through us. Now, it doesn't talk about that in any of the spiritual books that I've read, but this is what science is coming up with. And in concept, they are confirming what they talk about in some of those spiritual books. Now, quantum mechanics and neuroscience also, they talk about everything around you is created by consciousness. So in the Bible, they talk about the mind of God talking to us. So the universal mind or the universal consciousness speaks to us and tell us to do things or request that we do things or create things for us. And also, the Bible talks about prayer because it works. And a lot of people say, yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad for you because none of my prayers work. Well, maybe that's what you expect and that's what you get. Quantum mechanics and neuroscience, they have proven that it works. See, we have a different understanding now on how all of this works because, well, in the book that I wrote about spiritual science, higher conscious thinking, and how to access the universal consciousness, I go deeply into how to set yourself up, as well as going through with these kinds of, I call them manifestations instead of prayer, because prayer is always it's given kind of a bad rap out there because the world as we know it in general doesn't really look at it like very serious. So we call it manifestations. It's a little better understood in science and among people. But look at, there's another book also, it's called Spontaneous Evolution by Dr. Bruce Lipton. They explain how neuroscience and quantum mechanics prove that prayer works when it is done right. And prayer is not done by words. There's a special language. It's a spiritual language. At least I call it a spiritual language And it creates change in the unified field that create everything around us. And this field create healing manifestations. And in fact, Greg Braden, he went to India up in the Himalayas, and he visited a monastery, and he asked the abbot of the monastery, that's the head of the monastery, he asked him, when you are doing what you do with your chants, how do you do this prayer? And the abbot told him, you have not seen my prayer, or our prayer, because prayers cannot be seen. What we do in our chants, we set up the vibration and the mindset and we set up our mind so that we get the feeling that creates the prayer or manifestations. I think that was poorly represented, but that was basically what he said. And on there also, I saw a video here by YouTube. In fact, I also placed that video on our Patreon page, the Mastermind Connection. You can go there on Patreon, and you can, as a member, you can see that video where there was somebody at the medicineless hospital in China, in Peking, I guess it was back then, but now it's Beijing. And they cured a small fist-like tumor on a bladder in 3 minutes. You have a split screen on the screen. On the left, there was a picture of the tumor sitting there. And on the right side, there were the live shot of the sonic picture of the tumor as they were spiritual teachers, I suppose. I believe they were Qigong. And they were chanting that it is healed, because they developed a feeling of the tumor being gone. And we could see on the screen the tumor disappearing into nothing in 3 minutes. There wasn't even 3 minutes. Now that is powerful, and that is healing when we have developed the feeling, the visualized image of it, the intention of it being done. And there's several other things in there in that spiritual language, which I also explain in my book. And what is very important for healing is the strong feeling of love and compassion. It changes the field we are in, so we can create everything we want in that field that will again manifest itself in our reality. See, there is also a doctor, Dr. Larry Dossey. He wrote a book, Healing Words and Prayer is Good Medicine. Now, his research that dives into neuroscience and supported by quantum mechanics, he studied 60 scientific studies that prove without a shadow of doubt that prayer works when it comes to healing. And in many of them, they took double-blind studies. They had one group over here that got no treatment whatsoever, up and beyond whatever that they wanted to do. And then there was another group that they did whatever they wanted to do and also added prayer to it. And they said a huge decrease in the size of the tumor by the ones that had been prayed over. So there's also a Dr. Leonard Laskov. He did some studies and he found that the people that was prayed over, they had a 39% decrease in the size of tumors just by prayer alone, by someone sending love to them. And is also these feelings of love, they were added to by visualized images of the organ being perfectly healthy. The increase of healing doubled. So yes, it works. The holy books are correct on that. It does work. See, when it comes to prayer, we don't get what we want. We get according to what we are. And see, prayer is not something we do. It is something we are. And that was something that there was a rainmaker that was made. He was asked about, how do you create rain? And he says, I don't create rain. He says, the Great Spirit creates the rain. But he says, I ask for it by what I am. And what he explained how he did that, he says that I see myself, I feel myself, I visualize myself standing in the mud, rain coming down, is dripping down my face. I feel gratitude for the rain, for all the good that is doing to the crops, to the land, to the people. That feeling created the rain. And this was one of the best rainmakers. When he went and did something, they were usually rain. So when it comes to prayer, it's kind of, a lot of people, they look at that like something that, yeah, that's something that religious people do. I don't need to. Well, maybe you should start thinking about it, because the church never teaches how prayer is done. Of course, we can wonder why, right? What would happen to the church if you engaged in prayer and you got everything you asked for? What would you need the church for? And you know, churches are organized like government. There is somebody at the top dictating to everybody else, and they want financial support. They have rigid rules that you have to comply with, otherwise they kick you out. Well, at least the Christians. And well, Muslims too. They don't like you if you don't believe in what they're talking about. So what would happen if we didn't need churches? Well, we go directly to the source. They would lose their power, they would lose their funding, and everything else would go to pot for them. So obviously, even if they knew how to do it, they wouldn't tell you. So, well, very few people actually teach how to do prayer, or we should call it manifestations. Now, the principles taught through law of attraction, that works very well. You could go to Broadcast Team Alpha again and check out the videos that we've done, some, quite a few of them actually, both Nori and I. And the only one that I can find in history that really taught how to do prayer was Moses. And that was 2,600 years ago. Wow, that's a long time. And nobody figured it out since then. Well, the thing is that Moses is contributed to have written 12 books. I have 10 of them on the shelf somewhere. And my old Bible back in Europe had the first, second, and the third book of Moses in the Bible. Of course, that was taken away because there was too many interesting stuff in there. Now, I found something in, I think there was the 9th book of Moses. It may have been the 6th, but I think it was the 9th, where he talked about how to pray and get results every time. See, that is something that is a totally unknown concept. Why would anybody expect results every time? Well, why not? If you expect it, you have more of a chance to have it. It's kind of like when you go to Amazon, you're going to buy something, you order it, you pay for it. Do you call back the day after and say, did you get my order? And the 3rd day, 4th day, if you didn't get it, where's my order? Did you get it? No, when you order something, you expect it to arrive, and it arrives. Try the same thing with manifestations and prayer too. Because once you put the prayer in, the request for the manifestation of certain things in your life, or the community, or the country, or the world, expect it. Don't take no for an answer. Now, Moses talked about this in a very eloquent way, and I wrote this down because I want to make sure I get it right for you. First of all, I want to ask, where does prayers go? They don't stay in the physical. They leave the physical, go into the field, or the spiritual, or the higher vibrations where thoughts and images and vibration and love is received. What is that? You could say that's the carrier wave. And then what you want to have happen is like it's imposed on the carrier wave, and it looks around into the field somewhere and find a matching vibration of visual images or vibration or love or whatever you're looking for. When it finds the vibration, then it starts bringing it back. And there's a process to get it induced into the physical world because, we're kind of solid here. So it's not, doesn't normally just show up. It can, but there's a little bit of a process to move it into the physical, and that would take a little bit of time. Time is always the wild card. And Moses talked about the fact that when you ask God for something, do not be a beggar. That goes back to calling Amazon the day after and says, did you get my order? No, we can expect it. Expect it. And also pray for more than 3 people. Because the universe and the universal consciousness is not a selfish thing. It's a giving thing and a creation for not just you. So at least 3 people. There's something about that in universal law. And he also talked about be single-minded of focus. In other words, when you pray for something, don't mix it up with 14 other things. The universe gets confused. There's too many different energies that goes out there. Be single-mindedness of focus. And then he says, I'm going to read this. He says, do not flaunt your express your prayers among people who mock you. With other words, if you are in a group of people that don't believe in this at all, maybe you're better off not even talking about it, because they're going to make fun of you possibly, or they're going to poo-poo it, and it will decrease your effectiveness because of your belief possibly, or your energy directed towards fulfillment of prayer. He also talked about go in your chamber. That don't mean get in a closet and close the door. It means go within where the mind is. That is here and here. It's a combination of the heart and the head and the brain. So go within. And that means go within, be still, and put your request in. Then he says, know what you want. So if you want nothing, then what's the universe going to do? Sometimes nothing. Or what is best for you at the time. I know there is some contentions on this, because there is books out there and there's people that talk about live in the now. Don't ask the universe for anything, because it will supply you with what you need. And that's true. It will. So if you are perfectly happy with everything you have, stay in the now, because it is there for you to enjoy. If you are missing something, chances are that you may want to ask. My mom had a saying that was kind of funny. She used it on me quite a bit. She said, beggars may not get much, but the one that never asks will get nothing. Maybe there's something to that also when it comes to the spiritual arena. If you don't ask for something, why would you get it? Think on that. And also know it's got to be for the highest good. Especially if you want something for someone else. You should either have their permission to ask for it for them, or like somebody say, pray for me. Well, that's fine. Then we have the permission to do. But it also has to be for the highest good. If somebody wants you to pray for them, and they ask for something you know is not really very good, or maybe not for their best good, you suspect it probably will not come out good for them, maybe you should also add to for the best of all concerned. Because then what you ask for will be for the best of all concerned, so it would not hurt them. It may not be a positive experience, but good results will arise from it. I have had many negative experiences that I had a phenomenal learning lesson from it, and a lot of good things happen from that. And then Moses says, see it in your heart. And we got to remember, back 2,600 years ago, the word mind and heart was the same word. So when he said, see it in your heart, that means visualize it, know what it is, feel it, love it. Because that's what the heart does. It creates feelings. And then he says, speak it aloud with emotion so the tears flow. That is pure feeling. Speak it aloud. I have not necessarily done much of that, but there is a point to it, because we are never alone. There are other entities around us. Some of them are there for our benefit. That could be spiritual guides, disembodied entities that have our best interest at heart. Someone on site that may be able to observe your words as well as your feeling. Most higher spiritual entities are very perceptive when it comes to telepathy, visualized images. They may not see, they may not see the image itself of what you visualize, but they feel the vibration of it, which is enough to reach into the quantum. I see people in the chat room, they're agreeing with me. That's good. I always like somebody agreeing. And then Moses says, no, it is yours. In other words, don't waffle on it. When you put in your request, expect it to happen. And that is something that doubt, oh gosh, that thing just keep sneaking up on us. You put in your request and you think like, well, I haven't had any of that before. Why should it happen now? But it does. Without asking, you may not get anything. So, and that's why I have been touting meditation for decades, because the gate to higher consciousness, both in the so-called holy books as well as in neuroscience and in quantum mechanics, they talk about going within, quiet the mind, so you open up the channel into the universal mind where you can have a two-way flow of information coming in through the pituitary, or actually it could be coming in through the heart. That I'm not so sure of, but I know the pituitary is the gate in and out of spiritual attachments and channels. So once that comes in, it goes through the superconscious mind into the subconscious mind and come up into conscious understanding, and it's usually very quick. The conscious mind will see it as a flash of a thought, and then it's gone. So we have to be aware of these things. If you get a brilliant idea, notice it. Maybe write it down. Or have one of the things that I do. I got Terry a little tape recorder, that dates me, a voice recorder with me. So I talk it in on that one and stick it in my pocket. And then a day or so later, I run the recording and I thought, oh, that's right. That was a good idea. I should do something with that. Because these inspirations, they come fast, they pass through your mind fast, and they're gone fast. So remember, your mind can be going 90 miles an hour. Remember, my mind is going 400 to 500 miles an hour. Remember, I was a pilot. So my mind, we are trained to think about 5 to 10 miles ahead of the airplane. What's happening at that intersection, and we plan for it when we get there. We should do the same thing in our daily life. We should plan ahead and incorporate all the ideas into that plan. But do it through meditation. That's your gate to higher consciousness. And in meditation, you develop a lot of alpha brainwave pattern. When you slow the mind down, you get into the alpha brainwave bottom, like 7 cycles per second. And after a while, you'll be able to take it below that into theta. And that's where the magic happens. When you're down into the theta, that's where everything around you disappears. It goes away. And you can then, before you get to that point, communicate to the mind what you want to have happen, and then go into theta. Because your thoughts and visual images and your emotion and the feeling and the love that you develop as a package, place it in the mind or in the heart, create it here and then bring it up here. It stays there for a little while until you get into the theta, and it goes out into the universal mind, looking around for a match of vibration and start bringing things back. See, prayer is based on universal law. So don't change the rules. Moses knew it 2,600 years ago. Well, there's some questions about that date, but either way, it was known in the past, and then it went away because of religion. And also, what we pray for, we get on the basis of what we are, not what we want. It is what we are. We have to raise our own vibration to match what we ask for. That's at least when it works the best. If we are a total scoundrel, drug addict, think about crime all the time, what can we expect in our life? We hang around with people like that. We are going to become like the people we associate with and the thoughts we allow to dwell in our mind the most. So we should think about that. Maybe we need to clean our neighborhood a little bit. Get some new friends. Reach into the, okay, how should I say this so it's diplomatic? Try to find people to hang out with and associate with at your own level of consciousness or above. It will bring you up every time, because there is some of us, including myself, that need to disassociate with some of the people I associate with. That's a tough one to do. And yeah, it's a tough one to do, because whatever we associate with at a lower vibration of consciousness than what we are will hold us back. And when we visualize things that we want in our environment, in our life, do it in colorful images. Now, that's not easy. When you start visualizing in color, you can see for a moment, when you close your eyes and try to visualize something, you can see for a moment the color of something, and then it fades away. The more you practice, and it don't take long to just get to do, actually to visualize color while you are in that meditative state, then it gets more effective. So I would say there is one thing everybody should consider, and that is do something every day to further your spiritual growth. If you're 9 to 5ing it right now, it's hard to do. That's why I've been talking about the 3-minute meditation. There's a saying out there that says that everybody should meditate for 20 minutes. Boy, that's what I get for not turning the phone off. Okay. Everybody should meditate for 20 minutes a day. And then it goes, if you do not have time to do that, you need to meditate an hour. And if we don't have time to do that, then I do this all the time. 3-minute meditation. I get into that state of mind, lower my brainwave pattern, close the mind down for about 3 minutes or so. Sometimes I lose the time and I wake up 10 minutes, 15 minutes later. But it exercises the channel from the conscious mind in through the subconscious mind, through the superconscious mind, to the universal mind. When you exercise the channel, it's just like exercising a muscle. It gets stronger and stronger the more you do. 3-minute meditation don't take much. You can do that. So just do that. I have a little sticker on the screen on my computer. It says, "Do it now." And to me, that means, 3 minutes meditation. And also that means something else to a small exercise program that I do sitting down just while to induce strength and so on. So it takes 3 to 4 minutes. You do that every day. After a while, you're going to get really good at this. And when you get good at meditation, closing the mind down, then there are some things that I talk about in my book here, where I actually teach you how to use your mind in ways that you normally would think would be impossible. And I also tell people that if you read the book 3 times, we need to talk, because then you may be ready for stage 2. That deals with getting into that meditative state, creating something and making it happen. Because you can reach into different parts of the universal mind where things are that you want. You know, you don't go to the grocery store to buy a car. You get the hint? There are places and vibrations within the unified field or the universal mind where what you're looking for is not there. You can direct it more. This is not spoken of a lot, but if you read that book, you'll see it. And the second time you see more, and the third time you will get a whole different understanding of the universe, because the book is written on several different levels of consciousness. And when we ask for something, I have heard people say, okay, I don't know how much time I have left here, but let me know when the time comes. There are some people that say, well, if we pray for something and it is not for us to have, would we interfere with the universal plan for our life? Or especially if we pray for someone else. So if we try to manifest something in someone else's life, even with their permission, would we interfere with the master plan for the life? Well, if we use the term for the good of all concerned, at the end of what we are asking for, our slate is clean. It is up to the universe to know what is best for that master plan governing that person's life.
You got about 8 minutes left, Aage, and there's 2 questions here from the people in the audience, just to let you know.
Okay, well, I could give it a couple of minutes, and then I'll take some questions. And remember, this is not your doing. If you ask for something for someone else, for the good of all concerned, it is the universal mind that creates in that person's life that is best for them according to their master plan, so it does not interfere with their existence or shorten out anything that was planned for them. And another thing is that prayer in groups are more effective because they create a mastermind. That's why going to church, I haven't done a lot of that because I don't feel I need to, but it's a good place to go. Because even though you may not necessarily hear the words much, but it's a lot of good people going there. And it's a good place to sit and meditate. So you can think about that. And also, Nori and I have, Nori Love and I, we have created this mastermind group that we have done some incredible things by creating both for people, for the world, and as well for ourselves. And if you want to be part of that, want to come and check out the mastermind, it's kind of like a spiritual think tank where we make things happen. You can send us an email to themastermindconnection@gmail.com. themastermindconnection@gmail.com. And also broadcast team alpha.com. It is the website where we have a lot of videos, and also on YouTube with the same name. And we have a picture gallery, about 5,000 unbelievable pictures of things that should not exist, but does. It has NASA prints of pyramids on the moon, people walking on the moon. Of course, these, they disappeared, and decades later they show up because of leaks and stuff. So yeah, it's all there. And also I would show off the book again. I have no shame, so I'm going to show off the book again. Spiritual Science, Higher Conscious Thinking, and How to Access the Universal Consciousness. And what I do there, I teach you how to use your mind in ways that will benefit you an awful lot. And you can go to Amazon and put my name in or that title in and read about all the subjects that is in the book. There is about 60 some different subjects that are how to explain the universe and our place in it and what we can do to improve our lives and how to use the mind. So yeah, maybe we should take some questions. I'm all ears of what people would want to know.
Excellent, excellent, Aage. And just I have to say that was an amazing presentation. I've talked to you. You've come on my show, Full Spectrum Universe. I've gone to Broadcast Team Alpha, and we've even done events together. And every time you say what you're saying about the consciousness, every time there's this profound moment where I feel like my ears perk up, and then all of a sudden I have to dig deeper and get to the fundamentals. And when I picked up your book, it changed the way that I experienced internally myself within my own consciousness. And that was one of the highlights for me, and how to manifest and really experience it. You can talk about it, learn about it, but really experiencing it is something a little bit different. It's in a wild thing. So let's go to some of the questions we have here. And one of the questions from Raya is, how can we transform our life into a living meditation?
A living meditation?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can meditate walking down the street, and you can too. But you're still aware of things around you. But that is, be at peace. If you have people around you that is disrupting, it's tough to create peace. But if when you have peace, you lower your brainwave pattern and you create that harmony with peace and the universe in here, that comes by itself once you lower the brainwave pattern, because it brings you closer to the universal vibrations. I would say start with meditation. Start with 3 minutes, 3 or 4 times a day, and then the 20 minutes. I would say meditation is your gate to higher consciousness again. So just start meditating and then know what you want and start asking.
Excellent advice. Excellent advice. We have some more questions here. It says, how do you know what is for you or not in this life?
Well, most of the time we don't even know. And sometimes it's good to not know. Boy, oh boy, I'm glad I didn't know some of the stuff that happened to me. But I love surprises, but we can know if we listen to that little voice in the back of our head. When we really want something, oh God, I want to do that. Take the time to listen. Say, okay, is this for me? You can do that by using a pendulum. I do that once in a while. I'm not as good as I used to be with that. Or listen to the voice in the back of your head when you ask, is this for my highest good? And then go into meditation. And you get an answer. It could be a yay or a nay. When you get a nay, no, not for you, don't second question it. You could go back and say, well, yeah, but I really want that. Listen. It's kind of like the guy that was mountain climbing and he fell and he just sliding down and he got the branch by his hand and he was just hanging there and looking down. And, oh, that don't look good at all, 400 foot down there. So he said, I haven't prayed much, but maybe this is the time to start. So he says, God, save me. And he was listening, nothing. And then he heard this rumbling voice up there. Let go the branch. He looked up, he looked down, didn't like what he saw down below him. So he looked up again and said, anybody else up there? That's what we don't want to do. Listen.
That's incredible. The next question we have is, how can you interact with the universe or your spirit guide, etc.?
First of all, know they're there. If you ignore them, they may not communicate because they know you ignore them anyway. But know they're there. Expect them to be there. Start talking to them. Loud if you like, because there are some spirit guides that may not be telepathic enough to actually be able to understand what you think. They may see what you're doing and try to guide you in certain directions that way. Also, leave them messages, write messages for them. That's how you communicate with dead ones. They're not really dead, they're more alive than you are, but leave them messages. But also, they are outside of the physical. So remember, what they see is like looking in the mirror. So write your messages backwards. Then they can read them better. If you really want to communicate with the departed ones, go to YouTube and put in the search bar, the Tesla Spirit Radio. It's got 14 different parts to it. And you can make one of those if you understand a little bit about electronics. If you don't know nothing about electronics and you want to have one to communicate with the spirit world, have a friend that knows how to do it, put together two. One for you and one for him, and he's going to love you for it. Because when you turn that thing on, you can talk with the spirit world. It works. The YouTube is full of those things. Well, not full, but they are quite a few of them that you can hear the spirit talking and you can communicate back and forth. So that's just one way.
Excellent, excellent. So we have another question. It says, I meditate daily for an hour or so and do receive a word or a picture of something, but not actually a conversation / telepathy. What could be the reason?
Well, have you requested a conversation? Ask. Just if you sit there and think of nothing and no questions, no requests, no expectations, maybe a word is all you get. Decide before you enter meditation what the results should be. Ask for something to happen. Or you could say, speak to me in dreams. Then they might do that. Or you could say, communicate with me. Then they can pick the way that it works. They can try several different ways to be able to communicate with you, and you may be able to communicate. That could be through thought transference, or I have once in a while voices that tells me things. There are ways to do this. I talk about that in the book too.
I know that. I know that for sure. And like I was talking about before is the internalization. And sometimes one of the hardest things for people to do is to just quiet the mind and be in that present. Do you have any advice for the people on ways to maybe effectively get to that place a little bit easier, a little bit faster?
Absolutely. There is some tricks to it. Hardly anybody talks about this, but first of all, be by yourself. Unless you are in a group that all meditate at the same time. Now, that can be powerful. But if you are by yourself, turn off the radio, shut off the computer, and be by yourself. Turn the phone off. I learned that experience here about 2 minutes ago. Just be by yourself. Expect a good result of what you're doing. And then there is this trick to dull the mind. Look straight ahead at the wall. Find a spot on the wall. And then cross your eyes just a little bit. So now you got 2 spots on the wall. When you do that, now don't cross the mind so much that it hurts, but just a little bit. So you got 2 spots. Now the mind is busy doing something that it doesn't take thought to do, and it dulls. Everything goes away. In fact, you can try that right now, where you sit for the next 5 seconds. Just look at the wall, cross your eyes a little bit, and then let go. Did you notice everything went away? It will do that, and it'll, as long as your eyes are crossed, and then close your eyes and keep your eyes crossed a little bit, everything goes away. You dive down into that bottom of the alpha range of the brainwave pattern.
Another thing that helped me too is not just turning those devices off, but getting away from them completely. Because sometimes even while off, they give off a frequency that sort of, I don't know how to explain it. It almost like draws you to it a little bit. It's almost right there with you. And, and Aage, I just want to say, brother, it's always a pleasure talking to you. I thank you so much for coming through. And I always get a great download from you, man. And I appreciate you and I love you, brother.
Well, thank you very much for saying that. I sure appreciate being here. I always have fun doing these kinds of things. Besides, I never met a microphone I didn't like, so I'm here.
I'm the same way. So you guys, just again, you can find Aage on Broadcast Team Alpha on YouTube. And we have broadcastteamalpha.com, right? Go up and pick his books up. And I'm going to relinquish the stage to Neil after we say goodbye to Aage. So thank you, Aage. We're going to get to the next speaker. Or actually, I think we're going to be, there's some musical interlude next, which is going to be absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and let's keep Aage on for a second because
Sure.
I want to show an event the second event that Aage, myself, and Laura Eisenhower is producing together. So I want to show that, and I think a good segue into the next person would be if you could share what you're going to talk on at that summit, Aage.
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
so let's do this. So this is the second production with tri-production, a term that I just recently coined, with Laura, Aage, and myself. This is called Activating Conscious Evolution. It's a 2-day event. Do you want to just, Aage, really quick, tell us the speakers and then talk about what you're going to share?
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about astral travel and leaving the body, going out and seeing, observing, learning, associating, and actually communicating with disembodied spirits. Well, I used disembodied, not necessarily true. Some of them never had a body, but there is things out there that you can see and communicate with, and the places you can go and see and observe. And I don't talk a lot about this normally, but you actually can do this. It's not that hard to learn. Astral travel is a very real concept. And once you get out there, it is an exhilarating experience. And there is a good way to do it. I'm going to talk about how to do it. And it's going to be a pretty quick course. And if you really want to learn astral travel, go to Broadcast Team Alpha, check under classes, and on and also as a member of the Mastermind Connection, you can access there's 4 classes and 1 hour each that teach you all the environment, what you're getting into, how to do it, and what to expect, and how to go about doing this. And this is what I'm going to talk about on this conference. It's going to be shortened down a little bit, but it's going to be right there, and you're going to see what you can do.
Beautiful. I'll go ahead and share that in all the platforms right now. And Rob, did you want to close out with Aage? Say thanks, bye, and jump back on if you want.
Yeah, sure. Like I said, Aage, it's always a pleasure. And the downloads you give to people are just truly incredible. So keep up the good work, brother, because we need more people like you out there blazing the trail for people like myself. And, and also Neil, I didn't say it before, but, I really appreciate you letting me be here. And I'm loving the friendship that we are cultivating and the spaces that we are creating together. I think it's truly exceptional. And I have such love, admiration, and appreciation for you as well in putting these events together, because you're showing people like me how to do this as well and get that message out to so many more people that we can, everybody can touch everybody if we all think about it together, right?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Aage. Thank you, Rob. And
thank you, and live long and prosper.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, and it's what basically we're bringing the band back together. The Cosmic Celestial Band is coming together again. The family's uniting so that we can create real change on Earth by doing what? Coming together and, focusing our intention on what we know is possible. Aage, I appreciate you, brother. We'll see you a little bit later. Okay? Take care.
Take care.
All right, everybody. We're going to go now into our next presenter for today. And the next presenter, his name is Michael Brandt DeMaria. He is in the room, so let me go ahead and set him up really quick as I'm doing his bio here. Extremely excited for this this meditative / performance. And Michael was on, I think he was on both of the last online Portal to Ascension conferences. And the reason I have him on is just not only his energy, the way he carries himself, his passion about the music and the information that he shares, but just also to really give that dynamic of changing it up a bit. It's not just about information and education. It's also about experience. And part of the experience that we've been blessed to be able to cultivate on planet Earth is music, vibration, and frequency. So give me a moment as I locate his name through the couple of hundred people here. All right, so a little bit about Michael. And as he comes on, I'll go ahead and read this. Dr. Michael DeMaria life turned inside out and upside down after the first decade of his professional life when he underwent a life-transforming vision quest without food or water, guided by a native teacher. He went there suffering compassion fatigue and burnout after working for many years with severe cases of child abuse as a child protection team psychologist. The experience provided a profound healing, a course correction, and gave him a vision for his life. Ever since his mission, he has been here to help guide others to what he calls the ocean of peace that lies within each human heart. He does this through his work as a creative mentor for the soul's journey, yoga, meditation, mindfulness teacher, and above all, as a musician, artist, poet, and filmmaker. His healing music is heard over 1 million times a week across the world, garnering him 4 Grammy nominations, 8 ZMR awards, 6 #1 albums, a Native American Music Award, and appearing on the Grammy-winning album All About Bullies, Big and Small. He is also a Sounds True recording artist, with his music being featured on projects with Eckhart Tolle, Mark Nepo, and Noah Levine. He is the author of 4 books, 3 of which were bestsellers, and is the creator and author of The Peace Within Process for Integrative Wellness. His newest book of poetry, When All Is Lost, Finding Heart in the Dark, came out in 2020, and Heart Warrior, Birthing and Tending a Soulful Life, is due out in 2021, so it actually might have been out by now. You can find out more about his work at michaeldemaria.com, as well as get his 7x7 meditation challenge at youtube.com/mbdmaria. And we'll go ahead and post those links in all the chats. So, hey, Michael, how you doing, brother?
I am great, Neil. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for that awesome introduction and just the last section. I had a chance to listen in, and it's always a joy to be with you and this great conference. So
thank you, man.
Thank you.
And as with you too, just like your energy and whenever you're here, it just adds such a beautiful dynamic. Words can't express my appreciation for you. Go ahead and take away. It's all yours.
God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Well, hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. And I want to begin with what I call releasing into the now. And I just need to get this set up to where I can see what's going on here. Okay. So some of you who may have been with me before, I want us all to give ourselves permission, full permission to be here right now for a time together. And so it's very simple. All we're doing is your palms are facing skyward, coming straight up the central channel of the spine as you breathe in. Turn 360 at your throat, reach up, and then you're going to breathe out with an ah, just going, ah. Let's do that again, breathing in and up. Ah. Let's do one more. And you know, there's the ah of Monday morning, which is ah. And then there's the ah of Friday night with Ascension, which is ah. So I want you to get all your ahs in there, okay? It's a very
Michael, really quick, can you turn your volume up a little?
Thank you for. I was going to check to see if you were if it was sounding okay. How's that? Check.
Beautiful, check. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for checking in on making sure. I meant to ask you. Okay, and I want to just check my other audio setting here. All right, great. All right, so great, because now you can actually hear me a little better. A nice ah sound where we're getting all of that energy in there. It's such a sacred sound. Amen, Buddha, God, Allah, all Shiva. It's such a powerful, powerful word. So breathing in, get all your deep ahs in there, breathing in. Ah. And just as the last speakers were talking, you know, this bringing ourselves into the moment, being present is so critical. Quieting the mind, opening the heart, embracing our souls is the way to heal our life. So I really want you to take a nice deep breath. We're also going to do 3 ohms together. And the Om, and again, the Upanishads, and it gives you a chance to really, the Manduka Upanishad teaches that Om is the great sacred source of all physical matter. So we can follow that source back by doing these Oms together. So we're going to do 3 Oms with the same intention, this time with your eyes closed. And I want you to do this with me as you allow these vibrations to allow us to really connect within this beautiful field of consciousness and awareness that we are, that we're connected to, which I like to call that ocean of peace. When we've released the past, we've released the future, which are simply persistent illusions, and drop into the now is the magic that happens. So breathing in. Again. One more time, nice deep breath. And now allowing your eyes to remain closed for a moment, just tuning in to how differently you feel in your body before doing our 3 Ahs and our 3 Oms. Really feeling the points of contact between your body and the earth, whether you're sitting down or standing or lying down. Really tune into that barely perceptible plane of contact between your body and the earth. Neither your body nor the earth, but that barely perceptible plane of contact. And just for this moment, imagine breathing in from the earth, somewhere deep down within the earth, up through the central channel of the spine to the top of the head. Breathing out and down from the top of the head all the way down through the central channel of the spine, down through the pelvic bowl into the earth. We call this full-bodied breathing. Breathing in again from the earth up to the top of the head. Out and down from the top of the head all the way down into the earth. One more time. Breathing in all the way to the top of your head. Out and down from the top of your head all the way down into the depths of the earth. And releasing, relaxing the shoulders, the neck, the forehead, the trunk of the body, the arms, the hands, the fingers, the legs, the feet, and the toes. Almost feeling like your arms and legs are like 2 rivers or streams or waterfalls of sensation, carrying any physical, mental, or emotional stress out of your body down into the earth. Just let it go. Just let it go. Release it. Empty, empty, empty. And in this moment, giving yourself full permission to be fully present. Nowhere to go. Nothing to have to be. Nothing to have to do. for anyone. Just being. Just being. So hopefully that you're feeling very relaxed and very present. And I now invite you to go to a place in nature. A place in nature where you feel completely at peace. It could be a place that you've actually visited on the physical plane. It could be a place you have visited in your dreams, or in astral travel, or a meditation. It could be a completely imaginary place, like floating on a cloud. And as you do, allow yourself to know in this place in nature, anything is possible. You can swim with the dolphins, fly with the eagles, allowing yourself to be purely, fully present as you commune with the rocks and the trees, connecting to that vast self. And allow this medicine place to take you home to your soul as you hear the sounds of the flute taking you there. Feeling more present, more relaxed, more connected to that timeless, ageless, deathless source of your soul. And in this space, I invite you to imagine breathing in and out of your heart center, or perhaps bathing your heart with the breath. And as you do, I would like you to be receptive and tuning into every cell, molecule, and atom of your being. As you hear the following phrases sink deep into your blood and bones. Infinite love, infinite divine love, like a healing liquid golden light pouring from your heart into every cell, molecule, and atom of your being. Infinite divine love. Infinite healing, infinite healing, infinite healing. Infinite forgiveness, infinite forgiveness, infinite forgiveness. Infinite compassion, infinite compassion, infinite compassion. Infinite peace, infinite peace, infinite peace, like an ocean of love, bathing every cell, molecule, and atom of your being, reminding you who you truly are and have always been. Inawaye kunaye, inayatu mayeku, inayaku, inayaku, inayaku maye unaye, inamaye una, inumaye una, inayaku ina. Hina kuhenua hina hina ho hina eke hina yo ke unaye aho aha e ana. I'd like you now to slowly bring your awareness into your arms and legs, fingers and toes, and just begin to move them in any way that feels comfortable and okay to you. And on the next in-breath, when you're ready, I invite you to take a nice deep breath. And if it feels good to you, bring your arms around, giving yourself a hug. And if it feels good to you, crossing your ankles. And ever so slightly rocking from side to side. We call this hugging the universe or embracing the mystery. And you are a universe, infinite and inexhaustible. A beautiful fractal of the entire universe, every bit as beautiful, mysterious, and deep, and profound. And you are a mystery in the deepest, best sense of that word. And taking a vow in this moment to be more loving, more compassionate, more forgiving of yourself, now and always. And when you're ready, you can slowly begin to open your eyes and bring yourself back into the earth plane in the here and now. And just begin to bring yourself here. And one way of doing this is doing a few more rounds of earth breathing. Just imagine once again breathing from the earth up to the top of your head. Out and down from the top of your head, down into the earth. 2 more times, breathing in and up. Out and down. Beautiful. And I always like to seal the practice with one more nice Om together. So let's do that together. Actually, let's do a yum. Y-U-M is the bija mantra for the heart chakra. Y-U-M, because the heart is so yummy. So let's do a yum together. Breathing in nice and deep. It's been so great to be here with all of you today. It's always a joy to connect with this conference and everyone. And I want to thank Neil and everyone else who has invited me back. And I send many blessings to all of you as we continue on this wild, wonderful earth dance. So God bless you, be well, and namaste.
Hey, thank you, Michael. How can people reach you? There's a couple of people had hands up in the audience. And
Oh, yes. So the easiest way is, and actually I'll put it in the chat there, www.michaeldimaria.com. You can stream on your favorite streaming. Just you can tune into Michael Brandt DiMaria on Pandora or Spotify or Amazon Music, any of the streaming sessions. I have a lot of information, meditations, etc. on my YouTube channel. And again, you can just do Michael DiMaria YouTube, or you go to youtube.com/MB DiMaria. And I do have an online program called The Peace Within, and you can go to alldaypeace.com. That's alldaypeace.com, and I'll put that in there too.
thank you.
I want to thank everybody for your sweet comments.
Timeless is a good comment there.
God bless you.
Okay. So I think we're just switching gears here because we're so much in the right brain with those sounds. It's hard to have a conversation, but we can manage it, Paul, right?
Sure thing, Alan.
Me, you, and your cat.
That's right.
But I mean, of course, most people know you as the son of J. Allen Hynek, one of really the first top UFO investigators. Of course, he was an astronomer and then hired by Project Blue Book. And suddenly he realized, hey, there's something to this. And, the whole Project Blue Book television series, right? Was it Project Blue Book? And you were an advisor on that. And, but also you come from a whole financial background, a whole tech, financial, entertainment background, because I was doing some research about you. And how do you integrate, what you grew up with, which was this kind of other level of reality, even though your father was quite a realist and concrete sort of guy, but doesn't seem to be room for this within that kind of tech finance world for what we're talking about here on Portal to Ascension. How do you integrate this?
I'm basically CFO by day, UFOs by night. And actually, I felt more out of place a little bit growing up because my sister is a nurse midwife. All my brothers are engineers, which are a poor man's physicist. And my father was an astrophysicist, and I was a French major. So I was a little bit different there. But here, working in tech and finance and entertainment, people loves them some UFOs. So it's a little bit different part of my brain to go back to how you started, but
right.
I think we all have sort of different facets to us. And those rare times when the Venn diagram circles can overlap, then it's just hitting on all cylinders.
So you're saying they love, maybe in entertainment, but it's not that they don't love UFOs and everything we're talking about Portal to Ascension. It doesn't seem like there's any room for it within, finance and tech. Talk about that.
I'll give you a story. So I was interviewing with a company to be a part-time CFO, and I had 2 interviews with their board. And on my first call with their controller and the CEO, the very first question that the controller asked me was what it was like to have the supervillain from Game of Thrones play my TV father. And apparently she looked that up somewhere online and found that. So, I found that it's people, when it comes up, people are fascinated by it.
Right. But so you grew up, I just saw an article about you growing up with the best UFO library in the world when you were younger.
Right. My bedroom wall was the largest UFO library in the world.
Right. And there was a steel little object from some ship that you used to kick around as a toy. Was that?
Yeah, we may have had the Betz sphere, which is from a famous case in Florida. And it was a large, like a jumbo-sized bowling ball that we had in our basement that we were just sort of kicking around, that I think was not the Betz sphere, but we got it around the same time. And I was speaking at a conference and a woman came up to me and said, Paul, here's an article I found that says your dad had the Betz sphere. Did you ever see it? And that's when I started thinking that innocuous looking metallic sphere that we had may have come from that sighting in Florida.
That sphere came off a UFO, you're saying?
Well, the Betz sphere is reported to be an artifact from a saucer, yes.
And was it ever analyzed for its metal content?
The one we had, I don't know what happened to it. It sort of just disappeared.
So, there's a lot more talk, and we talked last time about how happy your father would be now because things are coming full circle and everything he worked for. But I just want to go back to that turning point for him, because he was hired, correct me if I'm wrong, to sort of debunk the UFO world. And of course, he came up with that now famous line that he regrets about swamp gas, about some Michigan case. I think I asked you before, but so he's out for a debunker because he's an astronomer. He doesn't believe in any of this stuff. And yet he's studying these cases. What was that moment, that like aha moment, like, oh my God, I'm not, this stuff is real. Was there a moment like that for him?
I have two answers. One, I think in large part, it was kind of the frog in hot water, where it just gets gradually hotter and harder for you to maintain that crusty debunker facade. But our family friend, Jacques Vallée, he says a lot of that occurred in 1964, around the time of the Socorro, New Mexico case. And as it happens, Jacques and Paola Harris and Chris Mellon and I are going to New Mexico in 2 weeks, very close to Socorro, New Mexico.
And why are you going there? Yeah.
There was another case in 1945 with the cousin of Lonnie Zamora from Socorro. That's a fantastic case that Jacques and Paola have written about in a recent book called Trinity, which, and the name coming from the nuclear testing site nearby.
Mm-hmm. So he had a case before Lonnie Zamora?
This was a case in 1945 that my father did not investigate. And Socorro, which was, I think, a turning point in my father's ability to publicly speak about aliens present in cases, that was in 1964.
Right, just so people don't, in case people don't know who Paul's father was, it was J. Allen Hynek, who was really the first major scientist, I think, to come forward and say there was something to the UFO phenomena. He formed the organization, what was it called? CFOS?
Yeah, Center for UFO Studies.
Right, and Jacques, he wasn't just a family friend, Jacques Vallée, he worked with Jacques Vallée, right?
Oh yeah, he was a colleague and co-author of my father for many years, and ever since been a family friend.
Right, and of course, Jacques Vallée was portrayed by Francois Truffaut in the classic Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Did your father like that movie? I know he made a guest appearance, but what did he feel about that film?
Yeah, he was hesitant before the movie because if you're a scientist, I think my father felt there were three communities that he had to be cognizant of. One is the government and the military. Another one is mainstream science, which was his, home turf. And then there are, say, UFO believers. Mm-hmm. Try to think of three different groups of entities. And I think he felt he had to keep each of these groups at least mildly displeased then he's doing the right balancing act. So for him, he's trying to maintain scientific integrity on this very narrow and sharp tightrope.
Right.
And then Hollywood comes calling and saying, we want to do a movie. As a scientist, your first reaction isn't, oh boy, it's, oh no. So he was very hesitant at first, but in talking with Steven Spielberg, he became much more comfortable because he had sort of a respectful take on the subject matter. And then, as you said, my father had a cameo role and was the technical advisor. And so a lot of the things that happened in the movie are from real UFO reports.
So he must have been happy with the film.
He was because it's a work of fiction, but it really moved the needle, or as the Simpsons say, embiggened the tent on what people felt comfortable talking about. There was a real watershed moment for people to feel like, hey, I've had this experience. I don't know what to make of it. It's had a traumatic impact on me, and I want to tell somebody about it.
And of course, the film was a tribute to the terms your father created, the close encounter term, close encounter 1, 2, and 3. Now, of course, people have taken that further, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, right.
But he created that way of categorizing sightings that is now part of the common English language. I mean,
yeah.
So that's pretty impressive that he created a kind of input into the everyday lexicon of people around the world, actually.
Yeah, he was, as I mentioned, an astrophysicist, and he made the insight, or he had the insight that he wasn't really studying UFOs. He was studying UFO reports. And so he wasn't, disassembling propulsion systems and, thinking about, planetary motions. He was questioning witnesses. And for an astrophysicist, that's awfully touchy-feely. So he had to bring some science with him. So he thought the way to do that was to impose a kind of scientific rubric over the phenomena so that scientists and other observers could sort of compare things on a more apples to apples basis. So close encounters of the first, second, third kind provided that kind of structure for everyone to use as kind of a UFO lingua franca.
No, it was brilliant and sort of was a very important step in what is still hopefully an integration process, and sometimes that takes hundreds of years. There was one talk he gave, and I keep trying to find it. Maybe it was at the UN or from the Congress, where he talks about the multidimensionality. It was a really far, where is that? Because I keep looking for it. You know what that?
Yeah, that was at the United Nations, I think in 1978. And that notion of multidimensionality, you and I have talked about that before.
Right.
For me, there's a lot of questions. Once you get in the UFO field, there's maybe more questions than answers, right? Okay. And one of the questions I have is, as my father used to say, if you liken the size of the known visible universe to that of like the continental United States, we are a speck of dust in Kansas. So even though we've been beaming out episodes of I Love Lucy these many decades, it's not easy just to find us. And if they do find us, why do they come here and not do something grand like land on the lawn of the White House? Mm-hmm. They're scaring, hillbillies in Kelly Hopkinsville, et cetera.
Right.
So for me, this sort of grand extra terrestrial trek doesn't seem to explain at least the totality of the phenomena, and multidimensional, interdimensional seems to do that much better for me and my father.
Right. We may be a speck, but supposedly when we detonated those atomic blasts, we really alerted the rest of the local universe, because something happens that is more than just I Love Lucy episodes. We kind of break the continuity of time, space. And do you find that to be true, or is that just sort of another modern myth?
I have no idea. That could well be true. There are, the recent Pentagon report, or the mini report, right, on UFOs that came out in June, talks about how there are more sightings around nuclear bases, But it
Yeah.
also mentions, and I think it's very interesting, that could be the result of observation bias because there are much more sensitive instruments to record things around nuclear bases than other places.
I don't, I mean, my guess is no, they are sort of more concerned with our nuclear. That's my guess. And, you know, because they do turn off they, according to, I think, Michael Salas, they turned off the nuclear codes. And Robert Hastings' work, I think, is very important because he says there's been UFOs in the former Soviet Union, Russia, around nuclear bases as well. So I think there is some occupation they have with the nuclear, you know, missiles. And even Grant Cameron says some of his early sightings were because he was living right over the border from these bases that were in the US from his Canadian. So I don't know. We won't know until your friend Christopher Mellon pushes Congress to lay it all out on the table. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about where we are in disclosure and what are you going to say to Chris? Are you friends? I mean, how did that happen?
You know, it's a pretty small incestuous world, ufology, and you know, if you're in it for a long enough time, and you know, I don't remember life without UFOs. You basically can't swing a dead, well, I shouldn't say a dead cat. You can't not but meet people and bump into people over time.
Right. So you bumped into him, but what's your connection? I mean, what do you, if you can tell us, what are you guys up to?
So we have a connection with MUFON, and we're both very interested in this case in New Mexico. And I went there with Jacques and Paula, I think in April of this year. And Chris was supposed to come, but he had strep throat. So we're going back again now to take him to the actual site of the landing.
Well, what do you think? I mean, there's so many cases, though. It seems a little obscure to go back to a case in 1945 because there's so many important cases that. So there must be something to that particular case.
Yeah, and that's a good point. There are a lot of good cases. It's kind of a smorgasbord. This case is particularly strong. There are still witnesses alive from that time who we know and have spent significant time with. And this case, as Jacques makes in the book, makes the point in the book, Trinity, is especially significant given its proximity to where we did the Manhattan Project and the nuclear testing.
Was that, so that case happened before the nuclear testing or after the nuclear test bomb?
After the nuclear testing in 1945.
So there's my point, though. There is some connection there. I mean, perhaps. So what's, I mean, if you can tell, what you can tell us, what is Chris Mellon, Elizondo? I'm sure you know him.
Sure.
What are these guys planning for their next disclosure, leak, and move? I mean, I heard they're planning something. Elizondo's writing a biography. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I don't know much about Lou's plans. You know, he's not with TTSA anymore,
right.
Nor is Chris. And as you know, Chris basically is responsible for the Pentagon videos, the Tic Tac, et cetera, being released. And he certainly had a hand in what was released this summer by the Pentagon. I don't want to talk too much about what he's working on now, as he's sort of half in the light and half in the shadows.
Right.
But I mean, he is one of the main drivers for the government and understanding like in which order to press which lever to make one organ of the government pressure another one to topple another one to get something actually released.
So there's a plan in place to topple those levers, release more information, and get the public informed. I mean, is he pushing for congressional hearings, which would be the best thing to lay it all out on the table?
Well, I'll say, you know, he may well be, you know, that's what he's been doing. I mean, he used the power of the press, as he's acknowledged publicly. He's used the power of the press to pressure Congress to then pressure the military in various ways to then release the documents and videos. So more than likely, and he has not lost interest in the subject matter since.
I don't think he's lost interest at all, but there was a big flurry and then they sort of went underground. I think Chris Mellon and Luis Elizondo are central to what we can expect to find. Have you ever seen the 23-minute film that Elizondo hints at a couple of times where it's really clear objects in the sky and, sorry. And
I hear that noise in my head all the time.
I'm sorry. That's my phone. It won't shut off, but go ahead.
That's Chris calling you now.
Yeah, I hope so. I've been wanting to get in touch with him. Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I've seen that particular video or not. I've seen a bunch.
Do you know which one I mean? It's very clear, up close views of these craft. And
I think not. I don't know that I have.
Okay, so Chris Mellon, he's in the film Phenomena. James Fox kind of corners him a little bit. He gets right to a point of saying, well, that we know more, and then he doesn't say anything else. You know that what are they not telling us? Come on, Paul.
Sure. Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
I mean,
beautiful day today. Beautiful weather's perfect today. Beautiful day.
No, but it's so frustrating because.
Well, but look at it this way. I mean, Chris operates in the realm of government quite comfortably. You know, he had a very high rank in the government.
Right.
And he is an advocate for sunlight and disclosure. And so he is doing what he can to get as much information released as soon as possible. But he's really most effective in not talking about what he's working on or what he's trying to get.
Right. But are you frustrated with this? Because you're not, I mean, are you excited about what's coming forward? I mean, or you don't care or whatever?
Well, I mean, look, this is a very different era than my father operated in, with disinformation campaigns galore and the kind of sham of Project Blue Book, which is really a public relations exercise. Here you have the Navy publicly acknowledging, oh, here's a video and here are witnesses, and we see these things all the time and we're kind of afraid, we don't know what to do, and we could use some help. That's a remarkably different stance from a branch of the military than the Air Force in my father's day. So right. I think these are amazing times. That said, I don't really care. I mean, if I'm the government, I probably hold on to that information too, right? I don't know what's going to happen.
Why would you hold on to that?
Because let's say I've got some great propulsion systems or an alien body or proof of, you know, cold hard proof of alien life, intelligent life such that we would recognize. I don't know what it would do to the fabric of society. I don't know what benefit sort of trump card we may give to the Russians and the Chinese. I do know that if we have the information, we can do what we want with it. So I don't think I would release it. And as a citizen, I don't know if I want the government to have a different feeling. Now, as an individual, as a human, I think this information elevates the consciousness of the world, and I want the information to get out. That said, there is such a rising in awareness and acceptance of UFOs that it's almost getting to the point where it doesn't really matter what the government says or doesn't say or releases or doesn't release, because by the time they might do a signature disclosure event, the people who are attuned to that already know, and the people who aren't won't believe the government, so it may not even matter.
But you also realize, and because you're in technology, it is about, you know, getting over fossil fuels. These craft are not filling up their gas tank to get here. And that's, I think, the real threat. They talk about advanced threat identification. That's the threat to the corporate structure. So what do you have to say about that, being a finance person and or being a citizen, where
right.
being kept from that technology is sort of a crime against humanity in a sense. That's a little extreme, but you know, I think.
Yeah, you know, I like how you kind of turned that on its head and made the threat not to national security,
Right.
but to the existing fossil fuel infrastructure, right? I
Well,
like
it
that. Very
is.
clever.
That's the bigger threat. Yeah.
Right. And I may take that and not credit you with that because I think that's very clever. Yeah, I mean, but John D. Rockefeller did that all on his own, a century ago, sort of stamped out the nascent electric car industry. And I don't know if we really need aliens to prop up fossil fuel. We've got a corrupt lobbying system that does a good job with that now. I'm for information and release. I just don't expect that much more of it from our government. Although these are somewhat different times, and we really can't think of the government as one monolithic block acting coherently and in unison. Different entities in the government want information to get out. Even if you look at this skimpy ass report that's 9 pages, 2 pages of appendices that came out in June, that's not a good faith effort. That's just checking a box. Hey, we released information. But even in there, it's telling that they say, and they underline in bold, this could be a threat to national security. Of the 144 cases that we cherry picked to examine, we could only explain one with high confidence. So it's kind of like somebody involved is sort of nudge, nudge, wink, wink. There's something going on here.
I know. What about the report that just came out where they're budgeting? Did you see that latest congressional report? I think it was, what's it called? But anyway, there's about 2,000 pages or something, but on page 10,000 or 1,035, there you have a budget and a central reporting area that they want to create for UAP. So now if, we can gather information through, if that happens, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's good. It's fascinating. Back to the other report, they listed the alphabet soup of all the government intelligence agencies and military bodies that were involved, including the NSA. But the notable omission was the CIA wasn't listed. And they've been historically very interested in the UFO phenomena. So I find that very interesting that they weren't listed, which I think means that they weren't playing nice with the other agencies and they took their ball and went home.
Oh, really? How come no one actually mentioned that the CIA wasn't included in that? And
I don't know. But if you look at the list of the agencies, they're not to be found.
Really? What about, and getting back to sort of the Air Force was sort of rogue and they had a disinformation campaign, according to some people, about people coming forward and saying, yes, they've seen things. There's probably thousands of hours of footage from jets following these ships that, are in some archive somewhere that we don't have access to. And so how do we get access to this footage?
Yeah, well, I think through the Navy, the Air Force, their job is to project power through the air and prevent against the projection of power from our foes through the air, but also to create the perception amongst the populace that they got this. So it's not in the Air Force's interest to ever say, hey, we're scared of these things. The Navy, though, water, that's their wheelhouse. For them to say, hey, we're scared because there's things happening in the sky, that's kind of like a sly dig at the Air Force, but that's not really admitting a vulnerability in their critical theater.
So that's the thing. How do we, this report, this latest congressional report is trying to bring all these organizations or military branches together. You're saying it doesn't sound like it'll be successful bringing it all to one place.
No, I don't. And, and then there's multiple structures of silos. There are, as I've learned from Jacques Vallée, there are 3 main silos of confidential information in the government. There's like the foreign espionage, there's the White House type, and then there's the nuclear type. And the nuclear type is more important than most people might think, because in the days of Roswell and the case that we're investigating in the 40s, those happened right by White Sands Missile Testing Ground, which is where the Manhattan Project was done. And so it was then the Atomic Energy Commission that had purview. If there were any saucers that crashed in Roswell or in New Mexico, it would have been the Atomic Energy Commission that would have scooped them up and kept them. And that's now the successor agency is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And so they would have those saucers and all the secrets related to them. And they are not about to give them up because some pesky government, congressional inquiry says we want the information. They are completely immune from that.
Wait, but they are part, can't they be ordered to do that? This is why not? They're part of the government, right?
I'm not going to defend them, but
no, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, why can't someone just say, okay, guys, hand over the information?
My understanding is that their type of secrecy, which is PQR, and it's not top secret for your eyes only, et cetera, is not vulnerable to the claims from any other branch of government.
Even the executive branch, even if the president.
Especially the executive branch.
So these guys run their own sort of internal, how are they allowed to do that? It seems like under what constitutional basis?
Under the nuclear boogeyman.
Okay, I didn't know that was in the Constitution, that clause of the nuclear boogeyman, but really,
it's in the operating manual.
Right? But it seems that part's very frustrating because, you look at this report from June, they only go back to 2004. It's like all of a sudden there are UFOs there from 2004 on.
Right.
And we know, and even your father would probably be very upset about.
And sure. And Alan, in that report, they do not list the Nuclear Regulatory Commission as a participating agency.
Well, do you think that if we could get to whoever's behind that, we'd get more of, what does Christopher Mellon say about that?
I haven't talked with Chris about that particular question, but I imagine that will be a lively topic when we're in New Mexico in 2 weeks.
Well, could we get Chris on the program? I'd love to interview him, or on Portal to Ascension. Would he do that, or is that too?
I'm happy to ask him.
Okay. Also, mention my book to him. I'll get you. Did I get you a copy of the book?
No.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to get you, but I'll get your email, and we'll do that. How long is this conversation going for? I was wondering.
I think until 3:10, about 15 minutes.
Okay, good. Because there's a lot more I want to talk to you about, Paul.
Okay, bring it on.
Are you still doing finance and tech and entertainment and
crypto, baby, crypto.
Oh, crypto. So what's your vision? Because they're not quite separate, all these aspects of your life. I think because you sort of seem to be an integrated person. What's your vision of the future with UFOs and CFOs and cryptos and everything that's coming down? And of course, where we've been for the last 2 years in a lockdown. How do you see us working through this to integrate the technology and create a better society?
Yeah, and you're right, Leanne. Crypto Baby does sound like a good movie title. I think let's start with crypto. A lot of people think of crypto as the highly volatile price swings of Bitcoin. Mm-hmm. And it is that, right? But it's so much more. It's not just cryptocurrencies. The real foundation of crypto is decentralization, which is I think, would find a lot of traction amongst people interested in UFOs who are tired of what we've been talking about, the cloaking of secrecy and centralization. Crypto is the answer to many of the evils of centralization. Mm-hmm. The banking system is so corrupt and so unjust that 1.7 billion people in the world are effectively unbanked and shut out of any meaningful participation in the global financial system. 1 billion, 2 billion more people are kept under the yoke of high interest minimum payments, right? So crypto in its first wave with DeFi is decentralizing finance, obviating banks. Your bank, B of A or Wells Fargo, holds your money, gives you less than 1%, charges you fees up the wazoo, and provides shitty customer service. That's not a sustainable business practice. You can get 10% interest on your money or more with crypto with no risk and not have to pay any middleman. Bitcoin came along and said, look, Paul wants to send Alan money. They don't know each other yet. There's no trust. but Paul wants to send Alan money for, he doesn't want to be charged anything. He wants it to be instant without any third party.
Okay, I'll take it. Go ahead, just send it. Yeah, go ahead.
Right? And then, you have Ethereum that says, hey, we need conditionals, which are known as smart contracts. And then now Cardano, Polkadot, Atom, all these other ones that say we need to make it more scalable. So cryptocurrency is this idea that we don't need these corrupt centralizing forces to control things and skim off the top, or actually scam off the top, if I may.
Right.
Then it'll go into the corporate world, like Facebook. You post content on Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg takes that money home. There are now crypto equivalents of Facebook, so that the people who post the content, the musicians who put the content, like think of Napster in this sort of same decentralizing thrust, allows people, the participators, the creators, to profit from it. And then I believe the final wave is government, because I think whether you're conservative or liberal, few people in the US look at the US government and the sausage making machinations of legislature as representative of the will of the populace.
Right.
So that's what crypto is to me. It's this wave of decentralization.
Someone says in the chat, not all cryptos are decentralized. So is that true?
Sure. I mean, there are maybe 10,000 cryptos, and there's a whole spectrum of centralization. Bitcoin being the sine qua non for decentralization, since we don't even know who created it, which is a whole other topic. But cryptocurrency and the crypto ethos represents much more possibilities for decentralization. Will it always be the case? Not for every coin. No, not at all.
But are you hinting at sort of what the UFOs themselves have been saying through some people? It's time for a one world, not one world government, but a one world approach to humanity, where we need to break down borders and realize we're all one people, one race of humans.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And I agree with T. Janabigo about, good riddance central bank, and soft money and the damage that's done to the economies. Crypto isn't so much, I think, like a one world, but it's taking power, whether it's financial or political, out of the hands of corrupt humans and embodying it in an open, transparent set of code that cannot be changed willy-nilly to change, for someone's, particular benefit. And that is a way that we can start to grab more control of our own lives and really live in more freedom.
But this whole idea of then breaking down government, breaking down currencies, merging a world economy, I mean, it sort of seems like that's what of these...
That's not necessarily merging the world economy. There can be thousands of currencies, right? Not just one. And it can be decentralized pockets all over the place.
But would that then, it transcends borders, though. It's not like, the Bank of America or whatever it is. I mean, so we can start to kind of have a global economy in that way. Is that what you're seeing here? I'm just looking for a way where we can start to get rid of the separations that have,
Yeah, and, I think, you're right. I mean, the internet was the great disintermediator and allowed people to form their own tribes, not based on the accident of where you're born, right? But you can unite with like-minded people, and think of crypto as the internet of money. And it allows now finance and other things to go along that sort of same disintermediated and decentralized path.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, that's one aspect. The other thing I want to talk to you about is this whole idea, because I asked you last time, what do you think about the UFOs? And you said somehow maybe they're more interdimensional. So let's talk about, and you're in touch with Chris Mellon and Elizabeth. Is that what you're getting from the inside corners of your contact, if you can share it, what their understanding of the phenomena is, that it's not just, and Jacques Vallée's famous line, if we find out it's just visitors from another planet, I'll be very disappointed. So talk about where you think that is, that phenomena is registered.
I think that people who aren't involved that much with ufology kind of knee jerk to extraterrestrial. And look, do I believe that there is life elsewhere in the universe? Absolutely. Do I believe that life elsewhere in the universe is coming here? Quite possibly. But I don't think that the extraterrestrial hypothesis explains all of what we see in the UFO phenomenon. It just doesn't sort of ring true to me. And there could well be many providences or answers for where UFOs come from. Interdimensional just jibes better. We sort of touched upon this. If there's another dimension here, well, that explains how they know about us, because they're here adjacent, as we say in LA. And it would explain why they care about us, because maybe they are us or our cousins or our future cousins once removed, etc.
Right.
That explains the two biggest questions of how they know about us and why they care right away. And then it also jibes with some of the reports we have of crafts don't seem to obey the laws of physics, right? So if it's an extraterrestrial craft, doesn't mean it all of a sudden doesn't have to do things that we think physics mandates. But if it's an interdimensional craft, it can sort of dart about more like the Cheshire cat phenomenon my dad used to describe. So I like the interdimensional hypothesis quite a lot to explain some of the thornier aspects of ufology.
But you realize if that's true, if that's a likelihood or possibility, then our whole understanding of reality is shifted in a much more drastic way than just visitors from another planet. And
right. It's fun, Alan. Sometimes at a UFO conference, people will get disappointed because they say, have you seen a UFO or had a contact experience? And in the strict extraterrestrial sense of the world, I say no. And it's not really of interest. I'm like my father. My father wasn't really that comfortable talking about what he may have seen. It didn't matter. He's just one person. He's collecting the evidence and looking for emergent properties coming from that. I'm the same way. And I don't know that the government has bodies or has crafts. I don't know that. People get disappointed and think, oh my God, you're a traitor to your family name. But then I tell them, but I think there are some things much farther out, with interdimensional. So I'm not stopping short of where you want me to go. I might be going farther than your own comfort zone.
Right. Actually, my book does talk about interdimensionals. The topic by J.J. Hertog and J.J. and Desiree talk about that.
Right.
But
sure.
But just think of the huge paradigm shift that will cause beyond aliens when the government says, guess what? Not only can we not really explain or tell you who they are, they're not even in the reality that we think exists. So, I mean, I say we have to expand who we are as human beings, which is really what I think this whole Portal to Ascension Conference is about. It's about expanding our possibilities. So that's a much bigger rearrangement of who we are and for the planet on a planetary level. Is this something you and Chris talk about and Louise and some of those other insiders talk about?
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, this isn't, baby steps to insight. This is portal to ascension, right? So that's what we're all here for. We're not here just to say, oh, I heard this idea that pushes the envelope 3%, right? We're here to overturn the apple cart. In the UFO field, that's what interdimensional does. In my day job, that's what crypto does.
Oh, really? It's a whole new dimension. And
exactly.
So what's the world that you envision then as the UFOs come forward, as crypto? I mean, how does the world look in maybe 20, let's say the interdimensional dimensions blend and the government rolls out the bodies and the craft and suddenly there's no more secrets. I know that's a bit of a idealistic approach, but what does the world look like, including your crypto perspective?
Well, I think the other sort of strand to weave into this fabric here is the idea of the singularity, as popularized by my friend Ray Kurzweil, right? Yeah. The singularity in this context being when artificial intelligence becomes self-aware and recursively self-improving. And he has accelerated his prediction of when that will happen to like 2035. So I think there will be a singularity. I have a different take than Ray. I don't think it will be machines and computer codes waking up and having the emergent property of consciousness. I think it will be us, the bearers of consciousness, adopting machine-like capabilities with the neural lace and other brain-computer interface mechanisms. And so we humans will acquire more and more machine-like capabilities that will approximate the singularity in terms of we now have computers that have consciousness that can do anything.
You know, I just want to say that disturbs me because we don't even know, we don't know our facilities. We have much greater psychic mental capacities than any neural link that could be implanted in our brain. We just haven't accessed that software. But anyway, continue. I didn't mean.
Okay, and I see, woe am I not going transhuman? Yeah, I mean, I'm a transhumanist. I just filmed a documentary about being the person who has the most documented success in age reversal in history. So I am a dyed-in-the-wool transhumanist. Get that out in the open. I think the singularity is an inevitability, but it is not without risk. But I'll say this, and I know we have to wrap up pretty quickly. People are afraid of computers taking over, and they should be, right? But I'm less afraid of artificial intelligence in 15 years than sometimes that I am of human stupidity right now. Will we even survive until the computers take over? I don't know. That's a pressing concern for me.
Well, my singularity is that human beings discover who they really are and what we're capable of as non-local intelligence. And when we do that, when we teach remote viewing to children in schools and we learn the vast capacities of a soul, these machines will never have a soul to access a new unknown. They'll only take what's being given to them. So there's no evolution, I think, to mechanized AI singularity. We can only get evolution because it's based on who we are accessing a greater consciousness that's unfolding every minute. That's my...
Well, yeah, I mean, and I see some of the comments. It certainly is risky, right? We have a lot of risks now, but we are on the precipice of granting or enabling individuals with far greater power and far less control than before. I'll say that, sure.
No, I get that. And I mean, there's so much more we can discuss, and I will send you my book, and let's pick up this topic. And it's always great to have you here because, you're bridging the worlds. Most people on Portal to Ascension, we're in the acceptance of this other reality, and you bring us back to real world dynamics in a way, so it's important. I think what you're doing here as part of Portal to Ascension and the baseline you're giving this community in tech and finance, in exploring other ideas in entertainment and all that. So thank you, Paul.
Sure, pleasure.
And I look forward to seeing what else we can create here on these seminars, especially about some of these, how some of these new finance, I mean, whoever invented Bitcoin maybe got a download from an ET or something saying this is the way. So there could be new possibilities of integrating human society that we have yet to think of. And that could be, I'm sure there is. And let's discuss those in next time. So how can people find you and get in touch with you? And
well, I have a truly anemic social media footprint, I guess, LinkedIn.
All right, great. And are you developing any more entertainment projects?
Yeah, a couple are in the works, yeah.
Okay, I got some ideas for you. All right.
Cool. Couple more then.
All right. I always enjoy talking to you, and thanks for being on Portal Ascension. Neil, you have any comments for Paul? And in regards to your family and Neil?
No last comments. No, just thank you, Paul. And you're going to be on the extraterrestrial panel,
right.
So we'll see you then.
Okay, cool.
Thanks a lot, Paul. And ask Chris Mellon if he does want to show up on these kind of platforms.
Will do.
Okay, thanks. That's Paul Hynek, son of Jay Allen. And who is up next, Omar?
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Alan. That was a great interview. And thank you, Paul, for that great information. Really appreciate it. So our next guest is Nicole Richmond. So let me quickly read her biography, and then we will begin our presentation with Nicole. So Nicole Richmond is a Canadian lawyer and wellness consultant, specializes in building healthy work environments and strong, transparent, and supportive governments. She graduated from the University of Toronto Faculty of Law in 2006, where she was awarded the President's Award for Student Leadership, a consistently high academic performer and respected leader with a knack for efficiency. Nicole brings a new approach to the practice of law, focusing on personal well-being, good governance, and consciousness in action. She is an Ojibwe member of the Biggie Nishnabeg First Nation and lives in her traditional territory on the north shore of Lake Superior. She is a proficient beadworker, artist, and seamstress, and is well known for creating powwow attire for dancers across Turtle Island. Her artwork is showcased at Instagram. Presently, Nicole carries on a blend of legal practice and a wellness facilitation practice. She is a speaker, workshop facilitator, and is called on to share her nuances, legal knowledge in Indigenous legal traditions, as well as meditation, emotional well-being, and consciousness. She is a Reiki master, healer, a past life regressionist, and an intuitive meditation coach. Nicole is a soul infusion walk-in that resonates with Arcturian energy. Welcome, Nicole. And before we begin the show, guys, I just wanted to say that yesterday across Canada was the first year for Reconciliation and Truth Day. And this is in response to, thousands of bodies being found across Canada of children in the residential school institutions. So before we begin this broadcast with you guys, let's take a moment of silence and observe the children that were lost and that never came home, that were removed from their families. All right, guys, thank you very much for that moment of silence, and welcome, Nicole. Thank you for joining us here at the Portal to Ascension Summit. I look forward to having this discussion with you, but you wanted to give us a quick download before we get into our conversation. So I'll mute myself, and when you're ready, just call out my name, and I'll jump in, and we'll have our conversation.
Thank you, Omar. It's always funny to hear your bio, right? And the point for me is in this body, in this incarnation, I don't really fit in anywhere nicely. So I do multiple things. And I became self-employed recently within the last 2 years. And it was a big exiting the matrix moment for me. So Omar, thank you very much for that beautiful moment of silence. The main thing that I do is I'm a public speaker, public educator. I do have a law practice. I build capacity within First Nations to help them do things in a different and better way. And what a better place for a starseed to come into this place, into this earth reality as a builder, as a constructor of other ways of doing and knowing and being and seeing. And I didn't understand my calling as a lawyer for quite a long time, because the practice of law, at least in Canada and in everywhere, continues to be very conservative. And, coming out of the closet, so to speak, we all have this moment where we have to come out of the closet. And as spiritual people, as people talk to beings, as meditators or astral projectors or whatever this experience looks like for you at this time, it can be overwhelming. So I was blessed and very lucky to have went to the University of Toronto, which is it's like the top place to go to law school. If you don't go to U of T, then if you turn down your offer there, it's because you're going to Harvard or Yale or Princeton. So it's a big lucky place to come from. So a lot of my colleagues now are judges, and we have a lot of clout in the legal community. So that's exciting. I want to just talk a little bit about where I'm at now. And in our teachings, we say, you know, where I'm at right now is my current truth. And I want you to just understand that where I'm at now, I might give the same presentation in 2 years and say completely different things, because my understanding of where I'm at would have been totally evolved. And I just want to have a very short presentation. I want to just share some pictures with you guys. Just hold on one second. You think that if I give presentations for a living, I would have this set up easily and nicely. I just want to show you some pictures about where I'm at and what it looks like here, because as Anishinaabe, as Indigenous people, we're very connected to the land. And I want to just talk to you a little bit about where I'm at, where I locate. So participants can now see your screen. Okay, very good. I just want to give you a slideshow. So if anyone's interested, I do have a website, NicoleRichmond.com. So I constructed this business where I'm now wearing ribbon skirts out in public. I am, you know, promoting my beadwork, talking about being a meditation teacher. And you need to understand that a conservative law profession, I'm also a law professor. So for me to be doing these things publicly, I'm supported and held by my community, but it is also a bit of a leap of faith to be able to do this. And I think the main thing I want to say to all of you out there is that if you're having these experiences, or if you're getting this information, or you are identifying strongly as a starseed, or however the experiences are happening for you, you have to trust that it's on purpose and you have to follow that. So I have a website, and I also have Instagram where I showcase my beadwork and my sewing and, you know, thousands of selfies on a regular basis. I come from the Anishinaabe people, which are on the north shore of Lake Superior, and in fact, all across many parts of Ontario, into Manitoba, down into South Dakota, into Minnesota. Anishinaabe is the translation, or it's the original man. It's the word from whence original man was lowered. And I love to share this slide because we say to ourselves, well, where were we lowered from? And because it's implicit within our own self-definition that we come from somewhere else. And there's the hole in the sky. It's called the Pleiades. Bagone Gishig is what we call the hole in the sky, the Pleiades. And there's a story about the people coming through this constellation, the darkest part of the sky, and coming, and that's the way that we come into this incarnation, into this planet. We call this area, North America, we call it Turtle Island. In our creation story, people were lowered, Sky Woman was lowered and held on the turtle's back. And then the breath of life was blown out and the earth was spread across the turtle's back. And that became North America. So where Anishinaabe people are originally. This is the area that I live in. So you can, this big blue lake at the bottom is Lake Superior, which is the biggest of the Great Lakes. And I just want to show you, I've done some work for a school board, and this map originally only had like 9 communities on it. And I redid the map while I was working there just to say that there are at least 16 First Nation communities that are within this territory. This is our traditional territory, and the Indigenous resurgence that I'm involved with is amazing and cool, and I'm really excited about it. We have 600 First Nation, more than 600 First Nations in Canada, and that's my work, is to support that. And as Omar said, we are in the process of unearthing unmarked graves. And I've been a very busy speaker this week talking about this. It is very sad. It has been a very traumatic experience for us in Canada, and I think for Indigenous people everywhere, and for allies and settlers, to think about the terrible injustice that happened, that was legislated. The colonial process was supported by laws and processes and constitutions. And it was interesting because these graves started to become apparent at the same time as this UFO disclosure stuff was being ordered by the Senate. So I was walking along and I'm thinking about these children and how sad that is. And so as we disclose below, so we disclose above. And I feel like a lot of our work to make ourselves more available to, to physical contact experiences and for disclosure to happen, I feel like we have to heal our own trauma. And we have to, as a planetary consciousness, deal with the fact that humans are very violent and have committed a lot of violence against one another. So that's kind of where I'm at. We have to heal the great traumas that have been done to one another. So today I was powwowing all day. I'm a powwow dancer, a jingle dress dancer. I just want to say where I live here in Thunder Bay, Animkey Waju, this is a portal that we have Benasiak that fly through. So we have Thunderbirds that travel in and out of this mountain. It's called Thunder Mountain. We also have the final resting spot of Nanabuju, who's in our culture, the half spirit, half man being who walked around and, it's part of our oral history. This is his final resting spot. So you can actually see views of this giant being sleeping, resting. And also we have the Kekabeka Falls, which are one of the Canadian wonders of the world, Canadian wonders of our place, of our country. And we have a legend about a young woman who takes care of these falls. And I just want to say how beautiful this territory is, how important it is, and how sacred the relationship is with the land. This is a picture that I took. There was writing within the morning light out in the forest one time, God home. And my work is primarily with connecting to the land and understanding how are we, my primary understanding right now is that we're humans that are downloaded to this earth place to support the Earth's ascension. So we think it's all about us, right? We're here thinking, we're having these big experiences and we have free will and we're learning about the natural laws and how all of the, these consciousness processes work, and we're waking up to the fact that we're creators. But my primary understanding is that we're here to channel energy from above through our bodies to connect to the earth and also to connect earth energies back up through us. So this is what I do. And one thing that's cool about me as a spiritual being, I'm reasonably gifted. I've had to work a lot, but my gifts only work when I'm with other people. I can do a little bit on my own, but when I'm with other people, there's an amplification process that happens. And that's so humbling and beautiful. And on my own, I'm nothing. I'm very supported by a bunch of different communities. And I just want to say that a lot of my work now is about how do we co-create, how do we co-facilitate, how do we co-channel, how do we work together to see things from different perspectives, because we need each other, right? There's no coincidence. And so this idea of hierarchies, breaking down the idea that there's someone at the top who has the best and highest knowledge, or who's the soul conductor, or who's the best channel, right? Breaking that idea down. So I just want to briefly go through, there's a lot of things that I can talk about. I just want to give you guys a little bit about my personal awakening story, process of coming to understand my identity as a starseed and being connected to the Arcturians. The gift of trauma. If you heard my presentation at the Portal to Ascension, I think it was the walk-in conference, my husband actually died by suicide. He died by suicide almost 2 years ago. And First Nations people deal with this reality. And so I've begun to understand the gift of trauma and how that was intentional for me to upgrade. So to understand my husband and I, our soul contract together and what that looks like. I want to talk briefly about that. And I also want to talk briefly about my walk-in family. So I'm going to stop this share and I'm just going to talk a little bit. I have notes. So I'm half and half. I'm half Anishinaabe and I'm half white. So for many of you will know we're all walking as chameleons, right? We're sort of hiding. And just to say, the downloads or the information that we've been getting, my walking group that I work with, and I'll tell you about who they are. we're getting told that we're not going to have to hide much longer. So we are going to be able to come out in the open soon. I grew up a lot in ceremony, which was a huge blessing. My community was very proactive. We've suffered colonialism, right? So a lot of our grandparents went underground, or they stopped. They went to Christianity because they were afraid of losing their children, of their children being taken away or being put into jail, or, there were very bad consequences for being an Indigenous person in Canada. And for me, it was interesting because I sensed I had more questions than could be answered to the teachers that appeared to me at the time. And it's like a hero's journey that so many of us are on, where we know that there's something that we need to go out and find. And then we think we're rejecting our community, but what we're actually doing is we're enhancing ourselves to be able to bring that back. So I had all this high level training as a lawyer and, at the law school. And I could be very conventionally successful, but I've had this big calling. So in about, in my early 30s, so I'm 41 now, I was born in 1980. In my early 30s, and I just give you that date because you can situate that within, I've learned a lot. One of my original teachers was Dolores Cannon, who talks about the second wave, first wave, second wave, third wave. My heart goes always out to the first wavers. They had it so tough. Me, I'm a second waver. So your only role as a second waver is just to be. And it doesn't matter what you do because you're just channeling this energy out. I was very obsessed with this idea of past lives, to the point where the first time I heard that we have past lives, it went like this for me. I was like, and I was obsessed. And I think those are activation moments that are put at us on purpose. And I became obsessed. So I became a hypnotist. I became trained as a past life regressionist. And I think that was my key. That was my way in. And that was the way that the beings were going to start to connect with me. And I knew they were out there. And Alan Steinfeld has this wonderful interview with Tom Kenyon. Tom Kenyon channels the Hathors and the Arcturians. And probably, maybe this is in, 2016. I started listening to this interview and I started working with the Hathors. Tom Kenyon has all of these wonderful activation meditations. And I started listening to this one called Immunity. And I still listen to it on a regular basis. It's just a 20-minute cycle. And the Arcturians through Tom Kenyon will sing to you. And I think it's designed to activate different parts of your brain. So you begin to think with different parts of your brain. So stick with it. If you guys are at the beginning and you're like, there's no way I can do that. There's no way I can talk to the beings. There's no way I can have a multidimensional experience. You need to stick with it because it's practice. I've been hanging out with the Hathors since then. They show themselves to me in Earth reality as tall, white, very, very tall, white beings, almost like statues. And they hang out with me. They stood, after my husband died, they stood in my backyard, two at the back and two at the front. And they were like protecting me as this was my lodge and they were taking care of me. They hang out with me when I travel. There's one that sits in the front seat with me. I'm very conscious of the fact also of being monitored on a regular basis. I feel like they're watching me on the screens at all time. And sometimes we travel there and, it doesn't really bother me. I think it's funny. Like when people are worried about, my cell phone's tracking me, I'm like, heck, I've been tracked my whole way through. And I just think that's, it's part of being a starseed, right? There's a great experiment that's happening. So I was very obsessed with the past life thing because I knew there was something else. And I thought we could find it. And so my good friend, Jackie, she's another Anishinaabe lady and she's kind of out there. And she died suddenly of an aneurysm, maybe, 4 or 5 years ago. But just before she died, she channeled all of this information from the Arcturians. And so Jackie and I are sitting together. And my husband was still alive at the time. He's in the basement. I have two golden doodles, my little Syrians. we're there, and she moves into this, meditative state, and I'm her hypnotist. I'm working with her, and I know she can do it, right? And then all of a sudden she says, and now there is a tall blue being standing with us in your living room. And like, your heart drops when you make the first real contact, your heart just drops. And I'm like, okay, what is going on here? And they were spelling the name out, Arcturian, but she couldn't get it out. She's just going, we didn't know any of this. We didn't know it. We didn't know we didn't know who the Arcturians were, but she just started channeling all of this information and then died spontaneously. And I was like, oh my God, Jackie, way to go out with a bang, right? But she opened up that portal and showed me who the Arcturians were. And that is my primary soul family. I also, my primary motivation, in addition to just being curious, was that I suffered with a lot of back pain. And I would watch these videos of these women, and mostly women, who would be able to heal themselves. And I would just roll my eyes and be like, I know it's possible. I know this is possible, but I didn't really know how it was going to happen. And so it took me probably from 2014 to last year, so 2020. And I eventually was able to resolve longstanding back pain, which was amazing. And your sacral, right, is your creative center. Lots of times people that suffer childhood trauma get stuck with the back pain. Childhood sexual trauma in particular gets stuck with the low back pain. So finding a way to release that and come to terms with it. But it's all just trapped energy, and you need to find a way. You won't be able to walk through the door until you deal with the underlying cause of the pain. So I had a lot of amazing teachers that brought me through that process. And you have to find your own teachers, right? But I always invested. I kept going. I kept looking. I kept finding. I kept going. And then I was also starting to have a lot of dreams. I worked as a law student in a downtown Toronto law firm, because that's what the University of Toronto students do. And there was something about going up and down in the elevators that activated information, or then I started dreaming about the portals. And in my dreams, the portals look like elevators, except the portals will go like this. They'll go sideways, they'll go diagonal, they'll go backwards, they'll go up and down. And then you'll come out of the portal and you'll be in, I dream constantly of tall buildings, and I don't know what it is about the tower motif that shows up in my dreams a lot. Underground tunnels are another thing that I see a lot in my dreams. I dream about planes, and I dream about ships, big ships. And when I'm on the ships, so for those of you who are like, well, I'm not really sure that I'm visiting the ships, I'll just tell you when I'm on the ships. So like the Palladian ships or the Arcturian ships that are hanging around our atmosphere, hanging around our Earth at all times. They actually, to me, look like malls. So I might dream that I'm in a big mall, or I'm in a giant university. It's always nice and open. There are usually levels, so I'll be able to go down between levels. I don't know why it looks like this, but maybe there's still fear. Sometimes I do actually dream of being on the ships, which are dreams that I cherish, but it doesn't come very often. Just to put that out there for anyone who's curious and having these experiences, I just want to say this is what it looks like for me. I want to talk very briefly about my husband's suicide death, and loving someone who is ill, right? And loving someone who's ill the whole way through and not really knowing how that's going to turn out. And Corey, God bless his soul, was this handsome James Dean dynamite dude, but who carried a lot of childhood trauma. And, when Corey died, I thought to myself, Nicole, for gosh sakes, you should have married a doctor when you had the chance, or an engineer, or, you should have the 2.5 kids, and you should, have them in private school. And my sister is actually living that life. My sister's PhD, and she's married to an MBA, and they have kids that are doing amazing things. My sister's also very conscious, but she's not ready to jump into that quite yet. And I think a lot of people are there, which is okay. But I judged myself because I was with this man who had addictions and who, had a hard time showing up in life because he was just dealing with so much trauma. And so he became more and more addicted to drugs, which I didn't know about, because how do you know if your partner doesn't want to talk about this? How are you going to force him to talk about this? We were together for 12 years. And after he died, I judged myself a lot. And I thought I had wasted 12 years of my life. I knew and understood that we were on a soul contract together. And I knew and understood that I thought the whole time that it was me who was doing him the favor. I was like, yeah, it gave him 12 more years of his life. And I helped him through all of these things. And, I was telling myself this story. And I thought, why would I be with this mediocre human? This is my judgment. This is my judgment. And I just have to say, to integrate the truth of experiences takes time. So about a year ago, Corey started to show up. So Corey's always with me in my dreams. And, he's this handsome looking guy, even in my dreams. And then this blue guy starts hanging around me, and he's very severe. He looks at me like with his deep, I can't even tell you what he looks like unless you've seen these, very severe beings. And I could just tell he's someone else. He's from someplace else. And he's just looking into me. And I somehow knew this is my husband's new reality. And it blew my mind. And then I was kind of relieved. I'm like, of course, Corey was a starseed also. And what I've actually begun to learn is, Corey is, so I'm an Arcturian. My primary relationship is with the Arcturians. So the way that I'm understanding kind of like information is right now through the Arcturians. Corey, I think, is from the Hathors. And Corey and I actually have a daughter together who is some kind of special. There's a community of beings that take care of her and that support her. She knows that mom is gone. Mom, blue lady. I have a beautiful beadwork piece that I forgot to bring to show you, but my daughter is a hybrid between the Arcturians, and I think Corey is either a Hathor or a Palladian, and so our daughter is some kind of special person that the community takes care of. So my daughter knows that mom is gone. Mom's body is in some kind of pod. That sounds weird, but it's what I see. My mother, I've met my galactic mother a few times. She lives in this, she doesn't live there, but when I have visited, she's in this tall crystal palace that looks like a selenite palace. And she is the lady in the middle. She wears all of this jewelry. And so I get the feeling that she's the boss somewhere. She's a boss. And that's cool, because I'm like, well, that makes me the daughter of a boss. So I'm kind of a boss too. And that's my ego too, right? But I mean, the point is that any one of us, if this is an infinite universe, can come from very, powerful connections. Like I bet all of our families are galactic heritage or like galactic royals out there. I don't see why not, right? Because it's such a special place to come. Earth is a very special place to come. She also shows to me, she has a brother who is this commander of a large ship. So my mother takes care of the young kids. She takes care of the babies. I don't know what my job is. I've never really talked to my blue self. I don't really know about that. I just kind of know the other characters. My uncle, her brother, is this formidable being who manages this giant ship, who calls himself, and you can take this or leave this, calls himself Sanat Kumara, right? And I know that this is an ascended master. So this is someone who's stepped in to coach me more recently. He shows me about how to, just like the Arcturians, right? How to think with like the multiple parts of your brain and what that looks like. So he's very patient with me, but he's trying to show me like, there's so much more that you can't access. There's so much more information that you can't access right now. It's so fascinating, right? And he also is teaching me about healing. So I'm learning a lot about healing. He shows me that when someone is suffering from an injury, the way to heal the injury is actually to bring someone back to the original timeline where there was no injury. So don't know if that makes sense to anyone. I'm just telling you where I'm at right now. I don't have all of the answers. And I think there's so much information out there that of course, I don't think, some people have really good systems and some really, good informational charts. I don't have that yet. I am just learning. So sometimes when I see my galactic daughter, she saw me as my human self most recently. And she was like, I don't know if she actually knows where her mom is. She knows that mom's in a pod, and she saw me and she's just kind of like looking at me. And she was curious. And then I could sense that there were other beings, out there that were watching the kind of encounter. But oftentimes when I meet my galactic mother, if my daughter is there, my galactic mother won't acknowledge me because she doesn't want to draw attention, because I think it's too traumatic for baby girl. So I don't have any children in this incarnation. So it's very wonderful for me to know that I do have at least one daughter with my spouse, Corey, in his galactic blue form. So I just want to say one more thing quickly, and then Omar, I think, has some questions and things he'd like to talk about. I work with a group of with walk-ins, and we have this really beautiful process where we co-channel. So these women are all very awake, smart. What I love so much about the group is none of us have to be the teacher. We're all kind of at the same level of awareness and awakeness and consciousness, and we all have different gifts and different beings that we work with and ways that we work together. So I just met these ladies randomly. Sheila Seppi has a walk-in support group, and these women were there, and I just put my hand up and I said, I'd really, really, really like to get together with anyone who wants to work with me. And just like out of the blue, these 4 women messaged me, and we meet on a regular basis. And that group is extremely powerful. We co-channel all kinds of beings. So there's Mina from Finland, Jackie, who's from Minneapolis, Melissa, who's from North Carolina, but who's traveling right now to Florida, and Angelica, who is from, see, I'm not American, so it's hard for me to remember the states, but two of them are teachers. One is a psychiatric nurse or counselor, and Mina is another lawyer. So it's a fun group, and we meet on a regular basis. And one of the things I think that is the next step for us is to share these channelings, because there's a lot of information that comes through. We always record them, but there's a lot of information. And I just want to share some of the beings that we've been kind of hanging out with. The last session, so I also have a meditation group that I meet with, and I don't go as far into it with these women, but we were meditating last Sunday, and one of my friends, Sarah Snake, says, don't forget about the full moon, Nicole. So we ended up in this meditation where we traveled, we astral projected to the moon. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I had no idea. There are women who travel, astral project, to do ceremony on the moon on a regular basis. And I had no idea. So it's like, oh, look at all the women that are here. And then take this or leave this. So I go underground, and one of my teachers, her name is Paulina Howfield. She's amazing. She's from Australia. Paulina is currently showing me so many things, helping me see so many things. Paulina is amazing. Paulina's there, and there are 3 cat women, blue cat women with like beautiful cat faces. And they're all blue, and they have like tiger stripes, black tiger stripes. And the cat women are talking to me, and they're like, we want to teach you something. We need you to do something for us. And they're showing me this, this moonstone. They tell me to buy a moonstone to have resonance between my throat chakra and my heart chakra, and to wear it. So to be able to have resonance between your heart and your throat. So I wear it now. If 3 cat ladies tell you to buy a moonstone, for God's sakes, go buy a moonstone. And so recently, I talked to my walking group, and I said, I met these blue cat ladies. And so we started channeling them, and they were hanging out with us. And there was one cat lady's like, she's got this great big paw, and she's like pawing my face and just like feeling, right? Feeling what it feels like to be a human. And they're very curious about what this means. So the cat women are from Lyra. So that's a group that we've been hanging out with and meeting. Also, I've met this being, you guys will know him maybe. His name is Horus. And it's interesting to meet these beings and they're like, yeah, you'll know me from history. And like, here's my name, what they call me. So Horus. And what's interesting is that Horus is this Egyptian, he's very stern, also reminds me of the Hathors, right? When I meet the Hathors and when I met Corey, which is why I think Corey's a Hathor, very stern. And why I think I'm being introduced to the Hathors and to Horus is he wears an eagle head on his, he's, you know, it's got this giant eagle head, which is very similar to culturally Anishinaabe people where, you know, the chief's heads and the feathers, and I think the bird connection, the eagle connection, it makes me wonder, question mark here, about the connection between the Hathor people and, you know, the Hathor nation and the different groups of people on Earth that they influenced. Yeah, bird tribes, exactly. So this is kind of, so Horus, I just want to convey, Horus is just, it's not very warm. It's just
Hi,
like,
Nicole.
yep.
Just wanted to give you a heads up that we have a few minutes left before we bring our next speaker on. So I just wanted to give you a heads up.
We'll conclude. I just want to say, Horus, it says to us, and here's what I'll conclude on. He says, you're lucky to be a human. He says, quit your whining. You have a job to do. Go do it. Just make the most of what you're doing. Stop the whining, quit the complaining. You're lucky to be here. There are thousands that stand in line and they want to be where you're at. So that's what I want to conclude with. Just to say, you know, take this with a grain of salt, take it or leave it. These are my experiences. This is the way that it's happening for me right now. Omar, I'm sorry that I talked for so long that we didn't get a chance to talk, but if you want to jump in and say anything, especially from your First Nation perspective, I'd appreciate that.
No, all good here, Nicole. I was just fascinated with what you were saying, and I've got a whole 2 pages of notes that I wanted to go through with you, but you know, that's going to take hours and hours and hours. But you know, I'm really, you know, grateful for you know, you sharing your experience with us. You know, there's you know, each experience and each transformation within each person is uniquely tailored to them, right? So it's not going to be the same for every single person. So my experience is going to be different than yours, and from the next person to the next person, right? So you know, that to me is you know, really the fundamental thing, that we shouldn't really look at an individual and say, okay, well, you know, this is an experience they're going through, so that must be what I'm going to go through, right?
Exactly.
You know, it's not like that, right? You can take footnotes from that person and you know, and then say, okay, you know, my experience correlates something with that, and you know, how can I fully appreciate what's happening to me, instead of you know, containing yourself within somebody else's identity, because really you're trying to find yourself.
100%. And I love to, that's a great point, Omar. And I love to say this is like, the gifts that you carry are very special. Do not be ashamed about the way that your experiences are happening for you. And do not be ashamed about the gifts and the ways that you are supposed to express yourself as a human, because we have so much work to do here. It's very special. And Sheila Seppi is texting me. Sheila, I love you very much. Thank you for being a mentor for me. And thank you to everybody for the hard work. Neil also, Neil's familiar to me. I'm sure I've worked with Neil somewhere along the galaxies. Omar, now I'm getting to know you. It's a wonderful, wonderful group here. It's good to be able to speak this frankly. One of my law friends said that if anything ever happened to me for speaking this frankly, that she would defend me on the basis of religious freedom, if anyone of the Law Society or if anyone's watching this. But this is who we are meant to be, right? You have these gifts on purpose, so don't be afraid of them. And your experiences are very important.
Yeah, everyone, you know, where can people find you, Nicole?
Oh, right. Okay. So I did conclude this. I did want to conclude with this PowerPoint. I made this slide on purpose to give you a picture of my family. I don't know if this is working. Anyway, I have I have a website, NicoleRichmond.com. I will see people who need healing. NicoleRichmond.com, and also on Instagram, Nicole_Nicool, Nicool. I have a lot of followers of my artwork, so you can check me out there. I'm very busy in my law practice, but if people, if they're listening to this and there's something you really want to talk about, or you want to have a session, I'm, more than happy to take that opportunity.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Nicole. Really appreciate you, just frankly sharing, your knowledge and your experiences with us. A lot of people in the comments across all the chat rooms are really resonating with what you said and are showing you tons of love. So you guys check out Nicole's website and, hook up with her, follow her on her Instagram. And with that being said, thank you very much, my sister. And with that, let's bring on Dr. Joan of Angels, and she will introduce our next guest.
Well, let's see. Hello, Omar. What a great job.
Hello, my beautiful friend.
And I loved all the speakers. Nicole, thank you for sharing your story. To go on after her is great. So I'm just honored to introduce our next speaker. You all know him. He's the founder of Portal to Ascension. He is one of my dear friends, him and Soul. But I think the thing about Neil that I really want to say the most is that he is a natural speaker, visionary, master being soul who knows his destiny. And we are just so fortunate to have his expanded consciousness. And I know, Neil, that you do these workshops and seminars. You're such a student yourself, but it's your wisdom and compassion and kindness. You share everyone's gifts just so lovingly and with kindness, and you yourself with your sound healing, your teachings, your history, all of your sharings. So to introduce you is just an honor. Like Portal to Ascension, you are the ringleader. So I want everyone to meet Neil. We're really happy to have you on here.
Thank you, Joan. Love you.
Yeah, love you too. And I'm looking forward to the next time we get together so we can surprise everyone.
Exactly.
What we're doing.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to get right into it, everybody. And what Joan's talking about is we're going to go ahead and start looking for the venue for next year for Desert Hot Springs. So hopefully we'll have news for you within a couple of weeks on that. Before I get started, I want to just do a couple of announcements and show you a couple of websites. Firstly, the Ascension Panel is taking place right after this. So in about an hour from now, we're going to go into the Ascension Panel. It's going to be a separate link, everybody. So all the 100+ people on YouTube, go to youtube.com/portal to ascension, and it's already there. The link for the Ascension Panel is there. You can go there, open it up in a new window, get it ready to go. So as soon as we go live on that, you can go ahead and just click over. I've also put it in the comment section. And I'll put it again right after this presentation and let you know again. So one more time, we're going to be on a separate broadcast stream because we're going to even more platforms. We're on 6 different social media platforms and YouTube platforms right now. We're going to go to 8 different ones for the panel. And then after hours, we're going to have Laura Eisenhower. Also, people on YouTube, if you want to support us, please go ahead and click the subscribe button. Our YouTube's growing at a rapid rate. We're putting content out there all the time. So subscribe, get notifications. We're going live for the next 3 days, 10 hours plus a day. Okay, so my presentation for today, everybody, is going to be, this is very synchronistic. And, this is the way it gets planned. Well, firstly, let me show you this website. I forgot to tell you this. So Nicole had touched on this a few times. Sheila Seppi also, Sheila Seppi basically runs this website, this organization. I'm on the board of directors for this organization with Barbara Lamb and with Mary Rodwell, I believe, as well. And this is a resource for all these individuals waking up, an archive of information and information and individuals that are doing multiple things, sound practitioners, Reiki masters. It's becoming an archive of basically a yellow pages online for conscious people and conscious presenters and speakers and practitioners. And they also do a weekly support group that Nicole also spoke about for walk-ins, and which WISH stands for walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, hybrids. right? So that is what the support group is for. People share and connect with others. Go to wishalliance.org if you want to sign up there. And if any of my my team is in the chat, if you could maybe share this in the chats, that'd be really awesome. If Tanya, if you're there as well. All right, so let's get into my presentation for today. Now, this is so synchronistic because this is the way it works. I not only do like, you know, I create the schedule with as much intention and direction as possible, and I choose certain people in certain areas. But for the most part, everything, 90% of the schedule of these conferences just fit together in like just intuitively. And then they always end up being like the perfect setup for what's next. And that's just what happened, because I didn't even realize until I opened my presentation to review it just now that my presentation here is predominantly going into indigenous civilizations. Well, is entirely going into indigenous civilizations around the world, but a good percentage of this presentation actually focuses on the indigenous tribes of the Americas. And just the fact that we had Nicole on and Omar, who are both, you know, very much into this topic and support increasing awareness of indigenous wisdom in the people, then this presentation is the perfect follow-up to that. It's called Creation Stories of Ancient Civilizations. And this whole presentation is about 3 hours in length. This is the short version of it. And your tour guides for this this presentation, myself, Neil, and my wife, Sol. Before we get into speaking about, you know, origin stories and creation stories, let's create some foundational information here. What is alternative archaeology, and why did I create this presentation? Well, alternative archaeology, many of you probably already know, are historical records and discoveries that go against the conventional timeline that we've been taught, right? Simple as that. Things that go against, you know, the linear timeline that are basically in the history books. There's forbidden archaeology. Forbidden archaeology would include things like the existence of giants, the fact that modern Homo sapiens have existed on Earth beyond the 200,000 years that we have been told that Homo sapiens, you and I, have been on Earth. Multiple humanoids, and another one, multiple humanoids coexisting with our species on Earth. This has already been proven. Some of you may not know that conventionally accepted, when I say conventionally, I mean like the mainstream, already says that there's been at least 7 different periods in our human history of the Homo sapiens that we've coexisted with other hominoids on the planet, right? From Neanderthals to many more, but there's been 7 that have been verified. There are more that have been verified as well. However, the other ones that have been verified do not come out in the mainstream. And the reason why they don't come out in the mainstream is that if we were to ever explore that this is a reality and start calling them non-human, the skeletal makeup, the DNA, all the other evidence and information that is coming about of these remains that we're discovering, such as the elongated skull people in Paracas, will completely blow the lid of what we've conventionally been accepted. And then, of course, think of the other hominoids that we existed with that maybe have not been discovered yet. We have been the only they've said around for 40,000 years, for the last 40,000 years, that we've been the only Homo species on Earth. Now, I believe that the Paracas people were here after that, and there's probably other humanoids, inner Earth, and, you know, ultra-terrestrials that also exist, but mainstream is saying 40,000 years of not having any other humanoids on the planet with us. So for what is told on the mainstream, right? Just on the mainstream, 160,000 years minimum of coexisting with other humanoids. Imagine the exchange of culture, information, and when it comes to humans, we're able to cross-species interbreed. So there was the Denisovans, the Neanderthals, the Homo florensis, the Homo naledi, and the other one right here that I can't pronounce. So there have been other humanoids that we have actually mated with and now have created us that have, some people have more Neanderthal DNA, some people have more Denisovan's DNA. So just by the mainstream, they've already accepted that for 160,000 years, that was occurring. I would say it's happened way beyond that for sure. The reason why I chose creation stories is because all cultures and sentient civilizations from the dawn of time basically had some sort of creation stories. Even our ancestors that did not even have written or spoken word that we know of drew images that symbolize their origin. The central sun, how the animals were created. We see these on ancient cave art. So there's been this fascination of humanity from the beginning of wherever we stemmed from that was looking back at our origins of how we all came about. There are two types of origin stories. There's the origin stories that we see that go beyond Earth and are the origin of how the universe was created or the galaxy was created. And then there's origin stories of how humans and animals and plant life came about. And then there's origin stories that combine the both. So there have been so many cultures that have been completely wiped from existence that not only are they cultures that we know about and we have documented, but think of all the countless civilizations there are out there that have been completely wiped off the face of the planet without any evidence of who they are. Right? History is written and rewritten by the victors. We already know so many book burnings occurred. Scriptures were destroyed when it comes to the Maya, to what Alexander the Great did, and even beyond that. There's been so many complete resets and wipe out of history. So my curiosity was piqued. If this is the case, that not only are the civilizations that exist that we have hardly any information on, what about all the ones that we have no idea about, but have something that they could have taught us about the depth of our human experience? So who were they? What information did they hold? And how are we connected to them? And just some vanished civilizations, so to speak, would be civilizations like Atlantis, Lemuria, Göbekli Tepe, right? They're finding a lot of information there, but they're speculating on what it was used for. And one of the speculations is that it was right at the beginning of civilization, not like civilization had been going on. And it was one of the first places ever that people started to gather together in groups from different tribes, right? That's what they're saying on the mainstream. And then other ancient sites older than we've been told. We've been told Egypt and the Sphinx is around 2,500, 3,000 BC. But through individuals like Robert Schoch and geological studies, we're realizing it's probably at least 11,000 years old, right? But we thought that because we're such an advanced race right now with so much information and education and science and technologies and machine, that when we're told this by scientists, right, all of a sudden it's gold, right? Even though that's even a loose term in itself. Have you, to call yourself a scientist of what profession? And they are basically saying that this is what the timeline is. Whereas when it comes to stone and rock structures, they have no actual organic material in there, so they're not able to carbon date it. All they can do is speculate on the time that it existed. Another great civilizations that we have little information about would be the Indus civilization, which we will be doing a conference on in a couple of months in January, the whole day conference on. Easter Island, whoever put those structures up there, the Cahokia tribe as well. And below this is an image here of what the Cahokia tribe might have looked like, in their time. There are native tribes from all over the world, and most notable in the Americas, have been eradicated from existence and some completely forgotten. What happened in the US is pretty crazy. It's pretty insane. It wasn't like it was one group or one civilization. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of tribes and independent chiefdoms, right, that completely wiped away. So this made me think, who are these individuals? Can we look into some of this and find their information? We don't even call them by their tribe. We call them by an umbrella statement of their entire area that they lived within, Native American. There are 562 federally recognized indigenous tribes, but there may have been many more, right? Scholarly estimates of the pre-Columbian population of Northern America have differed by millions of individuals. The lowest credible approximation proposed that around 900,000 people lived north of the Rio Grande in 1492, but the highest point is believed it could have been around 18 million people. That's a lot of people. Way more than how many people are in the US. Oh, actually, no, that's 300 million. But yeah, that's a lot of people right there. minimum of 590 unrecognized native tribes in North America. And here are just some, I'm just throwing out there for us to look at, some lost North American tribes that really have little to no information about their scriptures and their beliefs. They still passed down, there's still some information out there, but a lot of it has been lost to time, and it's definitely not circulated in the mainstream at all when it comes to these individuals. And some of them was still around up until like 100 years ago, right? So not to go through any of these names, but just to kind of show you them. And look at this. This is lost native languages of North America. And this is only a few of them too. We have Canadian ones. We have United States right here. So much diversity. My question has been, ever since the beginning of Portal to Ascension, is what is the shared human story? Is there an origin story that connects us all? And by doing this, I read 300 different creation stories of ancient civilizations to create this presentation. And I wanted to see what were the connections and similarities, and if we could maybe categorize them to see where they got this information from and how they're connected to one another. So now we're going to go into a few stories of creation stories across different civilizations that are very similar or the exact same. Everything from the flood myth to sound and vibration in origin stories to extraterrestrials in origin stories. So let's start here with one that is the most common story that you see in almost every ancient culture. And even in some, when you can't find a reference to it, that all of a sudden there is just this one thing that kind of refers to it. Plus, a lot of civilizations and religions that occurred after the Great Flood that a lot of people believe happened around 13,000 years ago at the end of the last major ice age, that there was a great flood that wiped the planet, and many ancient civilizations spoke about it. However, a lot of religions that stemmed after that did not actually always refer to the flood, because their world began after the flood, and it was kind of an origin that started at that point and doesn't always refer to a flood myth. This story here, the Epic of Gilgamesh, is a story that I came across very early, actually the first year that I really woke up, right, in 2001. And it was the story in the Sumerian text of basically Noah, a story about this individual called Gilgamesh. And it's a story that has been utilized by many cultures all over the world. And now we're getting into kind of story time. So take this as not only kind of connecting the dots presentation, but also story time in regards to just hearing these stories of these ancient civilizations. So the Epic of Gilgamesh: the gods are sending a flood to destroy mankind. Enki, god of the underworld, sea of fresh water, and equivalent of Babylon, Ea, warns Zarathustra to build a large boat. Zarathustra is Gilgamesh. Through the directions for the boat, but the directions for the boat are lost. When the tablet resumes, because in this tablet there's a whole section missing, it describes the flood. A terrible storm rages for 7 days and nights. The huge boat had been tossed about on the great waters. So what does that sound like? Just like I said, the story of Noah's Ark. God warned that Noah, he was going to send a flood and instructed him to build a ship, a boat. He saved 2 of each type of animal. Other flood stories. There's the Mesopotamian flood stories that, of course, the Sumerians are part of, but other ones that stemmed from after that in Babylon and beyond. We have the Pralaya in Hinduism that has the same flood story. We have the Ganyu in Chinese mythology. We have the Deucalion and the Pyrrha in Greek mythology, Bergelmir in Norse mythology, the arrival of the first inhabitants of Ireland with Cessair in Irish mythology, the lore of Quiche and the Maya people in Mesoamerica, and more beyond that, all over the Americas, we have that same story, even Aboriginal tribes in Australia. So it seems like it was a worldwide experience or a collective trauma that the world experienced that were documented in our ancient scriptures. There's antediluvian and there's post-diluvian, and those basically mean before the flood and after the flood. We see this narrative in many ancient cultures and religions about there being a world before and after the flood. So what was this? A global reset? Was it just a collective trauma? Did we attract this in some way and manifest it? Was it a part of the cycles of time and the zodiac cycle that many cultures spoke about, including the Maya? Some of the dating in these texts can be traced to around 13,000 years ago, which is the same time that scientists are basically saying that there was the end of the last ice age and could potentially have been a great flood. Did civilizations exist before the flood that we have no record of? That's my question now. If there was this great flood that went over the entire planet, could there be civilizations that were completely wiped away that maybe has some sort of advanced awareness, spiritual connection, or beyond, that we now currently have no record of? How about if there was another extinctional level event before the flood? Was there one before that, 13,000 years before that, 26,000 years before that? Well, we know that the Earth has attracted many different experiences, including asteroids, and the Hopi and other civilizations have said that it's actually been wiped and reset multiple times. Some say that each element, earth, wind, fire, water, ether, have all had an influence on the purpose and the experience around how that reset occurred and how that mass extinction on the planet occurred. So what could this be? Could it be maybe an extraterrestrial influence, a program reboot, natural disaster, an asteroid? Some scholars say that even the fall of Atlantis and was the same time at the beginning of Egypt, like as Atlantis was falling, Egypt was being created, and a lot of descendants from Atlantis were going to Egypt, that Atlantis was namely the largest known civilization at this point that actually fell with the Great Flood. There are other scholars that say Atlantis actually fell in multiple stages, not just at once. There was multiple natural disasters, but the flood was kind of the last straw for that civilization existing. There's a journal of geology and natural disasters, and they said this: Earth accelerates on its path to the ice period and slows during its back to the global warming period. For example, a slowdown happens between two leveling of the planet axis of the rotation with the solar one, which means roughly 13,000 years. So even here, they're realizing in the Journal of Geology that the Earth actually, its axis and the way it spins slows down during these times, and it seems to happen every 13,000 years and could potentially cause a cataclysm on the planet. So there's some sort of rhythm that the Earth is basically adhering to. Two opposite states related to big angular velocity. I'm going to skip that jargon right there and go right to what does it mean. So a geophysicist from the Paris Institute of Earth Physics believes that the magnetic pole shift occurs from anywhere from 13,000 years to 40,000 years, still longer than previous estimates. So that 13,000 mark we have again there, and is believed that conventional scientists are now coming to understanding that pole shifts do occur, and that's probably around the window of how it happens. That could be caused by the Earth's slowing down of the axis, could actually be a consequence of that. And then cataclysms like the end of ice ages that could cause great floods also could be connected to that. And here is the actual article. I'm not going to go over it, but this is the article and the research around it that basically shows that Earth's orbit around our sun, plus Earth's orbit and axis around itself, the spinning and the slowing down of that actually gets to a point where the Earth is attracting external cataclysms, including asteroids. This is a mainstream article that says Earth is attracting these cataclysms. They even go further in this to show you what the Earth's axis was before the flood, what it was after the flood, and they go even further to what's going to happen to the Earth and what kind of cataclysms could be created by floods in the future. This article here is, could an industrial pre-human civilization have existed on Earth before ours? And I'm showing this because this is Scientific American to show that these thoughts aren't just hidden in the alternative world, that they're becoming really predominant. A lot of alternative archaeologists have been shunned, or a lot of individuals that make discoveries that would change the conventional timeline need to sweep it under the rug, whether it's a nefarious agenda or just the simple fact that you will be ridiculed out of your own profession and maybe not get any work probably leads to the reason why that they throw this under the rug. However, so many alternative archaeologists are now making discoveries that there are so many of them that you can no longer deny that this is the case, which is why I'm hopeful, which is why we're seeing so many articles coming out basically saying, is our whole understanding of human timeline and human history going to change soon? And yes, it is. We're in the process of that right now. And an event like this is one of the events that is the grassroots events in us getting to that understanding of what our true history is. So let me just move this out the way. Give me a moment here. In many creation stories, we see the concept of gods being reborn or resurrected. Many stories feature a god who dies and often returns to life, a resurrection. And a great example of this would be the story of Jesus, right? The resurrection of Christ. The anthropologist Sir James Frazer compared these dying god myths in his multi-volume work, The Golden Bough. The Egyptian god Osiris and Mesopotamian god Tammuz are examples of the dying god, and the Greek myths of Adonis have often been compared to Osiris, and the myth of Dionysus also features death and rebirth. And then again, the Christian story of Jesus. It's a story that keeps playing over and over and over again. Jumping here to another aspect of origin stories, there is something that we see quite often, so often that even mainstream science uses this term, the cosmic egg. The cosmic egg is probably one of the largest smoking guns that really connect ancient cultures to an origin story, to an original source. And when it comes to the cosmic egg, it's also combined usually with some sort of understanding of emptiness or voidness. There are several mythologies, including one in China, that begin with splitting in two of a cosmic egg. In the Chinese version, this is followed by a growth of a giant whose limbs eventually form the observable world. A dismembered giant features also in the Germanic or Norse account of creation. In the Germanic version, it begins with a magic emptiness, one of the most characteristic features of creation stories. Say that again. One of the most characteristic features of creation stories, emptiness. Well, yeah, that makes sense, right? Before everything, there was emptiness, which everything was still within. What a paradox that is. The Hebrews imagine a first moment when all is void, with darkness on the face of the deep. In Greece, the story begins with chaos, meaning a gaping emptiness. In Egypt and Mesopotamia, we have a boundless ocean that sets the primal scene. And it goes on. The cosmic egg runs deep. Ancient Egyptians saw the cosmic egg as the soul of the primeval waters out of which creation arose. In one story, the sun god emerged from the primeval mound, itself a version of the cosmic egg resting in the original sea. In the Chinese myth, it describes a huge primordial egg containing the primal being, the giant Pangu. The egg broke, and the Pangu separated chaos into the many opposites of yin and yang, and that we get into creation itself. The splitting of an egg creating chaos, the splitting of an egg that existed within emptiness, creating chaos that then manifested duality. Bottom line of all these creation stories. The Satapatha Brahma of India contains the story of the desire of the original maternal waters, female energy, to reproduce. Through a series of prolonged rituals, the waters became so hot that they gave birth to what? A golden egg. Eventually, after about that time, it takes for a woman or a cow to give birth. So they projected, or maybe for some other reason, the 9-month time for birth onto this manifestation. And the creator, Prajapati, emerged from the egg, and then all of creation began to take place. In Slavic mythology, we have the supreme being created a divine egg from the void. In Polynesian, the Tahitians, they have a myth in which their god began existence in an egg and eventually broke out to make part of the egg the sky. The Dogon myth says that in the beginning, a world egg divided into two birth sacs containing a set of twins fathered by their creator god Amma on the maternal egg. In Japanese mythology, creation begins with the world as chaotic, formless mass. Then the indefinable sound filled the void, setting the particles in motion, which form into an egg. So as you can see here, and if you heard me in the beginning of today's conference, that my whole purpose was to look for the root of religion. This presentation here is accumulation of my original intention, which was, what is the root of all religion? And since I'm looking at the whole concept of what's the root of all religion, what did I discover? I discovered that it's so diverse and there's so much information and so many lost civilizations out there. To look for a common origin story is almost unable to be obtained unless you probably are in an enlightened state of consciousness where you just know all, you know? So through my wanting to find the root of all religion, I just found the diversity of humanity and the fact that there is definitely a connection here. And you can see just by these common stories. All the way in different areas of the world, right? Places that have been seemingly independent from each other for thousands and thousands of years. In the Hindu scripture, there is a story of primordial maternal waters of the pre-creation, which desired to reproduce. The desire to reproduce. That is also an aspect of the original cosmic egg. Through a series of prolonged rituals, the waters became so hot, they gave birth to the egg. Now let's talk about the mainstream scientific mythology, right, or theory. The reason why a lot of times things are theories, the theory of gravity, the theory of whatever, is because they haven't actually been verifiably proven. So even within science, even though we say it's science, therefore it is, a lot of these are different theories, including the Big Bang theory, right? It's called the Big Bang theory. It's not just called the Big Bang. And within the Big Bang theory, there are some terms that we realize that are very interesting and connect us to the origin stories of other cultures. So here we go. Cosmological models maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, the so-called cosmic egg, from which it expanded to its current state following the Big Bang. What they're saying here, when you pick apart this whole entire concept, the entire mass of the universe in one gravitational singularity within the cosmic egg. Yep, exactly what all these ancient cultures have been telling us. From which it expanded, infinite expansion, to its current state following the Big Bang. But the word the Big Bang symbolizes so much, because what is a Big Bang? It's the sound. It's the vibration. Why did they call the origin of all things within the physical universe a Big Bang instead of mass singularity or infinite energy? It's because the whole concept of that we all came from vibration and sound manifested all that is. This last part here is my description of what the cosmic egg means. The cosmic egg represents potentiality. It is the pre-creation held within chaos, waiting to become the cosmos. This duality then sets up conflict found throughout world mythology, the duality of chaos and order, good and evil, light and dark, love and hate. But the key component is the cosmic egg represents infinite potential, opportunity. Well, of course, if all things experienced within this physical universe came from the singularity that then burst and then everything came from, then it is infinite potential, because we're not even done yet. We're still experiencing. Now let's move on to another component within origin stories, which would be sound in creation stories. Another component that is seen quite often within them. And the question is, why? Why do they talk about this? This origin story here from the Laguna Pueblo Native American creation story, their mythology there, really says it all. And I do a lot of presentations, many different presentations and courses on the science behind sound frequency and the ancient civilizations, which are on our YouTube and also on our website with the 3,000 hours of free presentations you all get that you can check out. But within this, in this presentation, all those presentations, I always say this quote because it really is one of the most telling quotes when it comes to sound and vibration. So let's say this, let's read this out right here. In the center of the universe, she sang. In the midst of the waters, she sang. In the midst of heaven, she sang. In the center, she sang. Her singing made all the worlds of the spirits, the worlds of the people, the worlds of the creatures, the worlds of the gods. In this way, she separated the quarters. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her will. Thus, wove she her design. Thus sang the spider. Thus she thought. I have read this quote at least 60 times, all my presentations. And every time I say it, I get chills. Like every time, no joke. Because it says so much, right? Let's break it down really quick. In the center of the universe, talking about the infinite potential, the singularity in the center of the universe. In the midst of the waters, well, yes, space is known as the second ocean. You know who has precedence in space? The Navy. Why? It's the second ocean, and they have precedence in space. In the midst of the heavens, she sang, somewhere in the heavens. She, the maternal energy of birthing and creation, sang this vibrational song. In the center, she sang. Her singing made all of the worlds of the spirits, people, creatures, gods. Without that vibration, nothing that was physical could be created. Upon the face, she placed her song. Upon the water, she placed her song. Everything is a reflection of the vibration, the original intention, original thought. Thus she thought. Thus wove her design. Thus sang the spider. Oh, spider. Now we're talking about sacred geometry. All of that about the vibration. And how did they end this? The spider. What does a spider create? A spider web. What kind of shapes do the spider webs create? Infinite fractal geometries. The spider went out into fractal creation, utilizing sound, manifesting all of these elements here. This is the most beautiful metaphoric statement of actual science that occurred in the cosmos. And to further this with sound and creation stories, the Australian Aborigines speak of 3 sacred songs. The song past sung by the primordial ancestor spirits who walked across the landscape, singing its landforms into being. We have the 6 days of creation, the 6 aspects of Om, the 6 solfeggio tones, the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. And then we even have these quotes here, one's from the Krishna Yajurveda. And this might seem very familiar to you, even though I'm sure you haven't heard this exact one from the Krishna Yajurveda. In the beginning was Brahman, with whom was the Word, and the Word is Brahman. What does that sound like? Well, it sounds like John 1:1 in the Old Testament that says, in the beginning, there was the Word and the Word was God. Well, how interesting is it that almost the exact same quote is from an ancient text that became Hinduism that we're told is so different from Christianity, but it has the exact same words almost entirely there, just the name Brahman instead of God. Let's break this down. So we have this whole verse here in regards to the origin and what happened in the beginning. John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Well, what is the Word? The Word, of course, is a sound. It's a vibration. He was with God in the beginning. Well, we got to refer to who we're talking about here, because depending on who you ask and how conventional Christian you are, you would think he is Jesus. But why don't you read this and see what happens here? Who are we talking about? We're talking about the Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. He, the Word, the sound, the vibration, was with God in the beginning. Through sound, all things were made. Without sound, nothing was made that has been made. In sound was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. Another metaphorical scientific statement here. In sound was life, and that sound was the light. We're now talking about sound coming before light, sound speeding up to become light. The light shines in the darkness has not overcome it, and now we're in this world of duality. Such a telling statement from one of the most commonly known origin stories on the planet. In ancient Indian text, of course, it's in Hinduism, but also Buddhism, Jainism, even within Sikhism. But going back beyond that into the Vedic awareness, we have this idea of Om. And within the spiritual community, that term is used quite a lot. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard it before. Om, or Om, is a sacred sound and a spiritual symbol in Indian religions. It signifies the essence of the ultimate reality, consciousness, or the Atman. Just like the word spoken in John 1:1, Om is the primordial sound. Om is actually the sound technically that occurred after the Big Bang. Infinite singularity, cosmic egg cracks open, vibration and frequency comes out of it. The sound, Om, permeating all of existence, manifesting everything that is. And then we have here, through sound, all things were made. Without sound, that's from the last slide, so skip that. So just like the word spoken in John 1:1, we have the Om sound. Now let's do a little Hinduism 101 for everybody who might not know this information. And as I told a lot of people, I was raised Hindu, but I called myself an atheist Hindu. But then after I found out about vibration and frequency, I became spiritual, where I accepted all paths as destinations and really moved away from dogma into what I call non-dogmatic spiritualism. That's what, if anybody asks me what do I believe, I'm a non-dogmatic spiritualist. So when I started realizing this, I realized there's a lot of truths in Hindu text. For example, in Hinduism, they incorporate many religious ideas and philosophies. For this reason, it's sometimes referred to as a way of life or a family of religions. Most forms of Hinduism worship a single deity known as the Brahman, but they still recognize other gods and goddesses. And a lot of times those are reflections of the original source, or depending who you ask, those are extraterrestrials. Followers believe there are multiple paths to reaching God consciousness, many pathways to the same destination. Living creatures have a soul, an Atman, and they're all part of the Supreme Soul. The goal is to achieve moksha, or salvation, which ends the cycle of rebirths to become part of the Absolute Soul. Hinduism is closely related to these religions: Buddhism, Sikhism, Christianity, believe it or not, Zoroastrianism, and Greek mythology. I have a whole presentation I'm releasing in 2 months, specifically on the Greek and the Indian connection and how the gods became similar gods, if not almost all the same gods in both of those cultures. So what I realized within Hinduism and my issues with it, and my issues with religion in general that made me move away from it, organized religion, is blind faith. I was like linearly minded and mathematically minded. Believing something blindly, right, wasn't a thing for me. And there wasn't a disconnection I saw within my own people from the ancient principles that Hinduism now, from the Vedic times to now, for the most part, people that worship it are doing it through rituals and rites and rituals, right? Ceremonies. And it's a contractual nature. Hinduism and Vedic awareness has existed for multiple devolutions and evolutions of consciousness, to the point that it was expressed differently at different stages of beings in different ages. Kali Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Satya Yuga, it was experienced differently. When we got into the Dwapara age and then started going down into the Kali Yuga, all of a sudden, we started becoming very ritualistic, which is almost like every religion on the planet. Do this, do this, do this, say this, do this, any Hail Marys, right? Not for Hinduism, but other religions. Then all of a sudden, you're now forgiven, rather than intention and a connection to ancient philosophies. Many opposing and conflicting philosophies, though, within Hinduism have merged over time. A lot of components that were completely the opposite have now become this one thing when it comes to spirituality. For an example, when you hear Tantra and Moksha, you think that maybe they're connected or have some sort of similarities or stem from the same Vedic awareness. But the ancient history of this information is Tantra actually was for the worker class and, you know, what they would be considered as peasants back in those days and peons. And it was a way for the people working the land and not, you know, not the elite to express their spirituality through physical pleasures of being a human. Whereas moksha, even though now they're kind of connected, a moksha was almost left for the elite, the ruling class, the kings, the queens, and the priests. Moksha was an escape from reality. Basically, you're so well off, everything is taken care of, there's nothing else they need to focus on. Let me meditate and find a way to get to an enlightened state, because we're able to do that now because all our needs are met. Whereas Tantra was actually in direct opposition to that awareness when it originally came out. The primary sacred texts known in the Vedas were composed around 1500 BC, but the information went back thousands of years, passed down vocally, verbally. And these are the Rig Veda, the Sama Veda, the Yayu Veda, and the Atava Veda. Okay, I think I'm going to skip the migrations routes here and go into these origin stories. Yeah, here we go. So let's get into the Greek and Hindu connection. And just a little side note for everybody tuning in. In about 15 minutes, we're going to be closing out this conference for today on YouTube and going into the Ascension Panel. So again, I've posted the link. We're going to be going to the Ascension Panel really soon. Get that on standby. Get it ready to go. All right. So Greek and Hindu connection. As I was doing my research, I started realizing that the Greek gods, many of the Greek gods, were the exact same as the Hindu gods. And that made me wonder, how can these civilizations have been connected in some way? And from attempting to explore right here, which are the migration routes, I came up with a lot of information on how that could happen. And again, that's going to be released at a presentation in about a couple of months. So let's talk about some of these connections. Zeus and Indra. Well, in Greek and Hindu connection, they're both kings of gods. They're both king of the gods. They're both king of sky storms, thunder, lightning, rain. Zeus uses a thunderbolt and Indra uses what's called a vajra. Both live on mountains and both are very promiscuous. Now we have Hermes and Narada, both messengers of the gods, tricksters, and they created music. They're basically like Hathor. Created the lyra, Pythagoras' favorite instrument. Surya and Helios, they're both sun gods with chariots. Athena and Saraswati. Athena was known for the arts and industry, Saraswati, wisdom, music, art. Athena born fully grown in armor, Saraswati born fully grown from a mouth, someone's mouth. Here's some images of them. Athena, Saraswati, Apollo and Surya, Rhea and Aditi. Other ones that are connected, Zeus and Indra. Spoiler alert for the presentation, though, is that there were migrations from an even ancient culture that either stemmed out of India or from somewhere in the Caucasus Valley that went in both directions, that took their pantheon of gods, and that is why they have a connection. That's going to be the premise of a whole hour talk right there. And then here's some other connections. We see Egyptian gods here as well, Ra and Brahma, and even the names and the connections to the names. The Maya dialect, the ancient Egyptian dialect, and Sanskrit have a lot of similarities and very similar words. We have Ma'at and we have Ma Durga. Look, you see, even both have a tiger. We have Nu and we have Vishnu, same exact deity. I am really much curious about anything Greek, because a lot of things that we say and we credit our current society to is said to be from ancient Greece, right? But then if you even look into Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, and beyond, you start realizing that they say that they got their information from elsewhere. Even Pythagoras claims to have got a lot of information from the ancient Egyptian mystery schools. So I wanted to explore ancient Greece, and this is just the beginning of it. As I said, there will be more to come. And in exploring this, in exploring this, I want to see if there's any evidence or information on where they got their information from or where they originally came from. So here's just a little bit about ancient Greek origins. There was a group of individuals called the Minoans. They were the first great Greek civilization. And let me just do a side note here, because there was no one Greek state until like Alexander the Great in, I think, 300 or so BC. But Greece and all the city-states had been around for like 1,000 years. So when we say Greek, they were actually completely different city-states with similar culture. Some of them has different kind of languages, but a lot of similarities. Some of them spoke the same language. So when we say Greek civilization, they're just one area, and they're not even the entire place that we would call Greece. They didn't live on a mainland in Greece, so they didn't even live on the mainland, but they lived on a nearby island called Crete between 2200 BC and 1450 BC. They were known as the Minoans after the legendary king Minos. After the Minoans came the Mycenaean civilization from mainland Greece. They were fine builders. Let me say that again, excuse me. After the Minoans came the Mycenaean civilization from mainland Greece. They were fine builders and traders, but they were also great soldiers. They famously fought in a battle of Troy. So the Mycenaeans came and they basically took over the Minoans over a period of time. The Minoans then eventually became a part of the Mycenaeans. And in the early age of the Mycenaean civilization, the Minoans were actually the war arm, the soldiers of the Mycenaean civilization, very much like how the Sikhs were to the Hindus and the great empires and civilizations in India thousands of years ago. So they were very great soldiers. They famously fought in a battle of Troy. So the Minoans were actually fighting for the Mycenaeans, or with them, because they had been integrated at that point in the Battle of Troy, which to me is the same battle as the Battle of Mahabharata. Homer, an important Greek writer, told stories of the Mycenaean age in his books, the Iliad and the Odyssey. They likely migrated from Anatolia to Greece and then Crete thousands of years prior to the Bronze Age. All right, so I'm going to close up now, everybody, so we can move on to the next experience here. This whole presentation does go for another 2 hours. So if you want to check out more of it, again, go to portal2ascension.org, sign up there. You can see the whole thing. I'm going to leave you guys on one thing here. Let's see. Extraterrestrials and creation stories. Let's do this one. Or star beings, interdimensional travelers, or other humanoids. Ultraterrestrials. Many creation stories speak of beings that are not from our planet. Is this myth, or could this actually be beings that have existed? Greek, Hindu, Egyptian, Dogon, indigenous tribes in the Americas, Celtic, Norse, Hopi, all ancient pagan cultures. Evidence suggests that monotheistic cultures came from a belief systems that originally had multiple gods. There's so much evidence that Judaism actually came from a trinity of gods that eventually was only one of them was picked. It was one God that said, hey, you need to pick me over all the other ones. So even our monotheistic cultures stem back from some sort of origin in which they picked one out of the many. That's what we see from more recent civilizations rather than the really past ones that have been completely wiped from existence, or we have very little evidence of their existence. So could these be extraterrestrials? To many individuals, these beings actually existed or exist, and they are literal and physical beings, gods with a lowercase g, let's say. Is this concept easier to digest than the possibility of alien life? Have we been isolated on this planet for so long that we are too indoctrinated in the concept of a god that we do not see blatant evidence that these gods and angels could have been more technologically advanced beings? So let me talk about that, what I mean by that. A lot of these beings could have come down to primitive humans and had these advanced technologies, this advanced awareness, abilities to use their bodies to create all types of, what I guess we would think of as miracles back then. Could they have been these beings that just had more of awareness and experience or evolution rather than actually been gods and angels, and that we dubbed them as gods and angels and started writing about them whenever we started written text all over again? Because we've been going through cycles. This has happened before. different experiences, but similar energies of the cycles of consciousness, and us getting to an advanced state and then losing all this awareness and forgetting how to write, and then creating it again, and then going through the cycle all over again. The Hindu scriptures, especially the Mahabharata, shows depictions of celestial craft and chariots with lightning bolts coming out of them. We see that in a lot of ancient art, that there's craft and there's lightning bolts and there's sphere-like structures that have lights coming out of it. We have the Vimana in the Vedic text, which was a flying craft. So what is the possibility here? I know what I believe. I'm not going to tell you what to believe. So I'm just going to leave it at that. And let's leave it as some art. UFOs in ancient art. Mayan art. All right, and that's it for me for today, everybody. So thank you all so much for that, for tuning in.
Great job, Neil. That was so fascinating. The work and research you've done, putting it together, highly appreciate.
Thank you, Joan. So, all right. So I guess we're going to get now into the closing for the YouTube and then going into the Ascension panel. All right. So just checking the comments here. Thank you so much, everybody. Joan, do you want to share with us your feelings and energy for today before we close out one segment and go into the next?
Oh my God, today was a fantastic introduction, I think, to day one of first level Ascension. I think the speakers were just phenomenal. It's the energy that really counts today. I feel like all of us are going through an up leveling in our energetic frequencies and our awareness and our gifts and our ability to know what's possible out there. So that's my summary for the day. It's very exciting. I feel like we really are taking that our portal, our mothership, like I mentioned this morning, is taken off.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it's just the beginning, as you know, Joan. So we got a lot of experiences and mind-blowing revelations in store for us for the next few days.
Yes, beyond this planet.
Mm-hmm. All right, everybody. So now this is what we're going to do. Everybody on YouTube, we have 141 people on YouTube right now. I am posting in this moment the link to the Ascension panel. Please, I see a lot of you have gone over there already. There it is one more time. It's in the chat. Please go ahead and move over there. We're going to close this out. We're going to go on the Ascension panel. And the reason why we're doing another one is because we're going to go to multiple platforms, even beyond what we're on right now, get it out to much more people, including go live on Laura Eisenhower's page. So again, yeah, here's the link.
Tell us about Laura again and the link for Laura.
Okay, here we go. I'm posting it in the room. So yeah, we're going to go live with the Ascension panel on multiple channels, including Laura's page. And then everybody, we have an after hours event that it just got added last minute a couple of weeks ago. And the after hours is a presentation and a Q&A with Laura Eisenhower. So not only will she be here for the Ascension panel, but around 10 minutes after we're done with the Ascension panel, we'll be with Laura for a good hour. And we're going to close out around 8 p.m.-ish Pacific time, which is 11 o'clock on the Eastern time today. All right. With that, everybody on YouTube, thank you so much. Love you. It's infinite replays. You can watch it back immediately whenever you can. Move over to the Ascension panel and let's go ahead and continue the experiences and the love over there, because the Ascension panel, I think, is awesome that we're doing it on the first day, because it really sets the precedence for why we're doing this in the first place.
Thank you, Neil.
So bye-bye to everybody on YouTube. See you guys over on the next video.